What a Reincarnated Immortal Witch Wishes For. Volume 1 by Haruichi, translated by Fenrir, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. When he discovered the brutalized corpse of the young adventure girl, Kamiya Yuri regained the memories of his previous life. I really didn't need to remember it like this. What a worthless memory. Yuri was once born, raised, and died in Japan. He died at 15, still a first-year high school student. During summer break, he visited a haunted location for fun, ran into a suspicious man by sheer bad luck, and was killed by him. Yuri doesn't know who that man was. He just remembers that a girl was lying collapsed beside him. The image of that girl overlapped with the young, adventurer-looking girl collapsed before him. That must have been the trigger that brought his memories back. Reincarnation, huh? I never thought I'd go through something like this. Still, I'm a monster now. If he were going to be reborn, he would have preferred to be human. As a human, he could redo the things he couldn't in his past life. So I'm little Lich now. I guess it's better than being just bones. I've got actual flesh, and I even look pretty human, though my skin is light purple. While re-examining his body, Yuri turned his awareness inward. Then, he was able to check his status. Name, Kamiya Yuri. Race, Little Lich. Gender, female. Age, 2 months. Level, 1. Combat power, 8,500. Magical energy, 13,800. Skills, Dark Magic Level 1, Darkness Resistance, Wisdom. Title, Dark Witch. Apparently, she was 2 months old, but her body looked at least like that of a 10-year-old. Yuri was relieved that she didn't have to start over from infancy. Wait, I'm a girl? Huh. Come to think of it, my hair is long. Still black, though. She only vaguely remembered the time before regaining her memories. There had been no clear sense of self, and she had wandered aimlessly. She had no particular awareness of being male or female, hadn't even relieved herself, and had never checked her own gender. Yuri checked her lower body over the pitch-black robe. She felt a sense of discomfort at the absence of something that had always been there. Man, just my luck, so that means I'll never get to lose my virginity. That part might be a bit of a regret. Yuri let out a deep sigh. Well, whatever, no point thinking about it. I don't even know the baseline for combat power. Anyway, is this a dungeon or something? Yuri appeared to be inside a cave. It might just be an ordinary cave, but considering all the monsters roaming around, it also seemed like a dungeon. So, I died in Japan and was reborn inside a dungeon in another world as a little lich. That's how it is, right? Got it. So, what should I do? She hadn't met any god or anything, nor had she been given a mission. If I just happened to be born in another world, I might as well do things my way. I'll figure out what to do once I understand the situation a bit more. As long as I can live a fun life, that's fine anyway. What is this dark magic? As she focused her awareness, she learned the details of dark magic. Dark magic, spirit sight, soul extraction, soul devour, marionette, magical remodeling, pain infliction, pain, mental corruption. This is way too ominous. This is definitely dark side magic. I mean, I am the Dark Witch, after all. As she focused on each detail, she got a general understanding of what they were. As expected, no matter how you looked at it, they were dark side spells. As for the other skills, darkness resistance was just as the name implied, and wisdom seemed to enhance cognitive abilities. So that means I'm basically humanity's enemy now. Well, I don't know how monsters are positioned in this world. I'll have to look into that. Yuri approached the girl's corpse. Half of her head had caved in, but judging from the remaining half, she looked like a cute girl of about 15. She had a longsword in a sheath at her waist, so she was probably some kind of swordswoman. It looked oddly luxurious, like a high-end item. If she weren't a corpse, her long golden hair and sapphire-like eyes would have seemed beautiful. Now everything that made up this girl just felt eerie. If I use Spirit Sight, can I see anything? Spirit Sight activate. Spirit Sight was a power that allowed one to glimpse souls or information about the dead. Name, Elinor Rivault. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 15. Time since death, 5 hours. Soul, none. If it had been right after death, she might have been able to see the soul with Spirit Sight. But after 5 hours, the soul had already gone somewhere. If the soul had still been there, could I have done something? Maybe I'll be able to use undead creation someday, but not yet. Yuri thought about what to do with Elinor's corpse. If left alone, corpses in the dungeon would be absorbed and disappear. Guess I'll deliver her to a place where people live. What magic could I use? Marionette, maybe. She activated Marionette. It was a power that let her control a target at will, and with a corpse, it was easy to turn them into a puppet. Elinor's body twitched and began to move according to Yuri's will. As she tried to stand up with blood dripping from her half-crushed head and stiff movements, she looked like something straight out of a horror movie. Stop, I messed up the order. Magical remodeling comes first. She activated magical remodeling. This was a power that allowed her to freely reshape or modify a target. It was apparently difficult to tamper with the living, but doing so with a corpse was easy. Yuri restored the missing half of her head and reconstructed her beautiful face from when she was alive. Yeah, she looks pretty now. Maybe she can face her family like this. Yuri nodded once and activated Marionette again. Though the movements were still horror-like, they were much better than before. Using magic is pretty hard. I mean, I don't even have memories of properly using magic in the 2 months since I was born. I guess it's good enough that I can use it at all. Yuri spent some time practicing how to control Elinor. Even making her walk normally caused her body to shake wildly, like a broken robot at best. Sorry to the Elinor from when she was alive. Well, it's better than being absorbed into the dungeon, right? Just bear with it a little. After about 20 minutes, she finally got used to controlling her. Magical energy's gone down by about 200, should still be enough to get outside. Yuri did a rough calculation and began walking with Elinor. Dark magic, if I can use something like this, then I'm sure a lot of terrible things will happen from now on. Well, I'll deal with that when it comes. Chapter 2. The dungeon was vast, and it was divided into layers. Yuri only knew about the layer she was currently in and vaguely remembered the locations of the 2 staircases. One led up and the other down, but Yuri didn't know which one led closer to the surface. She decided to go with her intuition and head for the stairs going up. It took about 2 hours, by her sense of time, to reach them. Along the way, she passed by various monsters in the dungeon. A black orc with a club, a black goblin with a sword, a black kobold dressed like a mage, and a human-sized black cat. Yuri guessed that the one who killed Elinor was probably the orc. Also, the monsters didn't seem to be hostile toward each other, and Yuri wasn't attacked by any of them. Perhaps because Elinor was already a corpse, she too was ignored by the monsters. It was unclear what would happen if she attacked first, but for now, Yuri had no intention of trying. There's clearly a strange magic circle right in front of the stairs. I didn't notice it before, or rather, I couldn't perceive it. What is this? In the open area with the stairs, Yuri felt a bit suspicious. Doesn't feel dangerous, I think. First, let's have Elinor. She manipulated Elinor and made her stand on the magic circle. At the very least, it didn't seem like a dangerous trap that would activate on anyone, as there was no change in Elinor's body. There's no way they'd place such an obvious trap right under the stairs, right? Somehow, this feels like a teleportation type. Maybe it connects to the surface. Yuri didn't know why she felt that way. Maybe it was just intuition. Or maybe she had developed a sense that allowed her to realize something by looking at the magic circle. She cautiously stepped onto the magic circle. Do you wish to go to the surface? Oh, so it really is teleportation. Wait, are you speaking Japanese? No, maybe it's conveying meaning without actual language. Classic fantasy. In any case, Yuri decided to head to the surface. When she thought to the surface, the magic circle glowed faintly. In the next moment, Yuri was somewhere else, along with Elinor. It still looked like the interior of a cave, but there were no stairs leading up. Instead, where the stairs had been, there was a heavy-looking metal door. Is the other side of the door the outside? There's light leaking through. Yuri manipulated Elinor to open the door. The orange of the sunset brightly lit up the inside of the cave. Whoa, that's bright. Inside the dungeon, the brightness had been maintained by some mysterious light. Since it was dimmer than sunlight, seeing real sunlight again was a bit too intense for Yuri's eyes. Well, at least sunlight isn't poisonous or anything. I do look like a dark side monster, probably weak to light attribute magic. I better be careful. Yuri stepped outside along with Elinor. Whoa, cold. Is it winter? Or maybe we're in a pretty northern country. There was no snow, but the temperature felt around 10 degrees Celsius. The bright sunlight wasn't very reliable as a heat source. So, this is a forest. Creepy place. The dungeon entrance was embedded into a rock wall. Around it was a dense forest, lightly veiled in mist. This is definitely a shady dungeon. Elinor, I can't believe you came to a place like this. Must be some amazing treasure hidden here. Considering her trait of not being attacked by monsters, Yuri decided to explore the dungeon later. First, let's head to civilization. Looks like there's a path, so I guess we just follow it. She followed a path that was slightly better than an animal trail. As she walked, she occasionally saw ghost-like monsters, matching the eerie atmosphere. However, they didn't attack her, as if recognizing her as a fellow monster. If all monsters are like this, I could go anywhere freely. But maybe it's just because these ones feel like they're also dark-aligned. I'll have to investigate more. She walked through the forest for about 2 hours. The sky was already pitch black, making the forest even creepier. For a human, it would have been hard to see, but Yuri could see her surroundings as clearly as in daylight. Her body really did seem suited to the dark. Also, strangely enough for Yuri, despite walking so much, she didn't feel tired. On top of that, she didn't feel thirsty or hungry. She figured her body must be built differently from a human's. Oh, we're out of the forest. In the end, she didn't run into anyone and reached the edge of the forest. Beyond the forest was an open plain, and she could see a town in the distance. Oh, civilization. Is that what they call a fortress city? There's a wall around it, pretty cool. Her inner child stirred a bit, and Yuri felt a little excited. But considering she was a monster, she figured it wouldn't be a good idea to show herself in front of people. Guess I'll just have Elinor walk by herself from here. I'm also curious about the magic's effective range. Before sending Elinor off, Yuri glanced at the sword she had at her waist. I did escort her all the way to town, so I should get a reward, right? Yuri decided to take the sword from Elinor. When she drew it from its sheath, a reddish blade was revealed. This is a magic sword. Its attribute is fire, looks pretty good. Was Elinor actually really skilled? Well, thinking about it won't help, see ya. Yuri made Elinor walk. The town was probably about 1 kilometer away. When she had walked about halfway, a group of soldiers came rushing out from within the town's walls. Did the lookouts spot her? But would that many people come out just because a regular adventurer returned to town? Feeling puzzled, Yuri released her control over Elinor. She figured they'd take care of her from here. When Elinor collapsed, the soldiers hurriedly ran to her side. Someone picked Elinor up and let out a scream that sounded like a cry of despair. Perhaps because the night was quiet, or because her hearing had improved as a monster, Yuri could faintly hear it. Did they just say princess or something? It's weird that I understand the meaning even though it's not Japanese, but whatever, it's convenient. So Elinor was someone important after all. Her face was certainly beautiful. The sword also looked quite high class, but her outfit didn't seem particularly special. Maybe she was secretly working as an adventurer. Like ran away because noble life was too stifling. If that's the case, it's a shame. She finally got her freedom, only to die. Yuri was curious about Elinor's circumstances, but it wasn't a situation where she could ask for details. Just as she thought she should leave before being found. They already found me. A fireball was flying toward Yuri. Why are they attacking me out of nowhere? I went out of my way to bring her back. Yuri quickly fled into the forest. Hope I can get away like this. Chapter 3. Juranda, the captain of the royal guard of the second princess of the Rivault kingdom, Elinor Rivault, held Elinor's corpse and wept. Princess, if only I had brought you back sooner. I'm so sorry. Juranda was just shy of 40, and she had watched over Elinor since she was a child. Back then, Juranda was still the vice captain, and Elinor had taken a liking to her, often speaking to her. When Elinor said she wanted to learn swordsmanship, it was Juranda who taught her, pushing through the opposition of those around them. Elinor also had talent in magic, and when combined with her swordsmanship, she became unbelievably strong for a princess. Juranda was proud of that. However, Elinor, who had a strong sense of adventure, eventually grew bored of royal life. As a result, just 2 months ago, Elinor slipped out of the palace. She left behind a note saying, "I want to live freely. Even if she was bored, I just wish she had stayed alive." Juranda adored Elinor like her own daughter. Even after giving birth to her own child, her affection for Elinor never faded. When Elinor ran away, Juranda even thought that maybe it was for the best. She believed Elinor would be happier living more freely. A search was launched immediately after Elinor disappeared, and it didn't take long to find her. But seeing how lively Elinor looked, Juranda decided to watch over her for a while. Her comrades also agreed to keep an eye on her for the time being, and this was the result. Miss Juranda, there's time to grieve and regret later. There's a suspicious monster in the forest. Lumius spoke to Juranda. Lumius was one of the royal guards and second only to Juranda in strength. His gray hair and sharp eyes were his defining features. He was 35 years old. A suspicious monster. Yes, they said Lady Elinor walked back on her own, but that body clearly looks freshly dead. Most likely, Lady Elinor was being controlled by someone. We don't know the motive, but that monster definitely did something. You mean it might have killed Lady Elinor and played with her corpse? It's possible. When I used Farsight to check, I saw it holding Lady Elinor's sword. A bubbling rage surged within Juranda. Not only had they killed the beloved princess, but they had also defiled the dead. And to steal the rival kingdom's treasured sword, elegant flame, unforgivable. Capture it. If it can speak, we'll listen. If not, kill it. Understood. Lumius gave the order and cast a spell toward the suspicious monster. Juranda couldn't see the enemy yet, but if Lumius said it was there, then it had to be. I won't forgive you, you filthy monster of darkness. Section, the fireball landed near Yuri, but she wasn't harmed. While it wasn't a completely random attack, it didn't seem like they knew her exact location either. Damn it, I brought her back out of kindness. Humans really are the worst. Muttering complaints, Yuri ran desperately. However, it seemed her current body didn't have great physical abilities. She wasn't tired, but her running speed was modest. Still, it might be fast for a child. In less than 5 minutes, a man in armor appeared before Yuri. No way, that was fast. Oh, you can speak, good, then let's hear your story. This guy doesn't look like he's here to listen at all. He totally thinks I killed Elinor, doesn't he? Yeah, definitely. Yuri tried to escape somehow, but she was already surrounded by 5 soldiers. It didn't seem like she could get out of this, so instead, Yuri tried to talk. Hey, mister. Let's just calm down and talk this out. What? You're probably thinking I killed that girl or something, right? Didn't you? No, I just carried her here, that's all. Then why did you run? Because you attacked me. Anyone would run. That's not it. You killed Lady Elinor and ran, fearing our retaliation. That's all there is to it. Come on, think about it rationally. If I really killed her, why would I bring her all the way here? That makes no sense. A monster's thoughts are incomprehensible to humans. This guy isn't listening to a word I say. He's already decided I'm the culprit and won't even consider otherwise. This is bad. The man's eyes grew sharper. He drew the sword at his waist. Just the fact that you're holding that treasured sword proves your guilt. Treasured sword. Yuri was holding the sword she received as payment. She thought it looked fancy, but didn't realize it was called a treasured sword. Wait, hold on. If it's that important, I'll give it back. It's not like I desperately want it or anything. There's no need to talk anymore, but don't worry. I won't kill you right away. The man stepped forward and swung his sword. Yuri's right arm was cut off. Clutching the wound with her left hand, Yuri groaned in pain. She dropped the sword, but that no longer mattered. Damn it, they attacked me after all. If that's how it is, but will my magic even work on them? You shall taste the same suffering as Lady Elinor. Like hell I will. I didn't do anything. You've got the wrong guy. Presumed guilty. What kind of human justice is that? The only resistance I can do now is pain infliction, pain. Upon activation, the man groaned in pain and dropped his sword. It's working, I'll keep doing it. Yuri cast pain infliction again at the man. He fell to his knees, but the other soldiers attacked Yuri. In an instant, her left arm and both legs were cut off, and her eyes were gouged out. As she screamed in pain, her throat was crushed next. She couldn't even cry out anymore. I'm gonna die, they're gonna kill me, I just got my memories back and this is how it ends. Damn it all. She tried to resist with pain infliction again, but apparently it required visual contact. She couldn't activate it properly. Yuri felt the blood draining from her body. She thought she would die like that, but then her wounds were seared with flames. The pain was intense, but the bleeding stopped. It hurts, 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 it hurts. What the hell is this? What did I ever do to deserve this? Screw this. Yuri truly regretted not just leaving Elinor alone, but it was too late for regrets. Though she couldn't understand what was happening around her, she could feel the soldiers beating her. Her whole body hurt, and she felt like she was going insane. Damn it, this is the worst. So this is what my second life turned out to be. I should have just died back then. With that final thought, Yuri lost consciousness. Chapter 4. When Yuri woke up, she found herself being brutally tortured in what looked like an underground prison. She was ordered to explain what had happened, and though Yuri obediently told everything, they accused her of lying to protect herself. The torture continued. It was no longer about getting information. It was just a way for them to vent their rage over losing the beloved princess. To continue the torture, they even used healing magic on her. That hellish repetition wore down Yuri's mind considerably. If it's going to be like this, I'd rather just die. Hurry up and kill me, scum. In that hopeless situation, Yuri couldn't count how many times she had thought that. Is there a skill for suicide or something? With a hazy mind, she checked her skills. Then she noticed she had newly acquired a skill called corruption. What is this? The effect is, while active, it dramatically boosts the power of dark magic and also allows the use of special magic. Side effect, mental breakdown. Haha, if I go insane, maybe I'll actually enjoy this mess. The torture continued. She was suspended in the air while they repeatedly pulled her intestines out from her abdomen in some incomprehensible act, but she had gotten somewhat used to it. Her eyes remained destroyed, but her severed limbs had regenerated for now. Still, all her fingers were crushed, serving only to transmit pain. Whatever. Thinking is a pain, corruption, activate. Immediately, Yuri felt her body heat up like it was on fire. At the same time, a pitch-black rage surged forth, blowing away her earlier apathy. What the? Her mana just spiked. Hey, kill her now, she's dangerous. The surroundings grew frantic. Before they could do anything, Yuri activated another spell. It was a special magic she hadn't been able to use before. I can't move my body. What is this clinging darkness? My legs are being eaten. Don't touch that darkness, it'll devour you. Kill that monster first, stop her. Impossible, her mana output is too intense, we can't get close. Since Yuri's eyes had been destroyed, she couldn't see what was happening. However, through something other than sight, she could vaguely sense the situation around her. A dark mist had formed and was devouring the 4 soldiers inside the cell. The soldiers, whose bodies were being gradually consumed, screamed desperately for help. But of course, Yuri didn't stop her attack. Die, 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 all of you just die already. The mist expanded. It reached beyond the underground cell and began to spread above ground. The mist continued to grow, rapidly engulfing the surface. Yuri could sense the townspeople noticing the anomaly and fleeing in panic. She also understood that many of those people had nothing to do with this incident. But driven by overwhelming darkness, Yuri kept spreading Euro. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the mist kept expanding. And then a whole day had passed. Did I get them all? Some escaped, but whatever. I killed all the soldiers. The town's population was probably around 20,000. Perhaps a few dozen managed to escape, but she didn't bother chasing them. I'm exhausted. That's enough. I want to rest. After using magic for an entire day, Yuri felt extreme fatigue. Her mana was depleted, and even breathing was a struggle now. Maybe I won't ever wake up again. That was fine with her. Yuri no longer cared about anything and let go of her consciousness, as she felt her body being enveloped by something like a black cocoon. Section, the holy capital of the Revolt Kingdom. Inside the Church of the Saren Faith, Emeralda was offering prayers alone. Emeralda was the only saint in the country and possessed extremely powerful holy attribute powers. Her skills as a saint were innate, and because of that, she had been taken from her family at a young age to live under the church's care. Even now at 17, she had almost no personal freedom. Any dissatisfaction with that had long since faded. Suddenly, Emeralda shivered as an intense chill ran down her spine. What's happening? She instinctively knew that something terrible was occurring, but she couldn't tell exactly what it was. Emeralda's body trembled, and cold sweat wouldn't stop. Crack! A large crack appeared in the statue of the goddess displayed in the church. It had been enchanted with special magic, so it should never break on its own. A calamity is coming. A dangerous monster. The Demon King has awakened. The northern lands will soon fall. Was that divine revelation? Emeralda, as a saint, possessed the skill to receive divine revelations. It was the power to hear the voice of something like God, and she had only received it once before. That first revelation had said a child of blessing had been born. A child with immense power, still young, but being raised by the church as a holy warrior. If that was a divine revelation, then the world is in danger. Emeralda shivered again. As she waited for the chills to subside, the church doors suddenly burst open. Lady Emeralda. Emma, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Emma was one of the holy knights and a girl who had a personal relationship with Emeralda. She was 18 years old, a beautiful redhead who looked great in her holy knight armor. Officially, the saint held a higher position, but in private, they interacted without regard for status. Something's happened near the dark dungeon in the town of Grimoire. Something? What do you mean? We don't know the details, but we received reports that a black mist was attacking the town, and after that, all communication ceased. Even when we tried contacting various places using communication magic, no one responded. I see. A calamity was unfolding. If the divine revelation was true, then a dangerous monster had awakened. I'll head to the site. Lady Emeralda, you don't look well. What's wrong? Actually, I just heard a divine revelation. A divine revelation? What did it say? That a dangerous monster, the Demon King, has awakened. I don't know the specifics, but I believe the world is in crisis. The Demon King, that's just a fairy tale, understood. In any case, we need to investigate immediately. Yes. Then I'll be going. I may not return for a while, but I promise I'll come back. Hey, can I come too? I have holy powers as well. I'm sure I can help. Emma gave a gentle smile and shook her head. Lady Emeralda, please protect the holy capital. We don't know when that monster might attack here. I see. You're right. In truth, Emma probably just wanted to keep Emeralda away from danger. Emeralda understood that. Got it. By the way, is Claire going with you too? Yes, she is. Like Emma, Claire was also a friend of Emeralda. They were both girls and close in age, which made them closer than others. You both stay safe. Yes, we will. Take care. May God's blessing be with you. Yes, I'll be off. Emma departed. Though Emeralda had a bad feeling, she chose to believe that Emma and the others would be okay. Chapter 5. Yuri had no idea how long she had been asleep. Still alive, huh? Not that I would have minded dying. Yuri let out a deep sigh. Then, she suddenly realized she could see. Her eyes had recovered, and the internal organs that had been spilling out were now properly back inside her abdomen. I'm healed? Why? I mean, I'm grateful, but still, and how did I manage to sleep like this? Yuri was still suspended in the air. Her body was being supported by her arms, which were tied with rope, normally a very painful position. Yet, somehow, she didn't feel much pain. Maybe something had changed in her body. I want to get down. Is there any magic I can use? Oh, I broke it with just arm strength. Her strength should have been that of an average child, but with a light pull, the rope snapped easily. Apparently, her strength had increased. Yuri fell and landed on the ground. Ah, yeah, the ground is nice after all. Still, that corruption thing, it's seriously dangerous. Killing tens of thousands of innocent people, that's just insane. I really don't want to use it again. The corruption had already worn off. However, perhaps due to lingering effects, she felt little guilt over the indiscriminate mass slaughter. It felt no more serious than accidentally stepping on someone's foot. It's not like I wanted to become humanity's enemy, but I'm doing a fine job of walking the dark side. Damn it, this is all your fault. Yuri kicked away a suit of armor lying on the ground. Euro was apparently a spell that only devoured living beings. Everything except the flesh remained in place, and there was no damage to buildings or anything else. The humans who were eaten had been absorbed into Yuri, becoming her nourishment. It felt like she had consumed both their souls and bodies on a massive scale. Ah, did my hair color change too? It used to be black, but now it's white. Stress, maybe. Yuri wasn't particularly attached to her hair color, so it felt like a minor change. But when she took a closer look at her body again, did I grow a bit? My chest looked slightly fuller too. She hadn't looked in a mirror since reincarnating, so she couldn't be sure. But it seemed her body, which had been that of a 10-year-old, had grown by 2 or 3 years. Her height had increased, and she could feel some feminine curves. Ho, so this is what budding looks like. It's my own body, but this size is kinda cute. No, wait, more importantly, how long am I planning to stay stark naked? I should put some clothes on. During the torture, she had been stripped naked. Her rage at those damn lollikins felt like something from long ago. Yuri searched for clothes she could wear. She borrowed a long-sleeved shirt from a soldier and put it on. The sleeves were long, but the hem was enough to cover her lower half, so it would do for now. She could find proper clothes once she got above ground. If my appearance has changed, maybe my status has too. Name, Philonzer Kamiya Yuri. Race, Dark Lich. Gender, female. Age, 3 months. Level, 13. Combat power, 82,700. Magical energy, 925,000. Skills, Dark Magic Level 5, Darkness Resistance, Wisdom, Undying. Titles, Dark Witch Demon King. I've grown in various ways, but even my name's changed. What the hell, Philonzer? I don't get it. Also, it looks like a whole month passed without me knowing. Well, maybe I was originally 2 months and 20 days old or something, so I can't say for sure how much time has passed. Whatever. I had the Dark Witch title before, which increased the power of dark magic and made it easier to learn spells. But what's Demon King? Did I become one? When she focused on it, the details surfaced. Demon King. One with the potential to rule the world. Increases destructive power and the ability to command others. Pretty vague. I guess I'll figure out the real meaning eventually. She didn't understand the specifics, so she decided to leave it for now. Dark magic, do I have more spells now? Dark magic level 5. Spirit sight, soul extraction, soul devour, marionette, magical remodeling, pain infliction. Pain, mental corruption, mental manipulation, absorption, undead creation, corruption, deep corruption, blade of darkness, concealment. Perception disruption, curse, ruler of darkness, servant enhancement, army of the undead. Oh, I'm looking more and more like humanity's enemy. If I were human, I wouldn't let someone who could use these spells live. Yuri let out a deep sigh. You know, I was planning to live quietly and modestly, okay? I mean, with this female body, building a cute girl harem would be weird, and I didn't want to be some hero everyone admired either. But thanks to a bunch of idiots with the wrong idea, I got pushed into this mess. It's not my fault, all right. She didn't know who she was making excuses to. In any case, Yuri finally decided to leave the underground prison. Before that, I'll be taking that treasured sword. She picked up the treasured sword that had fallen in the corner of the room. Nearby lay the corpse of the girl who had owned the sword. Since she was already dead, Yuri hadn't consumed her. Perhaps because the room was so cold, the body hadn't started decaying yet. Whether to memorialize her or use her for something, Yuri would decide later. For now, she focused on the sword. If I carry this around, people might say something again. I'll wrap it in cloth and hide it for now. It's not easy to use anyway, and I can't really handle swords to begin with, so whatever. She wrapped the sword in some clothes lying nearby and secured it to her back with another piece of clothing. Then, Yuri climbed the stairs leading to the surface and opened the ceiling door to go up. She emerged into a dim, damp room, then passed through another door leading outside. It was a corridor, and the surface was still out of sight. I think I got a rough idea of the layout when I used Yuri. This should be the east side of the castle, so I should go this way. Though there were a few forks in the path, Yuri advanced smoothly by relying on her memory. Was my memory always this good? Is this the benefit of the wisdom skill? After about 10 minutes, Yuri finally exited through the main gate of the castle. The sun is still blinding as ever. Did I really become a creature of the night? I don't feel any weaker, but it's kinda unpleasant. Looking a bit drained, Yuri walked through the empty town. The overall layout featured a central castle with large roads extending in all 4 directions and a river flowing east to west. The southern part of town had been the busiest district. Yuri headed in that direction. A town with no one in it is really creepy, so lonely. With no reason to rush, Yuri leisurely explored the area. Rows of brick buildings, rarely seen in Japan, lined the streets, and remnants of human life were scattered around. There had been a market too, with stalls selling food, but the place wasn't filled with the stench of rot. Just like that girl, the cold's probably keeping things from rotting. Still freezing as ever, must be near freezing point. If I weren't in a monster's body, I couldn't walk around dressed like this. It was cold, but not to the point that she felt chilled to the bone. She didn't seem likely to get sick. Yuri checked each building one by one until she found a clothing shop. Which one should I pick? I mean, since I'm a girl here, maybe I should try wearing something cute. Yuri felt a bit of resistance to wearing women's clothing, but she decided that resistance was meaningless now and tried on various outfits in the store. Eventually, she chose a dark navy long-sleeved one-piece dress. There were even undergarments, so she put on the women's set. Can't deny the sense of immorality, but I'll get used to it eventually. I mean, I'm a girl now. Oh, maybe I should stop using or and switch to watashi. Presentation matters, right? Yuri continued exploring and discovered a shop that sold magical tools. She first put on a black-themed robe that fit her size. She also found a stereotypical wizard's pointed hat and took that too. She didn't know what effects it had, but it probably offered good defense. This wizard-like outfit doesn't really match the treasured sword. Oh well. I'll grab a staff too. There was a large 2-meter staff and a smaller one about 30 centimeters long. Thinking about portability, she chose the smaller one. A blue gemstone was attached to the tip. Wish I had an appraisal skill or something. I've got no clue about anything except my own status. No idea if this staff's good or not. Yuri felt like testing the usability of various things, but decided against it. Her intuition told her that, for her, none of the staffs in the shop would make much difference. Now then, I wonder if there's a map lying around somewhere. A library would be nice too. For some reason, I can read the writing in this world. Just as Yuri was about to leave the magic tool shop, she heard a noise from outside. Someone's there, a survivor. She focused her ears and could faintly make out voices. There's something in that shop. Are you sure? Yes, I sense the presence of a powerful monster. Is that the one responsible for destroying this town? That's still unclear. However, it's true that something we've been sensing all this time has finally started to move. I see. It's been 10 days since we began investigating this town as our base. We must look into this lead. I don't know who they are, but they don't sound friendly. Sigh, I hope it doesn't turn out like last time. Chapter 6. Yuri opened the shop door cautiously. Considering the possibility of a sudden attack, she deployed the Blade of Darkness around her. This spell summons crescent-shaped black blades around her. There's no limit to the number, but she can only control up to 20. Right now, she protects herself with half of them. About 10 meters away stood 5 knights clad in silver armor. Their faces were hidden by helmets, but one of them was slender and petite. Judging by the voice speaking to what seemed to be the commander, she appeared to be a woman. It came out. Be careful, that thing is dangerous. Yeah, now that I see it, I get it too. At least Class 2, it might even rival Class 1. They're being really cautious. How strong is Class 2 or Class 1 anyway? Well, let's try to keep things friendly for now. Nice to meet you all. You seem wary, but I have no intention of fighting you. Please stay calm. A monster that talks. Its intelligence seems high. Still, don't be fooled. Highly intelligent monsters often deceive humans. Don't take its words at face value. Yes. The knights were whispering among themselves, but Yuri could hear everything. Yep, my hearing's definitely enhanced. Convenient and nice. I really don't intend to fight. Please don't be so wary. What are you? The commander asked in a heavy tone. Should I skip the last name? They might think I'm some noble. Just the first name for now. I'm Yuri, a dark lich. Dark Lich, the one said to evolve when a lich kills over 10,000 humans, that legendary dark lich. I've only ever heard of it in myths. Is a dark lich really that big of a deal? Killing 10,000 people, that's insane if you think about it. No, that was just a joke, I'm just a little lich. Don't worry. The commander exchanged glances with the slender knight. That's a lie, she's definitely a true dark lich. With that much magical power, there's no way she's a little lich. I figured. Can they actually sense magical energy? I can't feel a thing. Is it some kind of appraisal ability? Even if I am a dark lich, I still don't want to fight. Please relax. Could you lower your weapons? Then how about you dispel those black blades? Well, if you lower your weapons first, I'll cancel the spell too. In that case, we can't afford to let our guard down either. I see. That's unfortunate. I know this might be an obvious question, but let me ask again. Are you the one who wiped out the people of this town? Should I answer honestly? Saying no probably won't help. And if I were? For the crime of killing innocent people, you'll pay with your life. Of course, that's only natural for a human. If I were on the human side, I'd probably do the same. Yuri let out a deep sigh. From here on, she would likely be treated as the evil monster who destroyed the town. That was incredibly bothersome. Battle was inevitable. As she strongly felt that, the petite knight questioned her. Why did you kill the people of this town? It was an accident. I only intended to kill 5 people, but I couldn't control my power well and ended up destroying the whole town. An accident? You took the lives of over 10,000 people, just by accident. It's not like I wanted to kill them. My power went out of control for various reasons. Besides, you were the ones who attacked first, weren't you? I can understand killing someone you have a grudge against. Whether I forgive it is another matter. But then you go and kill 10,000 more, and after all that, how can you still look so calm? Is it the effect of corruption? Or maybe my personality broke from severe torture? Either way, it's not like I wanted to end up like this. Even if I said that, they probably wouldn't understand, not that I can't sympathize with them. I'm not calm, I feel terribly sorry, I'm sorry. Yuri bowed her head. But this only had the opposite effect. Do you think an apology is enough? What do you think human lives are? There must have been so many smiles in this town. Even if you say that, so would it be solved if I died? Even if I die, no one's coming back, you know. Don't screw with me, IA. The petite knight lunged forward. Fast, and in human speed no normal person could match. Chapter 7. Whoa hey. Yuri instinctively tried to intercept using 3 Blade of Darkness spells. The knight sliced through them with a sword. Wait, is Blade of Darkness weaker than I thought? Or is this one just insanely strong? The knight relentlessly attacked Yuri. With a single swing of the sword, Yuri's right arm was cleanly severed. Owa got slashed again. Thanks to all the torture she had endured, losing an arm wasn't enough to make Yuri flinch. Still, she wished she had some kind of super regeneration. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to be blessed with such a convenient trait. While keeping her distance, Yuri activated Pain Infliction, pain on the opponent. Gah! The knight dropped to one knee. It looked like they had even coughed up blood. Huh! Pain Infliction is supposed to be a mental attack, not a physical one. Did the mental damage affect the body too? She didn't know why. Still, the knight had been successfully halted. You pierced through anti-magic armor and dealt damage. That dark lich really isn't just some monster. There's no longer any room for negotiation. Kill her. Don't panic. The enemy is strong, but not unbeatable. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Ah, great, now they're fully in combat mode. I didn't even want to fight. Yuri fired Blade of Darkness at the knights. But all of them were deflected by the armor. So that's anti-magic. Annoying, but Pain Infliction worked. That armor doesn't seem to have strong resistance to mental attacks. Or maybe Pain Infliction is just more powerful than Blade of Darkness. She activated Pain Infliction, pain on the first knight who had charged in. Though the knights swung their sword while coughing up blood, it lacked both force and sharpness, and Yuri was able to dodge it. Using the same method, she continued casting Pain Infliction, pain on the knights attacking her one after another. Some tried long-range magic attacks, but those she blocked with Blade of Darkness. Pain Infliction, pain could deal damage. Unfortunately, it didn't seem capable of finishing them off. Is Pain Infliction basically a torture spell? A spell that inflicts intense pain without killing, twisted magic. Euro, probably can't be used unless I'm in a corruption state. Any other options? Mental corruption. Upon activation, darkness spread out from Yuri. It completely engulfed 5 knights. The knights who had been targeting Yuri suddenly froze. And then... Stop. Help me, yay. They clutched their heads and began screaming. Yuri didn't know what they were experiencing. She only knew it was a spell that engraved intense fear. This might actually be pretty useful. At least it wears down their will to fight without hurting them physically. Yuri left the knights alone for a bit and wrapped a fallen piece of clothing around her left arm to stop the bleeding. If only I had super regeneration. Guess I'll have to steal some kind of healing potion from somewhere. They have those, right? Oh, more enemies. Just how many of these knights were there? Dozens of reinforcements had arrived. Mental corruption seems like an area of effect spell. It's perfect for weakening them without killing. Yuri used mental corruption to attack the newly gathered knights. Screams and groans echoed from both men and women. So loud. Torture isn't really my thing. But with my magic, this is probably the only way to stop them. She lightly covered her ears and waited for about 5 minutes. Believing she had completely broken their will to fight, Yuri deactivated the spell. The knights collapsed and didn't move. All right, suppression complete. No one's dead, right? Not that I'd know if they were. Yuri picked up her severed left arm and began searching for a store that might have magic potions. That's when one of the knights staggered to their feet. It was the female knight who had first confronted her. Oh, you can still stand. Why you? Don't tell me you used that spell on the townspeople. I didn't. Torture's not my hobby. I'm pretty sure I didn't cause any unnecessary pain. The knight silently picked up her sword and tried to slash at Yuri. But her initial ferocity was gone, and her movements were sluggish. Even Yuri, a total combat amateur, was able to close in and knock the knight's arm away. The sword clattered to the ground with a dry sound. Just being able to stand is impressive. Everyone else is still down. I won't forgive you. I don't even remember doing anything to you personally. Even if you didn't do anything to me, you hurt so many people. Yeah. I told you it was an accident, didn't I? So noisy. But I like your guts, and I'd like to thank you for slicing off my left arm. Let's run a little experiment. Experiment, you say? Marionette. Gaga. Hem. It's harder than moving a corpse, but manipulating a weakened human isn't so bad. The knight could be moved exactly as Yuri wished. She could make her walk or strike a bizarre pose. Stop it. Nope. Come along now. Yuri took the knight with her as she searched for a store with magic potions. The knight kept shouting something, but she couldn't break free from the marionette spell. Chapter 8. The magic potion store was found quickly. Yuri had the knight support her arm while she drank a healing potion and reattached it. It was fortunate that even human potions worked on monsters. Thanks for the help. The knight remained silent. Perhaps this was their own form of resistance. Hey, what's your name? Silence? Well then, at least show me your face. She manipulated the knight and made her remove her helmet. She was a girl with beautiful crimson short hair, around 17 or 18 years old. Her mouth was stained red from coughing up blood during the battle, but she had a dignified, pale face. Her red eyes glared mercilessly at Yuri. Don't be so mad. Sure, I did accidentally kill some people in this town, but I didn't kill your comrades, right? It's not like I go around killing people for no reason. Even so, you must atone for your sins. Maybe so. If I killed someone by messing up while driving, they'd forgive me because it was an accident, right? Yeah, I probably can't say that. I really messed up. But I still think the real fault lies with those damn soldiers. I don't care about my own sins. While browsing inside the store, Yuri questioned the red-haired knight. Let me ask you instead, what do you want me to do? My death won't solve anything, right? That might be revenge, but it's not atonement. I don't know what the right thing to do is either. But your death would be one form of atonement. Oh, I see. I don't plan on dying, so if you come up with another idea, let me know. There is no alternative. You're all Braunhut. If you kill 10,000 people, then save 100,000 to make up for it. Or better yet, devote your entire life to saving people. Can't you say something like that? That may be, but your existence is a threat to the world. Wow, that sounds like something a born bully would say. If someone weak-minded heard that, they'd shut themselves in forever. You're awful. The saint said she received a divine revelation that the demon king has awakened, that the world is in danger. I must kill you. Divine revelation. Is it some kind of ability to hear the voice of God? Isn't that a different story now? It's not about atoning for what I did. It's about killing me because of a divine revelation. It's the same thing. There are just two reasons to kill you. I don't agree with what you're saying, but basically, I'm now someone the whole world might try to kill. Because of this divine revelation, I'm recognized as a dangerous monster. If that's the case, I'll have to fight too. But wait, doesn't that mean the divine revelation is actually what's making the world dangerous? If I weren't being targeted, I would have lived quietly in peace. If I'm hunted, I'll fight back, and that just makes things worse. Tilting her head, Yuri packed healing potions and antidotes into her bag. It was a shoulder bag she had picked up somewhere. If you die here, that would solve the immediate problem. Too bad, I have no intention of dying. You're so persistent maybe, I should just tamper with your mind using mental manipulation. Mental manipulation? Yeah, mental manipulation. I can mess with your mind that keeps yelling die, die, and turn you into my loyal, worshipping servant. Stop it, I won't become your servant. Breaking the will of someone who resists like that might be fun too. Yuri chuckled darkly. I'd rather die than become your servant. Oh, I see. If you die, I'll eat your soul. Eat my soul. Yeah, I can do that too. If that happens, even after death, you'll be with me forever. Stop. To desecrate the soul even after death. All you ever say is stop, stop. You're so selfish. Having finished browsing the store, Yuri left, deciding she had no more use for it. I want to know more about this country. Will you talk to me? I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Oh, I see, then I'll ask someone else. When she returned to the place where she fought the knights, one of them was, for some reason, swinging their sword at the surrounding people. What is this? What's going on? Aya, don't come any closer. That knight was clearly deranged. The surrounding knights could barely dodge the sword while staggering, among the chaos. A helmet that seemed to still have something inside, and a headless suit of armor lay on the ground. Vin, please calm down. The red-haired girl knight shouted, but Vin didn't seem to hear her at all and continued screaming incoherently. Looks like their mind was broken by mental corruption. Was it more powerful than I thought? Hey monster, do something. This is your fault, right? I guess I could stop them. I just need to do the same thing I did to you. Then do it. Hurry. If you can say, please help me, then I'll cooperate. What? From Yuri's perspective, she only fought back because she was attacked. She felt no guilt toward the deranged knight. Even so, if they were going to ask for help, they should at least do it properly. You. So what's it gonna be? Swallow your pride and ask me for help, or keep your pride and abandon your comrades? The red-haired knight glared at Yuri, as if looking at a mortal enemy. If they dropped their prejudice that I'm a monster, I think they'd realize I'm actually making a lot of sense. Even as the red-haired knight hesitated, the deranged knight continued to attack the others. These knights didn't carry shields, and apparently their swords were stronger than their armor. Several were cut and bleeding. Please, help me. Oh, that was faster than I expected. All right then. Using Marionette, she stopped the deranged knight's movements. Though he desperately tried to escape the magical restraints, Yuri's power was overwhelmingly superior. Ah! Let me go. Don't even speak, shut up. She manipulated not only his body but also his mouth, silencing him. It finally became quiet. The area calmed down, but the knights looked at Yuri and trembled, backing away in fear. Please stop already. I can't take this anymore. I want to go home. These guys are completely broken. They might not be able to live as knights anymore. Well, not my problem. At the very least, they didn't seem intent on attacking her anymore, so Yuri let out a small sigh of relief. Chapter 9. The knight named Vin, who had been rampaging, was put to sleep by another knight's magic after his helmet was removed. He seemed to have fallen into a sleep so deep that he couldn't even dream, showing no signs of distress. Once things calmed down, everyone's gaze turned to the knight who had been beheaded. Upon closer inspection, they were a bit smaller than the others, possibly a woman inside. Claire. The red-haired girl knight murmured the name with a pained expression. I wasn't the one who killed her, okay. It's basically the same as you killing her. Huh, so you're not letting that go, huh? This one's blaming everything on me. Sure, I had a part in it, but it's not like I deserve all the blame. With a shrug, Yuri suddenly had a thought. Ah, wait, could this be a fresh corpse? Spirit sight activate. Name, Claire. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 18. Time since death, 10 minutes. Soul, present. Status, noble, devout in faith. Bears the stains of a warrior. Soul, confirmed. And yeah, there's definitely still something lingering near the corpse. That noble part probably means she was faithful but also killed people as a knight, something like that. A thin thread extended from Claire's corpse, and at the end of it, a girl floated gently in the air. She was translucent, with sky-blue bobbed hair, a cute girl. She was completely naked, probably because she was a soul. Oh ho, quite a nice figure, her body's toned too. Wait, why am I still thinking like a guy when I'm in a girl's body? Anyway, this is a perfect chance for undead creation. Excuse me a sec, I'll be borrowing this girl, okay? Hey you, what are you trying to do? Stay away from Claire. Only the red-haired knight objected to Yuri, while the others fled the moment she approached. It's fine, I won't do anything bad, all right. Probably. Yuri picked up the helmet with the contents still inside and pulled them out. The girl's face, frozen in a vacant expression, was pitiful. When creating an undead from a corpse, gather the body parts and shove the soul back into the body. Also, it has to be within 30 minutes of death. Something like this. She carried out the undead creation procedure as it came to mind. Undead creation. A massive amount of magical power drained from within Yuri. All of it poured into Claire's body, altering it. Hey, what are you doing? Did you say undead creation? Are you turning one of us holy knights into an undead? Don't be ridiculous. I'd rather die with honor than become an undead. That's how you feel, right? But we won't know how she feels unless we ask her, will we? A sinister black-purple light overflowed around Yuri and Claire. In a sense, it was a great resurrection spell, but it looked nothing short of evil. No way I'm gonna end up with a monster-looking zombie, right? Come on, dark magic, do your thing. After about 3 minutes, the light subsided. Undead creation was complete. About half of Yuri's magical power had been consumed. Now then, how did it turn out? Her appearance changed a bit, but she doesn't look like a monster. Her once white skin had turned slightly blue, and her sky-blue hair had deepened in color. It wasn't the appearance of a living human. However, aside from the slight change in skin and hair color, she wasn't grotesque beyond saving. Eventually, Claire opened her eyes. Her pupils were black. I got my neck cut. Good morning. How are you feeling? When Claire recognized Yuri, she flinched and trembled. Then, driven by fear, she crawled backward to put distance between them. Stop, please, no more, I won't fight you, just spare me. Relax. I don't go out of my way to attack people, but I won't hold back against enemies who come at me. Yuri tried to calm Claire down, but Claire only trembled with teary eyes. A mental corruption really is a trauma-inducing spell. Judging from everyone's reactions, the redhead is mentally tough to still have any fighting spirit. Well, anyway, undead creation was a success. I've got no more use for you, so do as you like. Undead creation. Claire touched her neck. The cut had healed cleanly, so she couldn't tell just from that she was now undead. Wait, I cut my neck and I died. But I'm alive, undead creation. Claire looked around at the other knights. Though they still wore helmets and their expressions were hidden, she could sense their fear of her. Claire met eyes with the red-haired knight. Emma. Did I really get turned into an undead? That's a lie, right? Claire. Apparently, the redhead's name was Emma. Since Emma didn't reply right away, Claire understood everything. No, I became an undead. A holy knight becoming an undead, that's impossible. Oh, she's in despair. Would it have been better to let her die quietly? As Claire slumped down in exhaustion, Yuri knelt and met her eyes. Would it have been better not to bring you back? If you want to die, I'll kill you. What'll it be? No, I don't want to die. She answered without hesitation. Of course she doesn't want to die. She's only 18. Then live your best life, all right. But what should I do? If I'm made into an undead, I can't be a holy knight anymore, and I can't live among people. Then live away from human settlements, or you could come with me. With you. I've always wanted at least one companion. There's a lot I want to learn. If you're coming with me, I'd be glad to have you. No. The one who interrupted was a man who seemed to be the captain. A holy knight surviving as an undead is unacceptable. Claire, as painful as this is, you must die here. The captain raised his sword. He still seemed mentally shaken and looked unreliable. Claire, what'll you do? If you become my companion, I'll save you. If not, I'll let you die. And no, I don't want to die. I figured, so are you coming with me or not? Claire hesitated. The captain slowly approached her. Just as the captain raised his sword, Claire finally spoke. I'll go with you. So please save me. Got it. The captain was so weakened that Yuri blew him away with a light push. With the threat gone, Claire slumped again, exhausted. I made her my companion, but will she really be okay? Well, if she says she wants to die, I'll just kill her then. So, can we call this fight over? Your name is Emma, right? Emma, do you still want to fight me? She asked Emma, who couldn't move due to marionette magic. One day, I will definitely defeat you. So that means no fighting for now, right? Then I'll release Marionette. There. Even after being released, Emma showed no signs of attacking. Let's get out of here before Emma changes her mind. Claire, let's go. Yuri pulled Claire by the arm and left the scene. Not a single person tried to follow them. Chapter 10. After losing the battle with the Dark Lich, Emma returned to the Holy Capital and sat alone with Emeralda on a pew in the chapel. And that was the result of this subjugation. The Calamity Beast was strong, and I couldn't do anything. More than 10 days had already passed since the battle with that monster. The captain had reported to the Pope and the King, and the Knight Order members like Emma were given a few days of rest. The Knight Order members, whose return as warriors had been in doubt due to the monster's mental corruption, were gradually recovering thanks to Emeralda's purification magic. Normally, Emeralda's magic should heal people instantly, and yet, the fact that it took several days meant that monster's power was overwhelming. If I had been there, maybe I could have done a little more. Emeralda muttered bitterly. That monster possessed the power of darkness, so Emeralda's holy attribute magic would likely have been effective. But even with Emeralda-sama's power, she probably couldn't suppress that monster alone. The difference in magical energy is just too vast. To stand against it, we should gather the 5 saints from around the world and combine our strength. So that we won't have to trouble Emeralda-sama, I'll become stronger. Emma, are you planning to push your body even further? At this rate, your body won't hold out. I'm fine, I still have some leeway. Pushing yourself until you have no leeway left isn't proper training. Emma, please take better care of yourself. I am taking care of myself. Thanks to that, I'm still alive and well like this. Geez, Emma never listens to what I say. Emeralda furrowed her brows and sighed. Emma gave her a gentle smile. It's fine. Since it's about myself, I will rest properly when I need to. Please really do that, okay? I don't want you to disappear. Yes, I understand. You mustn't disappear, like Claire did. Emeralda's expression darkened greatly. Since she had been close with Claire, she must be feeling a significant sense of loss. It's also very painful for me to have lost a friend because of my lack of power. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to blame you, Emma. The opponent was so strong that I even received a divine revelation. It's no wonder we couldn't do anything immediately. I understand that. Officially, Claire was forcibly turned into an undead by a monster and taken away. Saying a holy knight who was turned into an undead began following monsters out of fear of death would damage their reputation. Not only would it be an issue for the Holy Knight Order's reputation, but even Claire's family might be branded as traitors. This was a secret known only to the Holy Knight Order members who were there, and even Emeralda couldn't be told the truth. I might be disqualified as a saint, but I'm glad Claire is still alive, even if she was turned into an undead. That is indeed a disqualifying statement for a saint. You must not say it to anyone but me. I know, I told you because you're Emma. Then I'm relieved. Hey Emma, what do you think? In addition to that monster, now even Claire has become a target for subjugation. Emma, do you want Claire to stay alive, even as an undead? Emma couldn't answer that question immediately. Since that day, Emma had repeatedly asked herself the same question. As a holy knight, she believed Claire should have died as a human. However, as Claire's friend, she undeniably wished for her to survive, even as an undead. If the one turned into an undead wasn't Claire, but someone I didn't know, I would surely subjugate them without mercy. That's a rare, roundabout way of speaking for you, Emma. So you're saying Claire is a special case. And maybe so. I do think she should be subjugated, but I also wish for a day when I can laugh with Claire again. Yes, we are a saint and a holy knight. Claire is a wicked undead. Even so, I wish for a day when we can laugh together again. Emeralda clasped her hands and offered a prayer. Emma followed suit and offered her own prayer. The true cause of all this is that dark monster. I will definitely be the one to defeat it. God, please grant me the strength. Chapter 11. 10 days had passed since Claire joined the group. The members of the Holy Knight Order had long since left, but Yuri and Claire were still in Grimoire. A major reason was that they had nowhere else to go, but as they strolled around the town of Grimoire and researched this world, time quickly slipped away. Incidentally, the books stored in the Lord's castle were useful for their research. Yuri was surprised that she could not only understand spoken language but also read text, but that aside. For now, here's what they learned from the books. The Serentia continent they were in was mainly ruled by 5 major nations. The Noja Empire in the west, the Jurant Beast Kingdom in the south, the Large Empire in the east, the Sharon Holy Kingdom in the center, and the Rivolt Kingdom in the north, where Yuri and the others currently were. The Noja Empire in the west seemed to be a relatively dangerous country, actively aiming to invade other nations. While minor skirmishes between nations occurred from time to time, the 5 great powers were evenly matched militarily, so the Noja Empire's invasions were not going well. Also, the world was home to many other races such as elves and dwarves. These races lived intermixed, but some were subject to discrimination. Those called demi-humans, who looked neither entirely human nor monster, were particularly prone to global discrimination. Furthermore, monsters existed in this world, including Yuri herself. Generally, they were mindless beasts, but some possessed intelligence surpassing that of humans. For now, Yuri was one of the latter. At times, intelligent monsters and humans could form bonds. However, such cases were rare exceptions. Monsters were still considered enemies of humans. Most intelligent monsters were cruel and ruthless, attacking humans through cunning means. Monsters capable of understanding human speech were considered especially dangerous. That was the common knowledge of this world. Among monsters, the undead types were particularly hated. They had no lifespan, couldn't be killed by mere decapitation, and sometimes came back to life even after death, and so on. They were regarded as abominations that defied the laws of life and should not exist. Liches, vampires, wraiths, zombies, mummies, will-o'-the-wisps, beings like these were fundamentally incompatible with humans in this world. Yuri thought, this is definitely turning into a mess, and grew gloomy. It was already known that magic existed in this world, and monsters were weak to light attribute and holy attribute magic. Undead types were especially vulnerable to holy attribute compared to other monsters. While light attribute and holy attribute shared similar properties, holy attribute was said to possess powers more specialized for subjugating monsters. Conversely, holy attribute was less effective against anything other than monsters. It didn't seem suitable for human-to-human combat. By the way, the holy knights they fought the other day weren't necessarily capable of using holy attribute magic. They were simply devout and had high combat ability. Humans who could wield holy attribute were rare, fewer than 30 existed in the world. The 5 saints were among those 30 and were said to excel mainly in protection and healing. Eventually, I'll probably have to fight someone with holy attribute. The undead are especially hated. If I want to survive, maybe I should find a place to hide instead of staying in this town. But I feel like I'd be pursued no matter where I go. Maybe I should just live openly in this town and gain enough strength to fend off any enemy who comes. Muttering to herself, Yuri walked through the Lord's castle and stopped in front of a room on the 2nd floor. Anyway, it's about time I did something about Claire. Claire, who seemed deeply shocked by becoming an undead, had stayed holed up in the same room for the past 10 days. Undead didn't die even without eating. While they needed magic power to keep living, a mysterious organ inside their bodies generated magic on its own, so as long as they stayed still, they accumulated enough magic power. Ooh, a hum. Claire, I'm coming in. Knocking out of courtesy, Yuri called out. There was no response. She had been checking in every day but never received a reply. Also, since she had never been scolded for entering uninvited, Yuri slowly opened the door. Claire still alive. It was likely a room once used by a noble girl like the Lord's daughter. A place that would have excited any girl feeling like a princess, yet Claire sat curled up in a corner, her arms hugging her knees and her head down. It seemed she still couldn't accept that she had become an undead. She had remained like this ever since being brought to the castle. Though she had taken off her holy knight armor, she hadn't even changed out of the blood-stained clothes at her neck. Looks like she's not dead, or rather maybe she just can't die. Claire had once attempted suicide. However, an undead body healed quickly even if wounded by an ordinary blade, so she couldn't die. Even though she had mustered the resolve to stab her own throat, it ended only with pain. Yuri went to Claire's side and sat down. How about going outside for a bit? It's nicely overcast and comfortable. Both Yuri and Claire disliked the glaring sun. A slightly cloudy day felt more pleasant. Yuri waited for Claire's response, but as always, Claire remained silent. Even though she's part of the group now, I don't have to force her to cheer up. Still, the part of me that's still a boy can't leave a girl alone. I feel no guilt over mass murder, yet I can't ignore a single girl. I'm so contradictory. Claire, she called out again. No reply. It's not like I've never talked to girls before, but I've never gotten close like a lover. I have no idea how to deal with a girl who's seriously depressed. Even though I'm supposed to be a girl now. Yuri pondered. If we're both girls, maybe holding hands or hugging would help. Guys don't do that, so I'm clueless, but I guess I'll give it a try. Yuri gently placed both hands over Claire's. Her hands were cold, typical of an undead. Actually, maybe it's just because the room is freezing. Even though I'm technically an undead too, my body still has some warmth. Yuri wrapped Claire's hands with her own, hoping to convey even a little warmth. If I were still a guy, I wouldn't have been able to touch a girl's hand unless we were lovers. For Yuri, it was the first time truly touching a girl. Her heart pounded strangely. Claire, if you hate being touched by me, please react in some way. I'll stop immediately. There was no response from Claire. Yuri had hoped for at least some reaction from touching her, but it might have been in vain. I guess I'll take the lack of rejection as a good sign. Well, it's still some progress. At first, she went berserk just from seeing my face. She must have realized I'm not that dangerous, right? Claire remained silent. Hey, Claire. If you truly want to die, I'll kill you myself. What do you want to do? No response. She was like a corpse. I really don't know what to do. If you don't say something, I can't do anything. Yuri let go of Claire's hands and stood up. Claire, you're way too unresponsive. You're more of a corpse than a real corpse, even though you're an undead. Now I'm mad. Yuri forcibly hugged the unresponsive Claire and threw her onto the bed. Claire let it happen, her gaze shifting ever so slightly. Yuri lay down beside Claire and used her as a hugging pillow. Even though I'm hugging a girl, her body's cold, and she doesn't even smell nice. Claire hasn't bathed or wiped herself in these 10 days. At least undead don't get as dirty as humans. Yuri sighed quietly. I'm going to sleep like this for a while. If you don't like it, move away on your own. Yuri closed her eyes and spent the rest of the time in silence. It wasn't that she was sleepy. She just couldn't think of another excuse to stay by Claire's side. I have the power to drive off the Holy Knight Order, yet I can't save a single girl. My power is so unbalanced. Yuri continued to warm Claire's body, feeling a bit frustrated. Chapter 12. When your body becomes undead, your heart slowly stops being human too. Claire feels that way. Maybe I don't hate myself now as much as I did when I had just become undead. A noble knight who fights for God. Claire had lived taking pride in that, so when she became undead, it was unbearable. So unbearable that she even attempted suicide. That sense of resistance is no longer there now. Whether it's due to becoming undead, or for some other reason, the revulsion and fear I felt toward Yuri have completely faded. I don't even mind being touched. Yuri's body was warm. Claire's body, chilled by the winter air, was slowly regaining warmth from that body heat. Such a strange monster. She can kill tens of thousands without hesitation, yet she worries about me and seems oddly troubled. She's not like a monster. Even monsters intelligent enough to understand human speech are typically brutal and ruthless. They don't care about humans. I don't think she's pretending to care. Doing that wouldn't benefit Yuri at all. If anything, the one pretending to be depressed is me. That initial despair is already gone. She hasn't regained her willpower, but she should at least be able to live a normal life. Even so, Claire still wanted to pretend to be depressed. If I recover too quickly, it would feel like my human self had no value, and that frustrates me. Claire recalls the 18 years she lived as a human. Though she had many hardships, those days were dazzling and beautiful. She had many irreplaceable and precious things. The me who lived those days is gone. The future I should have had will never come. And yet, I find myself thinking that's okay. That it's not so bad to throw away the past, to abandon my precious family and friends, and live on as an undead. Claire let out a quiet sigh. Yuri is by my side, maybe that's enough. If I accept that I'm someone heartless enough to throw away my past, then maybe things will be easier. Claire gently strokes Yuri's head as she clings to her. Her age is unknown. She looks about 12, but her mental age is unclear. Claire knows from what Yuri has said that she was born in the darkness of the dungeon and only recently came outside. She also heard how Yuri ended up destroying an entire town. She understood the reason Yuri claimed it was an accident. The humans were at fault too. Even so, she's still a mysterious monster with many unknowns. Despite having a terrifying side at her core, she still seems like a young child. She's not just a being of strength. Yuri seems worried about me, but I'm the one worrying about her. I feel like someone needs to stay by her side. In front of the unresponsive Claire, Yuri looked completely at a loss. That brought back feelings Claire had nearly forgotten as a holy knight, like wanting to help those in trouble, or wanting to save those burdened with anxiety. Claire realized that even as an undead, she didn't want to throw away those feelings that still remained. Claire played with Yuri's fine white hair with her fingertips. It stirred a faint sense of protectiveness. It's not that I've opened my heart, but I won't reject you either. I still don't know what you mean to me. Murmuring softly, Claire shifted her position and gently embraced Yuri. That small but warm body slowly melted Claire's heart. Section. I'm being hugged by a girl. Yuri wasn't asleep. She'd merely closed her eyes, so she fully sensed Claire's movement. She had remained unresponsive even when her head was stroked or her hair was played with, but once she was hugged, she couldn't remain completely still. Her body tensed for a moment. Claire didn't seem to notice. She knows I'm awake, and still, she hugs me. When someone does this, it really makes me feel like I'm a girl. If I were a boy, Claire wouldn't hug me. She wouldn't press her chest against me like this so casually. Feeling that softness, Yuri's heartbeat quickened slightly. If her body were male, her reaction might have been different, but now it wasn't. She simply found it pleasant. Anyway, the fact that she responded like this means what I did wasn't wrong, right? There's no need to rush. It's fine if we slowly grow closer. They spent time where only each other's breathing could be heard. Then 30 minutes, or maybe an hour, passed. Before she realized it, Yuri had truly fallen asleep. When Yuri next opened her eyes, Claire was no longer beside her. Claire. Still a bit dazed, Yuri looked around for Claire. Claire, standing in front of the closet, wore a deep navy dress with minimal decoration. Around her neck was a silver necklace. Something must have changed in her heart because she no longer hung her head in lifelessness. Claire, you look great. With blue skin and hair, and now navy clothes, she might seem obsessed with blue. But there was no denying she looked beautiful. Thank you. Oh, you finally spoke, feeling a little better. I don't know. I see. Hey, wanna go explore a dungeon together? We can hunt for treasure, fight monsters. Going outside once in a while might be nice, right? Is that an order? Then yeah, it's an order. Is there some meaning to it being an order? I don't know, but whatever, it's fine for now. Then I have no choice. All right, let's go. Yuri got off the bed, approached Claire and took her hand. Claire followed quietly without resistance. Ah, but are you okay in that outfit? We're heading to a dungeon, you know. I think it's fine. Then it's all good. Well, monsters usually don't attack us, and even if one does, I can handle it. It'll work out somehow. I still don't know why Claire came back to life, but at least it's a step forward. I hope she gets even better from here on. There was no smile on Claire's face, but she wasn't wearing a gloomy expression either. Content with that alone, Yuri squeezed Claire's hand tightly. Chapter 13. Claire is so quiet. It's not that she's naturally like that, it just feels like she's not in the mood to chat with me. After lightly preparing, Yuri left town with Claire. Then they descended to the first basement level of the Dungeon of Darkness, but even when Yuri talked to Claire, she only responded with things like, or yeah. She would answer questions, but didn't react much to small talk. It was good that Claire had come back to life, but unfortunately, it didn't seem like they had grown closer. Just sleeping next to her wasn't going to deepen our bond. Well, of course. It's not like I'm some desperate, duty-driven guy who wants to get close to girls. Let's take it slow. Setting Claire aside, the monsters in the Dungeon of Darkness showed no interest in either Yuri or Claire. Even when encountered, they passed by as if they had spotted fellow monsters. Hey, Claire. Normally, it's correct to assume that monsters attack humans, right? That's right. Then, the reason we're not being attacked is because both you and I are being mistaken for fellow monsters. I think so. If we attacked a monster, would they then attack us? Who knows? Mind if I try? Do as you like. Got it. Yuri cast Pain Infliction, Pain, at a black goblin she happened to spot. Gudgia. The black goblin coughed up blood and collapsed. It didn't seem to be dead, but it no longer had the will to get up. This magic doesn't seem to kill, but the power was still too much. Pitying its twitching, near-death state, Yuri severed its head with Blade of Darkness. The monster vanished into black mist, leaving behind a reddish-black stone. Ah, so monsters disappear when they die. For Yuri, this was the first time killing a monster inside a dungeon. She found it strange, something unthinkable on Earth. Not all monsters turn into mist and vanish. Surface monsters don't disappear when they die and leave behind materials and such. Dungeon monsters vanish into black mist and leave behind a magic stone. Magic stones can be processed and used to make magical tools. However, the magic stones obtained on this floor aren't worth much. Oh, I see. Thanks for explaining, Claire. It's nothing. At Claire's curt tone and attitude, Yuri could only smile wryly. Is she a tsundere, cold on the outside but actually kind? By the way, Claire, do you know your own status? Like combat power and magical energy. I do. Oh, good, so I'm not the only one who can see it. Can you tell me your status? Claire showed a moment of hesitation. Yuri sensed that status info wasn't something easily shared with others. If it's an order. It's not like I want to order her. Maybe Claire has her own boundaries. Still, I do want to know other people's status, so it can't be helped. Then, let's say it's an order. All right, then I'll tell you. According to what Claire disclosed. Name, Claire. Race, undead human. Gender, female. Age, 18. Level, 47. Combat power, 30,200. Magical energy, 35,000. Skills, swordsmanship level 6, physical enhancement level 5, fire magic dark level 6, wind magic dark level 4, dark magic level 1. Titles, servant of the witch, rebel. I can kind of guess, but things like having dark after the elemental magic or learning dark magic. Did that happen after becoming undead? Yes. Thought so. We'll go into the details later. So, how strong are you compared to other humans? I'm class 2. How many classes are there? From class 1 to class 7. Class 1 is the strongest. What's the combat power range for class 1 and class 2? Class 2 ranges from 30,000 to 100,000. Class 1 is over 100,000. Class 2 has a pretty wide range, huh? It's not that it's wide. Class 1 is just in a league of its own. It's said that surpassing 100,000 requires overcoming a massive wall, and there are only about 20 Class 1 humans in the world. Most Class 2 combat power falls between 30,000 and 50,000. Those between 50,000 and 100,000 are sometimes called quasi-Class 1. By that standard, with my combat power in the 80,000s, I'm quasi-Class 1. My combat power is around 80,000. Is that considered high? It is. Very few humans could beat you. Also, my magical energy is around 900,000. Is that a lot? Claire widened her eyes. Put simply, you far exceeded the range humans can normally reach. I see. My combat power and magical energy are really far apart. Is that normal? It's not. Such a large gap is rare. What's the basis for combat power anyway? I don't know the details, but it said that the maximum power of your attacks has a big influence. Then, if someone has really high defense but low attack, their combat power would come out low. Yes, I see. In your case, your maximum attack power is still barely within the realm of common sense, but your magical stamina far exceeds that of humanity. That's how I'd put it. So I'd be good in a long battle. Yes, or in fighting many opponents alone. I see. I kind of get the situation, but I still can't really feel it. I probably need more real combat experience. There's still a lot I want to ask, but by the way, I somehow ended up with a name besides Yuri. What's that about? Claire, do you know? A mysterious name, Philanzer. It must have some meaning, but there was no mention of it in any of the books she had read. So you have another name besides your original one? Yeah, I do. Claire widened her eyes again. For a monster to have an individual name, that's a sign of being an enemy of the world or of God. It's said that such names are granted along with the title of Demon King. I see. So I've been marked by God. What kind of being is God in the first place? Do they actually exist? I think they do. But only people with special skills can communicate with them. Most, including myself, have never heard their voice. Sometimes they guide people on the surface, that's what God does, but they never appear on the surface to act directly. Honestly, no one really knows what they're thinking. I see, so I've been designated an enemy by someone we don't even understand. Great, this is going to be a pain. While chatting, they encountered 3 more black goblins. Yuri swiftly killed one with Blade of Darkness. The goblins recognized Yuri as an enemy and attacked. She cut off the heads of the other 2 with Blade of Darkness as well. 3 magic stones were left on the ground. What happens if you eat one of these magic stones? A human would get an upset stomach. What about a monster? I don't know. In stories like this, it's usually fine for monsters to eat them, right? Guess I'll try eating one. Go right ahead. If I collapse, carry me back. If that's an order. Yup. Let's say it is. Yuri tried eating the magic stone. The taste was a bit spicy, but it wasn't bad or unpleasant. After chewing and swallowing it, she felt a slight warmth spread through her body. It doesn't seem like it'll upset my stomach, but I also can't tell if there's any benefit. Maybe something would change if I ate a magic stone from a stronger monster. I see. If I'm okay, why don't you try one too, Claire? I think you could handle it now. Is it tasty? It's a little spicy. I think I'll pass. Not good with spicy stuff. Well, yeah. Do you like sweet things? Well, yeah. I see. Then, how about we go to the castle town tomorrow and look for something like that? If that's an order. Let's say it is. Got it. They continued exploring the dungeon together. There was hardly any tension, but since no monsters attacked, they could take it easy. After making a round through the first basement floor, they realized there was nothing of interest and returned to the entrance for now. From there, they stepped onto the teleportation magic circle and headed to the 6th basement floor. Apparently, this magic circle allows free travel to any floor one has previously visited. Normally, you can access more floors by defeating each floor's boss, but since Yuri was born on the 6th basement floor, she could skip from the 2nd to the 5th. Once they arrived on the 6th basement floor, the 2 of them wandered through the dungeon again for a while. I was born here, and I found Eleanor's body here. As Yuri walked, reminiscing about that time, a scream rang out from somewhere. Chapter 14. Yuri ran toward the direction the scream had come from. A few seconds later, she spotted 5 black orcs wielding clubs. The orcs had 3 girls cornered against the wall. Aren't they human? Or could they be monsters? The 3 had a mysterious appearance that made it hard to tell if they were human or monster. Their bodies resembled humans, but their skin was a bluish gray, and they had no eyes on their faces. They had mouths, but their teeth were sharp like those of beasts. Their hair was black, and a single black horn grew from each of their heads. These strange 3 seemed to be a swordswoman, a spear user, and a mage. Each held their weapon at the ready, preparing to fight the 5 orcs. However, they appeared frightened, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. A race that looks like neither human nor monster, could they be demihumans? The ones who are discriminated against in this world. While Yuri was thinking, the orcs raised their clubs. The swordswoman and the spear user tried to counterattack, but their weapons were knocked away by the orc strikes. I don't know what they really are, but it looks like I should help them. Yuri stepped between the 2 sides and faced the 5 orcs. The orcs looked a bit confused, but still swung their clubs at Yuri. Marionette. With Yuri's magic, the movements of all 5 orcs stopped. Yuri then manipulated one orc to attack the others. She immobilized 4 of them and used the remaining one to crush each of their heads in turn. The last one standing was made to strangle itself. Even without the target being conscious, Marionette still worked, and eventually the last orc died from suffocation. If she had wanted, she could have made it twist its own neck off. I know I'm the one who did it, but this marionette magic is pretty brutal. If I used it on a person, I'd be a perfect villain anyway. Moving on. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? When Yuri turned around, the three girls looked even more terrified than when facing the orcs. Huddled together, they trembled violently, barely able to breathe. Huh. I mean, I thought I was helping. Even if you did help, using powerful dark magic right in front of them, of course they'd be scared. Claire, who had followed her, pointed it out, and Yuri scratched her cheek. I mean, it's more like dark magic than regular dark magic, but is it really that scary? Dark magic? I've never heard of that spell. But regardless, your magic is terrifying to ordinary beings. I see, I must look like the embodiment of evil. More like you literally are. Huh. Am I really that bad from an objective standpoint? Slightly shaken, Yuri stepped back from the frightened trio. It's okay, really? I don't go around attacking people for no reason, okay? Trying not to scare them, Yuri forced a smile, but the girls looked like they were about to faint. You shouldn't talk to them too much. Your magical energy is too strong, just speaking to them eats away at their minds. Especially for those who aren't powerful, unlike holy knights. Claire's flat explanation left Yuri feeling disheartened. I'm sorry, you three, that wasn't my intention. With a sigh, Yuri tried to keep her distance from the girls. Claire, it looks like it'd be better if I don't do anything, so could you handle this smoothly for me? Is that an order? Let's say it's an order. If it's an order, then I guess I have no choice. Claire approached the girls and spoke in a calm, even tone. Nice to meet you. I'm Claire, an undead. That monster-looking girl over there is Yuri, a dark lich. Did she just casually call me a monster? Am I really that monstrous? Ignoring Yuri's dejection, Claire continued. We have no intention of harming you, so you can relax for now. Now then, you're from the eyeless tribe, right? Demihumans. Why yeah, but who are you people? What are you planning to do to us? The one responding was the swordswoman. Maybe she was their leader. We're not planning anything. At least I hold no warped prejudice. If anything, I could escort you to the teleportation circle. Yuri seems to want you to be safe. Why would an undead side with us? Don't undead attack the living. I know that's how it usually is, but I'm not that kind of undead. My body may be undead now, but I still retain the will I had as a human. I don't attack the living indiscriminately. If someone's in trouble, I want to help. Oh, really? I mean, you don't seem hostile, but you don't have to believe us right away. But if we wanted to kill you, we would have done it already. Since we haven't, I'd like you to not be so afraid. You're right. If you meant to kill us, we'd already be dead. You wouldn't have helped us in the first place. I'm glad you understand. The girls seemed to calm down a bit. So, do you want help escaping? From the looks of it, this floor might be too much for you right now. Yeah, if you're willing to help, we'd be grateful. The strength of enemies between the 5th and 6th basement floors is really different. 1 black orc is manageable, but 5 at once is too much. In the dungeon, the difficulty changes drastically starting from the 6th and again from the 11th basement floor. That's common knowledge among humans, but maybe the eyeless tribe doesn't know. We heard about it, but we didn't think it'd be this bad. Next time, you should come to the 6th floor only after you're strong enough to clear the 5th floor solo. Yeah, we'll do that. So the difficulty really does change between the 5th and 6th basement floors. I hadn't noticed, but Elinor died here too, so I guess there really is a difference. All right, let's head to the teleportation circle. Okay. It seemed like the conversation had wrapped up. But then, the mage girl behind the swordswoman asked in a trembling voice. W8, I get that you don't want to hurt us, but I can feel the same magic from you as when Grimoire was destroyed, that dark lich, was that you're doing. Chapter 15. Claire answered the mage girl's question. Yes, the one who destroyed the town was that monster. Fear ran across the faces of the 3 eyeless tribe girls. A whole town, destroyed by just one person. Yes, though I didn't actually witness the scene myself. How could someone do something like that? There were over 20,000 people in that town. To erase all of them, that's insane. Thinking she should say it herself, Yuri opened her mouth. Even I couldn't kill 20,000 people if I were sane. That was an accident. A magical outburst. The town's destruction happened only because I hadn't anticipated it. Just from Yuri speaking, the three of them started trembling violently. Yuri, be quiet. Okay. Yuri drooped her shoulders sadly. Am I never going to be able to talk to anyone besides Claire? If I train, maybe I'll get a little better. I do think what Yuri did was a grave sin. Even if it was an accident, taking the lives of tens of thousands of people is too cruel. But I believe it's okay to trust that Yuri isn't someone who hurts others without reason, probably. Don't say probably. That doesn't sound very trusting. I guess it can't be helped, given my track record. At the very least, it's true that when she heard the screams, Yuri rushed to help. Honestly, I was surprised by that too. Anyway, Yuri doesn't attack people without reason. Why yeah, she saved us. After all, thank you for saving us. Thank you. Thank you. The three of them bowed their heads timidly. It's fine, really, don't worry about it. Yuri wanted to respond lightly, but thinking she would probably scare them again, she just smiled silently. Well then, let's head to the teleportation circle. Led by Claire, they headed toward the teleportation circle. Several monsters appeared along the way, but Claire instantly defeated them. She used wind magic dark, and the cold blades of wind tore through the monsters. That wind seemed to be unpleasant to the three eyeless tribe girls, and every time Claire used magic, they shrank back. Seeing that, Claire looked a bit lonely. They arrived at the teleportation circle and ascended to the surface as a group of 5. Outside, it was already dusk, and the sun was beginning to set. As the atmosphere shifted toward parting, Yuri said one last thing to the 3 girls. If you ever run into trouble, come to Grimoire. I plan to stay there for a while. The 3 girls nodded, trembling. The 3 girls disappeared somewhere into the forest, and Yuri and Claire began their journey home. Those 3 went deeper into the forest, but I wonder where they live. I don't know. But since demi-humans are often discriminated against for their unique appearance, they tend to live quietly in hiding across various places. I think there's a settlement near Grimoire too. I see, I wonder if we'll meet again. Probably. I see. Then, is there a way I can talk to them without scaring them, like suppressing my magic power? With your level of magic power, controlling it might be difficult. But if we search the town, we might find a magical tool that suppresses magic. Really? Then let's look for one. Claire, help me search too. That's an order. Got it. So unless I call it an order, it doesn't work. What kind of rule is that? Well, if that helps Claire accept it, then fine. The light of dusk gently enveloped the 2 of them. Yuri, who had started feeling gloomy when seeing the morning sun, still found the light of dusk genuinely beautiful. Sorry, Claire. For what? For turning you into an undead. Why are you apologizing? It's not like I turned you into an undead out of malice. But in the end, it was because of me that you became an undead. I just thought I should apologize at least. It's not entirely your fault. The situation was bad. At the very least, I'm still alive, so it's fine now. I see. More than that, I was surprised that you helped those 3. You really don't seem to be just evil. I told you I'm not like that. I actually love peace. That's a bit questionable. Someone who loves peace wouldn't make a marionette out of a black orc and force it to fight its comrades or kill itself. That's because they were unintelligent monsters. I wouldn't do something that horrible to humans or anything. Let's go with that. I'm telling the truth. Even as Yuri pleaded, Claire still looked doubtful. Yuri realized just how hard it was to earn trust. If peaceful days could just continue, I could stay harmless too. Unfortunately, peaceful days probably won't last very long. Why not? Not only are you recognized as the Demon King, but objectively speaking, you're far too dangerous. People are likely already preparing across the land to subjugate you. Once those preparations are complete, your enemies will come again. I see. What should I do? Should I run? I don't think running will help. No matter where you go, people aiming for you will appear. So I have to keep fighting until there are no enemies left. You just need to become much, much stronger. If people realize that fighting you brings only disadvantages, even humans will stop trying. Overpower them with strength, huh? So it comes to that in the end, but Claire, are you really okay with that? Wouldn't it be better for you if I got subjugated? I can't live in the human world anymore. The only place I can live normally is by your side. I want to protect my place. I don't want you to be subjugated. I see. She'd been so withdrawn, but she seems to be moving forward now. She's trying to live properly. Is sleeping beside someone really that effective? Well, probably not anyway. I'm glad Claire came back. Yuri took Claire's hand. That hand felt much warmer than before. Chapter 16. 5 days have passed since Yuri and Claire went to the dungeon. Regarding the suppression of magical power, Yuri already possessed concealment magic, allowing her to hide her magical energy. Thanks to that, Yuri could now talk casually with anyone. However, according to Claire, since Yuri appears as a weak monster to others, there's a chance she might be underestimated by those who don't know better. Whether this will become a problem is uncertain, so for now, they're just observing the situation. They've continued exploring the dungeon, having scouted up to the 9th underground floor. Their goals are to search for items within the dungeon and to train in combat techniques. Especially for Yuri, who is a complete novice in fighting, she's learning basic combat methods rather than relying on brute force with powerful magic. The monsters that appear up to the 9th underground floor are mere small fry to Yuri. However, when fighting with restricted magic, it was by no means an easy victory. Yuri has been learning to handle a sword under Claire's guidance, but she's been told, "You're better suited to fighting with magic than with a sword." Since she lacks swordsmanship skills, she might not be very suited for sword fighting. Even without swordsmanship skills, she can still wield a sword. However, she can't use specialized techniques like those with skills, and her growth rate is slower. Still, it's said that one might acquire swordsmanship skills through continued sword practice, so Yuri holds a bit of hope. Claire's attitude remains the same as ever. They haven't grown particularly close, nor does Claire keep her distance. Though it's not necessarily to become closer to Claire, Yuri gave her a sword that Elinor once owned. Yuri would have liked to use it herself if possible, but her sword skills were so poor that it would have been a waste, so she passed it to Claire, who could wield it properly. Claire knew Elinor when she was alive, and was aware that the sword was the treasured sword known as Elegant Flame, so she seemed quite humbled. Even so, she decided to use it herself, thinking it was better than letting it go unused. Spending their days like this, as they prepared to head out for another dungeon exploration in the morning, Yuri spotted suspicious individuals infiltrating the town. That getup? Are they bandits? Rumors that the town of Grimoire suddenly became deserted must have spread to various places by now. No wonder bandits would show up. Yuri and Claire are still at the castle, in the center of the town. Since it's located at a higher elevation than the surroundings, the town can be seen in full view from the 3rd floor window. Could I hire those guys? I really need someone to manage the castle and the town. The town is still in the state of destruction Yuri caused, left unattended. In other words, clothes and other items are scattered around the town and inside houses, completely uncleaned. With just the two of them living here, they can't manage everything at all. Whether they'll continue to use Grimoire as their base is unclear, but Yuri wanted to clean it up. Claire, do you think I could hire bandits as cleaners? Yuri asks Claire, who is beside her. I think it's difficult. Bandits are very self-centered, and aren't the type to do honest work. I see, so if I want them to clean, I'd have to force them. Yuri doesn't have a clear image of what bandits are like in this world. She only vaguely thinks of them as dangerous beings. For now, should I try talking to them? I'm curious about what kind of people they are. Bandits are no good. I think it's a waste of time. Well, maybe if I talk to them, they might turn out to be decent folks. I'm going to go check it out, but do you want to come along, Claire? Is that an order? It's not an order. Then I'm not going. If it's to capture them, I'll go, but I'm against hiring them. Claire, do you hate bandits? I hate them. Claire shows clear disdain. The bandits in this world must be pretty awful on Earth. Would they be like criminals who kill without hesitation? Got it. Then, Claire, wait here for a bit. We'll head out for exploration in about an hour. Understood. Yuri descends directly to the ground from the window. Having become a dark lich, her physical abilities and bodily durability have improved drastically, so this poses no problem at all. Using her physical abilities, Yuri moves across the rooftops of buildings. Arriving at the former bustling area of the southern district, she looks down at the bandits from atop a roof. The bandits haven't noticed Yuri yet. The concealment magic she constantly uses not only hides her magical power, but also dulls her presence, making it hard for them to detect her. There are 12 bandits in total, with only one woman among them. Oh, and that woman is the only beastkin. A wolf, maybe. She has animal ears on her head and a tail. She looks to be in her mid-20s, with long black hair that seems a bit coarse. She's dressed in light, easy-to-move-in clothing, and despite the cold, she's somehow showing her navel. With an impressive chest, her outfit is quite sexy. She has 2 swords at her waist. Though her features are well-defined, there's a roughness typical of bandits, and her gaze is sharp. Judging by her aura, she seems to be the leader of the bandits. Boss, are you sure this is okay? A town where all the residents suddenly disappeared feels creepy. Huh, what are you scared of? If no one's here, we can steal whatever we want, right? But the town was suddenly enveloped in a black mist, and almost all the residents disappeared, right? There's even a rumor that the dangerous monster responsible for it is still living in this town. That's just a rumor, isn't it? There's no one here. That's true, but even the Holy Knight Order from the Holy Capital failed to subjugate it, and others are too scared of that monster to come near. Quit your whining. If you can't listen to what I say, should I just kill you right here? Sorry. Shut up and go gather anything valuable. We'll hit the castle last, but there might be good stuff around town too. You understood. An overbearing leader, or maybe not. Bandits are a bunch of thugs anyway, so using intimidation and violence to control them might be effective. If I end up settling in this town, maybe I'll need someone with that kind of leadership. It's a strength I don't have. At any rate, thinking she'd try talking to them, Yuri descends to the ground. When she appears before them, even the bandits finally notice Yuri. Yuri smiles in a friendly manner and speaks to them. Hey, Goodmore. Before Yuri can finish, the beastkin woman's right hand twitches. In the next moment, a sword is deeply thrust into Yuri's chest. Chapter 17. Gah! Yuri spits out blood and falls to her knees on the ground. Ouch, hey, why are you attacking me out of nowhere without even listening to what I have to say? Whether it's due to the effect of the undying skill or simply her tough body, Yuri doesn't die from being stabbed by a sword. It seems her heart isn't a vital spot either. Even so, being stabbed obviously hurts and is agonizing. Boss, what's with this weakling? I don't know, but even I didn't notice her presence until she showed herself. She looks like a weakling, but she's probably not just some nobody. Isn't it just that she's so weak her presence couldn't be sensed? If she were a real weakling, I'd have noticed her footsteps at least. Does she have some kind of stealth skill like me? I'm not sure, but she got taken down pretty easily. What is she? Yuri, while spitting blood, tries to pull out the sword stuck in her. Once it's out, the wound will heal naturally within a few hours. If she drinks a recovery potion, it'll be even faster. She's still moving. Pretty tough, huh? The beastkin boss draws another sword. Just before that sword can sever Yuri's neck, she deflects it with her blade of darkness. What? The beastkin boss shows a look of shock, then immediately shifts to a wary stance. You lot, stand back. This one's not just some weakling. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Being pierced through the chest brings back memories of that time. Those damn soldiers, killing them wasn't enough. A pitch-black emotion flows into Yuri's mind. Even though she doesn't want to remember it, the pain in her chest forcibly flashes back to that moment. Just die quietly. The beastkin boss approaches and tries to grab the sword stuck in Yuri's chest. Yuri dodges that hand and leaps backward. I'll kill them, 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 I'll kill them. Dark emotions swirl within her. She feels like she could slaughter everyone here in an instant, but with the faint trace of rationality left, she holds herself back. Don't kill, I'll kill them, these guys, I'll kill them. They're not those damn soldiers. Don't kill recklessly. I'll kill them. I said I wouldn't kill. I'll kill them. I told Claire that too. I'll kill them, calm down. I'll kill them, calm down. Yuri desperately restrains herself from falling into corruption. Breathing heavily, she first pulls out the sword. The beastkin boss tries to attack, but she blocks it with marionette magic. Wah, what? My body won't move. After pulling out the sword, Yuri drinks a recovery potion she had on hand to heal the wound. The pain subsides, and her thoughts gradually become clearer. Calm down, I'm not just some dangerous monster. Once the wound is completely healed, the pitch-black emotions disappear somewhere. Unfortunately, though, she can't say she's fully back to normal. A slight destructive impulse remains, and she can imagine that if she doesn't release it, things will get worse. Ah, this sucks. Is this the effect of using corruption? I might be more irritable now, or is it just because my trauma was triggered? Probably because of corruption. What a troublesome magic I've used. B-Boss, what the hell is this thing? Her magical power is insane. I've never seen a monster like this before. Boss, hurry up and take her down. The voices of the bandits felt incredibly annoying to Yuri. Sorry, but I'm gonna use you guys to vent a little. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill you. Yuri feels a murderous intent toward the bandits but ignores it. All of you suffer pain. The bandits all spit blood and collapse at once. You guys aren't dead yet, right? This isn't a killing spell, but it's still not enough should I use mental corruption too. The area is enveloped in darkness, and then... Don't come near me, The bandits scream and cry. Though they're supposed to be adults, they seem like infants now. You look like you're suffering that sound. What are you seeing, I wonder? In the past, Yuri had asked Claire what happens during mental corruption. It seems to differ from person to person, but Claire apparently saw a hallucination of being slowly devoured by countless insect-like monsters. The pain and sensation were perfectly replicated, and it became a severe trauma for her. I wonder if the Holy Knights are doing well? Have they safely returned to their duties? Once you're feeling better, come visit again. I'll show you something nice once more. For a few minutes, Yuri laughs hysterically while listening to the bandit screams. Yuri, stop it already. Ahem. At some point, Claire had come to stand beside Yuri. Seeing the pained expression on her face, Yuri's emotions quickly cooled. Ah, yeah, that's enough, right? She releases mental corruption. Everyone is lying on the ground, eyes rolled back. They're twitching, so they're not dead. Did I go too far? To me, it looks like you did. Yeah, I figured. Yuri lets out a deep sigh. She reflects on having gone overboard, but it seems she doesn't feel any guilt. That in itself is something terrifying, and Yuri feels a bit scared of herself. Chapter 18. We shouldn't have come to this town. Gilka, the wolf beastkin, regretted coming to the town of Grimoire as her thoughts grew hazy. Damn it, I was an idiot for thinking I could get anything I wanted in a town where people had disappeared. The carefree life of a bandit had been enjoyable. However, she had vaguely considered that a life of taking from others would eventually come to an end, likely with a miserable death. Still, she never imagined she would be utterly trampled by a monster with such unreasonable and overwhelming power. A monster like this shouldn't exist in the surface world, just stay quietly in the depths of a dungeon. She had some confidence in her strength. In adventurer terms, she possessed the power of a Class 2. Those of Class 1 had exceptional strength, but even Class 2 was enough to be recognized as a notable figure in the country. This one has the power of Class 1. No, maybe even more. What even was that magic? Even if it directly attacks the mind, its destructive power is way too much. There are monsters that launch mental attacks. They aren't uncommon in the dark dungeons. However, typical mental attacks aren't nearly as powerful as that. They aren't very effective against those with resistant magical tools or strong wills. Gilka, too, wore a magical tool to counter mental attacks just in case. Yet, it had no effect whatsoever. My body won't move. Not only that, I can't feel anything. It's like the connection between my mind and body has been completely severed. Freed from the vicious mental attack, her consciousness was gradually returning to normal. Even so, no matter how hard she tried, her body wouldn't move. She couldn't even tell if she was breathing. Yet, as if it were a distant event, she could still hear sounds. It seemed this monster had companions. The two of them were discussing something about the future. Even if they are bandits, there's no need to inflict unnecessary suffering. If you're going to kill them, just cut off their heads quickly. If Yuri can't do it, I will. No, I don't intend to kill them. I got annoyed when they attacked, but I do want them to help with cleaning up the town. Bandits don't listen to others. It's better to kill them. I got carried away and overdid it, but Claire, you're saying some extreme things too. Bandits shouldn't exist in this world. I can still feel the spirit of a holy knight in you. I think it's wrong to kill someone unilaterally without knowing their side, so let's hear them out first. If that's what you decide, I'll follow. Thanks. Hey, boss over there, are you conscious? Being addressed by the monster in the form of a young girl, Gilka felt her soul freeze. It should have been just a normal conversation, yet the pressure was immense. It was hard to believe she had initially mistaken her for a mere weakling. Not moving. Holy Knights recovered pretty quickly, but maybe they had resistance. My magic doesn't seem to work as well on them. That makes it sound like I lost to a Holy Knight, and it pisses me off. But my body still won't move. Damn it. Maybe a light shock will wake them up. Hey, what are you planning? Stop it. Pain. Jaya. A searing pain, as if her entire body was being torn apart. It felt like her hands and feet were being ripped off, her intestines dragged out, her body torn to pieces and burned in hellfire. It hurts. It's painful. 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 Her mind went blank. Please stop. I don't want this anymore. Finally able to move her body, Gilka cried like a little child. Section. Oh, looks like you're conscious again. Good, I'm glad you're not dead. Seeing the leader coughing up blood and sobbing, Yuri felt relieved. I told you there's no need to inflict unnecessary suffering, so why did you use that magic again? Being reprimanded by Claire, Yuri was startled. Why did I naturally use pain like that? I could have just woken them up normally. Yuri felt uneasy about her own actions. She was supposed to hold the belief of not harming others needlessly, yet what she just did clearly went against that. I hope it's just a temporary abnormality from being stabbed in the chest. If this continues, it'll be a problem. I don't want to completely turn into a monster, even in my heart. Yuri grasped Claire's left hand with both of hers. I'm supposed to believe in not harming others needlessly, but I might be losing control over myself. It's true I almost killed these bandits. I'm a little scared of myself. Suddenly, Claire embraced Yuri. Claire's softness, warmth, and the faint scent of flowers comforted Yuri's heart. If you can feel scared of yourself, you're still okay. You're not a merciless monster. Yeah, thanks. But if I ever try to do something strange, please stop me. Understood. For a while, Yuri calmed her heart in Claire's arms. All right, I'm okay now. Claire, thank you. You're welcome. Also, when interacting with anyone other than me, don't forget to use concealment magic. All right, concealing my magic power done. After casting the magic, Yuri turned to face the boss Beastkin. Hey, would you like to become my companion? There are a lot of things I'd like you to help with. I'll join, I'll do anything, just spare me. That was quick, Claire. Looks like they'll listen to me. Our bandits usually like this. It's just that your magic is that vicious. You've completely broken their spirit. Dark magic might be useful for reforming villains, huh? Well, anyway, nice to work with you from now on. Yuri lifted the boss Beastkin's right hand and shook it. The boss Beastkin merely nodded. Is this okay? A leader with charisma was appealing, but seeing them this broken makes me worry. They'll recover eventually, right? Hey, what's your name? Gilka. At that name, Claire reacted. Gilka, that Gilka. Claire, you know her. Only by name. She's the leader of a notorious bandit group in this country. Oh, I see. Then her skills must be reliable. Likely. Got it. Gilka, take care of the others and manage them well. If any of them don't intend to follow me, feel free to throw them out of town. Yuri, wait, that's not okay. If that happens, I'll kill them. Bandits can't be left alive unchecked. Claire says so, which means from now on, you're all my companions. Work hard. Yes. I'll give you enough recovery potions for everyone, so use them to heal up. Once you're feeling better, start with cleaning the town. Do your best, but don't overdo it. Understood. I'll come check on you occasionally, so make sure you're working properly. Yes. Yuri gave Gilka a recovery potion to drink and handed over the rest for the others. It's cold today, so don't catch a cold. See you later. Yuri left the place with Claire. With new companions, the town should start looking cleaner from now on. However, to clean a town that once housed 20,000 people, they still lacked manpower. It'd be great if a group of 1,000 or so came to the town, but that's probably unlikely. The Eyeless tribe's settlement should be nearby, but would they come? Maybe she should look for their village sometime. Thinking about that, Yuri headed to the castle with Claire for now. After changing out of her torn clothes, the two of them headed to the dark dungeon. Chapter 19. In the darkness of the dungeon's 10th underground floor, after defeating the boss, Yuri sheathes her swords and smiles. Claire, how was that? I managed to defeat the skeleton lord here without using magic. I haven't gotten the swordsmanship skill yet, but don't you think I've got a talent for swords? You might have some talent, but honestly, fighting with magic suits you better. Does that mean I don't have talent after all? Without the swordsmanship skill, am I just not cut out for this? Well, I am a lich, after all. A lich wielding a sword is pretty weird. I do admire swords though, Claire, you look so cool. Being able to use a sword isn't a bad thing. There are enemies who can nullify dark magic. However, in your case, fighting with just 2 swords is a waste. If you have the mental capacity to handle dozens of blades at once, you should do that instead. What do you mean? Ordinary humans struggle to handle even a single sword. Wielding 2 swords at once is already difficult. That's the limit of a human mind. Limit? From what I can see, you do have talent with a sword. Even without skill bonuses, you're already on par with someone who has the swordsmanship skill. But if you have the mental capacity to control dozens of blades, it's a waste not to use it. I see. It's like I have dozens of arms, and I can control them freely, so only using 2 arms is a waste, right? Exactly, you're not like ordinary humans. You should develop a fighting style that suits you. Got it. Fighting with 2 swords isn't bad as a foundation. But ultimately, I think you'll end up fighting in a completely different style. Okay, thanks for the advice. You're welcome. So, shall we head to the 11th underground floor? I don't mind, but be careful. From the 11th floor onward, the enemies get much stronger. I can only clear up to the 11th floor on my own. So the enemies are all just a bit below your level, Claire. That's dangerous. If you use magic, there are enemies you can defeat easily. Magic is more of a trump card for emergencies. Let's head down first. Descending the stairs that appeared in the boss room of the 11th underground floor, the two of them head to the 11th floor. Wow, the atmosphere completely changed. Even though we're inside the dungeon, there's a sky. Unlike the cave-like interior up to the 10th floor, the space now opens up like the outside world. A sky, or rather, a night sky is visible, and a grassland stretches out. Monsters can be seen here and there. The dungeon becomes a different world from the 11th floor onward. You can see the sky, but there's still a ceiling. If you shoot magic toward the sky, it'll hit something midway. That's amazing. As Yuri gazes at the sky in wonder, Claire speaks in a sharp tone. Monsters are approaching, 2 black basilisks. Well, they might not be much of a threat to you. Are they a threat to ordinary humans? Just looking into their eyes casts a curse of magic sealing, darkness, and paralysis. And for me, you have strong darkness resistance. It won't be a problem. Got it. What about you, Claire? I fight with my eyes closed. I can sense my surroundings through magical presence. Wow, you do something incredible so casually. It's the same thing the Eyeless tribe does. Of course, I can't perceive everything as accurately as they can. As declared, Claire closes her eyes and readies her sword. Yuri faces the black basilisk as she always has. The opponent is a monster resembling a mix of a snake and a lizard over 5 meters in length. It has 8 legs, black scales, and its bright red eyes seem to hold strong magical power, though to Yuri, they just look menacing. Let's each take one, Claire. Understood. Yuri targets the black basilisk on the right. Using her natural physical ability, she closes in and swings her swords at its front legs. She manages to scratch the tough scales, but it doesn't seem to deal any real damage. So tough. Is fighting with just swords too difficult after all? The weapon Yuri is using is a magic sword she found at a weapon and armor shop in town. Though it lacks any elemental attributes, it's durable and sharp. If Claire used it, she could likely cut through the black basilisk scales, which means Yuri's technique is still immature. It's only been about 5 days since I started using swords. I still need a lot more training. As the black basilisk tries to bite her, Yuri lightly jumps to dodge. Avoiding attacks doesn't seem too difficult. Oh, Claire has already cut off 3 of its legs. The skill gap is insane, and honestly, she looks so beautiful, her sword strikes and movements. Even if I'm told fighting with a sword is inefficient, I can't help but admire it. 5 minutes later, Claire has already taken down 1 black basilisk. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't even managed to cut through a single scale. I seem to recall hearing something about each of us taking one, or was that just my imagination? Claire teases her calmly. Yuri gives a wry smile while dodging the black basilisk's attacks. As she does so, other monsters approach, and Claire takes care of them as well. Claire is so strong. As expected of a former holy knight, if I couldn't use my special magic, I'd never be able to beat her. Another 30 minutes pass. Yuri continues fighting the same black basilisk tirelessly. Finally, she gets the hang of cutting through the tough scales and ultimately defeats the black basilisk. Yes, I did it. Congratulations. Claire claps for her with a blank expression. However, while Yuri took down one, Claire has already slain over 20 monsters. Sigh, I want to get stronger soon. If you used magic, it'd be over in 1 hit. You're the one imposing limits on yourself. Well, yeah, that's true. But if I defeat them with magic in 1 shot, it's not training at all, right? That's true. Right, oh, more monsters are coming. Isn't there a lot of enemies here? That's how this floor is. If you're aiming to go lower, it's best to bypass them moderately. But it's also a convenient place to build strength. True. Sorry, but stick with me for a while. If that's an order. Let's call it an order. The 2 of them continue fighting for several hours. At a reasonable stopping point, they return to the surface. Outside, it's dusk. And there, near the entrance, lies a young girl from the eyeless tribe, collapsed with an arrow piercing her back. Chapter 20. Long black hair, bluish-gray skin, a black robe and hat of a magician, a face without eyes. Yuri remembers seeing the collapsed figure before. It's the young magician girl she met just 5 days ago. Hey, are you okay? Yuri checks the condition of the girl, whose name she still doesn't know. Though her body still retains warmth, she isn't breathing. No way, why, who did this? Bandits, or perhaps rogue adventurers. Ordinary people might discriminate against and avoid demi-humans, but scoundrels kill them for no reason. Anger seeps into Claire's voice. This girl is still warm. The one who killed her must still be nearby, right? Probably. Once again, dark emotions well up inside. Though she knows it's wrong, Yuri feels tempted to give in to her impulses. Calm down. Going further isn't good. Claire grips Yuri's hand. The warmth of another person slightly calms Yuri's feelings. Anyway, this isn't the time to be angry. First, Yuri activates Spirit Sight. Name, Litrpg. Race, eyeless tribe. Gender, female. Age, 15. Time since death, 5 minutes. Soul, present. State, innocent. Thank goodness, it's still connected. Beside the body, Litrpg's soul stands with a vacant expression. Yuri can't tell if she feels something or nothing at all. Hey, Claire, is it okay if I turn this girl into an undead? There's still time now. Even if you ask me, I can't really say. That's true. Then let me rephrase the question. Is it painful for you to live as an undead, Claire? It was painful at first when I became an undead. But now, I don't feel that pain anymore. Do you think it was good to be brought back, even as an undead? I still don't have an answer to that. I see. At the very least, if it's not something you absolutely wish hadn't happened, then it's worth a try. Whether to live as an undead or not, I can ask her directly. Maybe. Then I'll start. It's not difficult. It's just a matter of activating the magic, though before that, it's necessary to pull out the arrow from her back. Undead creation. A vast amount of magical power drains from within, flowing into Litrpg's body. The magic transforms Litrpg's body, turning her into an undead. Amazing! So this is the forbidden power that defies the laws of the world. Claire murmurs, seemingly overwhelmed. A sinister black-purple light overflows from Litrpg, fading after about 5 minutes. It's done. Litrpg, have you regained consciousness? Yuri gently strokes Litrpg's cheek. Her skin has turned a faint blue, just like Claire's. Her hair has also changed from black to a deep blue. Litrpg regains consciousness. Litrpg, are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? This voice, is that you, Yuri? But I can't sense your magic. Yeah, I'm using concealment magic right now. I thought this might be less scary. Can you tell it's Claire? I can. Good, so what happened? There was an arrow in your back. That's right. We were attacked by humans. What about Ragvella and Jivi? The swordswoman and the spear wielder. I don't know. I only found Litrpg. Please save them. They're probably still captured by those humans. Got it. Do you know where they are? I do. If I use detection magic, I can find them right away. Litrpg stands up, attempting to use her magic. Something's wrong. My magic doesn't feel like my own. Let's deal with that later. Litrpg, I'm counting on you to guide us. Okay, right, detection. Relying on Litrpg's magic, the three of them hurry through the forest. Upon checking the situation along the way, it seems that while the three of them were heading toward a dark dungeon, they encountered humans and were all captured. Working together, only Litrpg managed to escape temporarily, but she was shot in the back with an arrow. Seeking help, she tried to head to the town of Grimoire, but since she couldn't sense Yuri's magic with detection, she figured Yuri must be inside the dungeon and headed there. And then, before entering the dungeon, she collapsed and lost consciousness. I thought I was dead, but I barely survived. Thank you for saving me. Yuri decides to tell Litrpg the truth after everything is over, seeing her smile so happily. The three of them head toward an unremarkable corner of the forest. Without Litrpg's detection magic, it would have been hard to find. Neither Yuri nor Claire can use detection-type magic. I can sense the two of them nearby, but their presence is very weak. Somehow, Yuri has a bad feeling. She senses that something terrible is happening, and it's better not to let Litrpg see it. Claire, from here on, I'll go alone. Take care of Litrpg. But wait here. Don't lose yourself. Yeah. She advances alone for about 200 meters. Through the gaps in the trees, she sees the naked forms of Ragvella and Jivi hanging from a tree, pierced by numerous arrows. And there, aiming bows at the two, are figures that appear to be human-like. Chapter 21. There are 5 figures who look like adult human males. They have the appearance of bandits, but their true identity is unknown. One of them shoots an arrow toward a girl. Yuri instantly deflects the arrow with her blade of darkness. At that moment, the 5 notice Yuri's approach. What's this thing? That skin color, is it a monster? I don't sense any magic power at all, just a weakling, right? Looks even weaker than a goblin, doesn't it? Let's catch this one too, and make it a target. Hope it screams nice and loud. Yuri clenches her fist. She grips it so hard that blood seeps out. Ah, damn it. I want to kill these guys. I don't even fully know what happened here, but these are the kind of people who deserve to die. Yuri feels herself nearly consumed by dark, seething emotions. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Didn't Claire tell me not to lose myself? No, I haven't lost myself at all. I'm thinking perfectly calmly, and I want to kill these guys. Didn't Claire say it too? That bandits have no right to live. Capture it, hang it up. The 5 figures close in on her. Yuri, feeling as if she's burning with fever, glares at the 5. Marionette. The movements of the 5 come to a halt. Normally, this skill only stops physical movement, but Yuri didn't even want to hear their voices, so this time she silenced them as well. Now, calm down, me. Killing these guys isn't the priority here. Saving those 2 comes first, right? The 2 who are hanging are still alive. She can hear faint groans, so that much is certain. We need to help them quickly. Yuri rushes to the girls, cuts the ropes one by one with magic, catches the 2 as they fall, and gently lays them on the ground. Up close, their condition is horrific. They've been pierced by arrows in multiple places, and there are signs of bruising as well. Fortunately, if one can call it that, there's no indication they've been violated as women. Not that it makes this forgivable, though. Yuri takes out a healing potion from the pouch at her waist and administers it to the 2. They still seem conscious enough to drink it properly. First, let's restore their weakened stamina. But to close the wounds, I need to pull out the arrows. If only I had some anesthesia. Oh, right, there's perception disruption. It's typically used to make others unable to recognize her presence, but it should also be possible to make someone unable to perceive pain. Yuri applies perception disruption to the 2, numbing their pain. Their expressions relax slightly. Though they likely feel no pain now, Yuri still carefully removes the arrows, taking care not to cause further harm to their bodies. It must have hurt a lot. I'm sorry I couldn't help sooner. After pulling out all the arrows, She gives them more healing potion and applies it directly to their wounds. Drinking the potion heals the entire body, but applying it to specific areas speeds up recovery there. With this, at least they won't die. I'm glad they're safe. She doesn't want to call it fortunate, but it's a relief that the 5 didn't prioritize killing Ragvela and the others. Their goal must have been to torment them for a long time, as there are no wounds in vital areas. Perhaps due to exhaustion, the 2 lose consciousness as their injuries heal to some extent. They're not dead. They're still breathing. All right, that's done. Now, what should I do about those guys? Yuri walks toward the 5, who can neither move nor speak. As she stands in front of them, their faces show irritation and panic. I want to kill them right now. But should I at least hear their reasons? Hey, you lot, why did you do something like that? Mind telling me a little about it? She allows just one of them to speak. W, who the hell are you? Won't you answer my question? Yuri grabs the man's throat with her right hand. She barely restrains herself from crushing it completely. At the point where the man is just barely alive, Yuri releases her grip. So, why did you do it? The man coughs for a while before answering. Why, you ask? They're subhumans. Neither human nor monster, just creepy freaks. What's wrong with tormenting them? They're not freaks, those girls are perfectly normal. But whatever, I'm done, shut up. Talking to someone I'll never understand is a waste of time. There's no room for leniency. The possibility that Ragvela and the others might have provoked them had crossed her mind, but there's not even a shred of evidence for that. Using marionette magic, she silences the man again. I want to kill them. But killing isn't right, it's not right, life is precious. Saying that life is precious feels incredibly hollow. There's a clear distinction between lives that matter and lives that don't. Oh, right. How about you help me with a little experiment? There's something I've been wanting to try. One of several spells she thought she'd never have the chance to use. Let's try soul extraction, shall we? Chapter 22. Yuri places her right hand on the man's abdomen and first activates spirit sight. It seems spirit sight is necessary to extract a soul. With a living human, the body and soul appear properly aligned. Also, though the details are unclear, the state of the soul can be discerned. State, tainted, responsible for the killing of over 10 people. Over 10 killings, huh? Depends on the circumstances, but that's easily death penalty level. Well then, no need to hold back. I'll drag out just the soul with soul extraction. Jayala. Oh, I've only pulled a little, and it's already this painful for you. Despite the influence of marionette magic making it hard to even make a sound, this scream is something else. It's no ordinary cry. More painful than having your nails or skin peeled off. That's pretty painful too, you know. I feel for you. Though not defeated by the man's screams, Yuri temporarily stops the soul extraction and returns it to its original state. The man is breathing heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. However, his consciousness seems hazy, and it's unclear whether he even recognizes Yuri. Extracting the soul causes intense pain. If I stop midway, the soul returns to the body. But can I fully extract it and then put it back? All right, one more time. Ignoring the state of the man's face, which is somewhat unfit for children to see, Yuri pulls the soul out completely. Though a thin thread still connects it to the body, the man stops moving. So this is what it looks like when the soul is pulled out. Since it's still connected to the body, does that mean I can return it? Yuri tries to push the soul back into the body, but the soul simply passes through it. My power only works to extract it. Once it's fully pulled out, I can't put it back. If she used undead creation magic, she could probably return it. However, she has no intention of letting this man live on as an undead. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you or anything, but since I can't put it back, there's no helping it, right? I'm curious to see what happens if I just leave it like this, but leaving a corpse unattended isn't great either. So how about I eat it? Upon activating Soul Devour, the man's humanoid soul transforms into an apple-sized wisp. Oh, this is convenient. If it stayed in its original shape, it would have been really hard to eat. Yuri takes a bite of the wisp. Gyh, though it's not audible as a sound, Yuri can clearly hear the soul's screams. The wisp thrashes violently, and it seems even in this state, it can feel pain. Ahaha, pain's no fun, right? Well, you've caused plenty of pain to others, so I guess it's fine, huh? It hurts, please, it hurts, it's painful, it hurts, save me, it hurts. Souls are pretty lively, huh? But the taste isn't great. It's like eating plain, unseasoned mochi. I could use some side dishes. Yuri takes another bite, savoring the soul slowly. Ah. The screams are somehow oddly pleasant, but anyway. As she swallows the soul, a warm sensation spreads through her body, and Yuri feels her power growing. Eating souls makes me stronger. Talk about going full villain mode. After killing so many, it's not something to worry about now, I guess. But this time, it's hard to call it an accident. Having finished consuming one soul, Yuri takes a breather. There's a sensation of something thrashing inside her stomach, but it soon fades. If it had been tasty, I might have eaten everyone's, but with this flavor, I don't think I need to go that far. You guys should be glad you didn't get eaten by me, right? She releases the marionette magic on the man's empty shell. The corpse collapses to the ground, motionless. The remaining 4 people grimace at the sight. Next up, I really want to try out magical remodeling properly. Approaching another man nearby, Yuri pats him on the shoulder. Since he looks like he wants to say something, she temporarily allows him to speak. W8, from now on I'll do anything for you, just spare my life. Oh, don't worry, I never intended to take your life in the first place. Then, what exactly are you? Just gonna tweak your body a little. Yuri smiles brightly. Before magical remodeling, let's do a quick spirit sight check. State, tainted, responsible for the killing of 5 people. Yup, out. If you weren't a killer, I might have considered otherwise, but whatever. I don't care about this one either. Hey, do you have a favorite animal? Huh, favorite animal? Dogs, cats, birds, monkeys, there are lots of options, right? What do you like? Wolves. I see. That's pretty boyish of you. Wolves, huh, something like this image, maybe. All right, magical remodeling. Jijia. The man's body begins to transform rapidly. Gray fur sprouts all over, and his skeletal structure shifts from human to wolf. In just a few minutes, the transformation is complete, and the man has become a wolf. A splendid gray wolf, about 1.5 meters long from head to tail. Nice. Isn't this cooler than when you were human? What's going on? What's happened to my body? Why am I walking on all 4s? I didn't mess with your brain, so your human consciousness is still intact. It's nice that you can still talk normally, right? Releasing the marionette magic, the wolf frantically checks its body. Yuri, as part of her maidenly habits, pulls out a hand mirror she recently started carrying and lets him see his reflection. So, how do you like this look? Don't mess with me, what is this? Turn me back. I'm human. There's no way you're human. Humans don't, shoot arrows at girls they've strung up. Shut up, turn me back, change me back, I don't want to live as a beast. This look suits you better, don't you think? I don't care if it suits me or not. Just turn me back already. Nope, you can stay like that for the rest of your life. Hey, you damn monster, don't get cocky. The wolf charges at Yuri, attempting to bite her, but it's overwhelmingly slower than the monsters she fought in the dungeon. Yuri catches the wolf by the neck with her right hand and stops it. I don't want to hurt people unnecessarily either, If you'd shown some remorse, I might have shown a bit of mercy. But if you can't repent for your actions, then you don't need that kind of heart anymore, do you? What the hell are you, NGH? I've been wanting to try this too, so it's perfect. Mental manipulation. Make him forget he was ever something like a human, and make him believe he's a real wolf. However, unlike a wild wolf, ensure he never attacks humans. So, how's that? Yuri releases the wolf. As if the earlier resistance was a lie, the wolf lies down in front of Yuri, showing its belly. It wags its tail and whimpers pitifully. Coon. Oh, good boy. This is more like a dog than a wolf, huh? But isn't this better? I didn't set it to be obedient to me, but it's kinder attached to me anyway. Yuri crouches down and rubs the wolf's belly. The wolf looks delighted. Ahahaha. Now, what should I do with the rest of you? Oh, no need to look so scared. I'm not a bad person, so I won't turn you into something so hideous it's unthinkable in this world, and make you live as beings scorned by humans, or at least, I'm just thinking about it. But making a beast with a human face or turning you into a human-shaped plant could be fun, right? You could be pampered as a sideshow. Let's test the potential of magical remodeling with you guys. Yuri stands up and smiles at the remaining 3. I'm not gonna kill you guys, Brace yourselves. Chapter 23. Wow, what's with that scream again? Hey Claire, what is that dark lich doing? Lippia grows increasingly anxious, with each scream from the man that echoes intermittently. Though the distance makes it hard to grasp the situation, it's immediately clear that something bad is happening. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on either. Claire, is it okay to just leave it be? That dark lich, she's probably attacking someone. If Yuri is attacking someone, there must be a reason for it. Probably, at least that's how it should be. Since she's not attacking you, there's no need to worry. But you were shot with arrows by those bandit-like people. So why are you worried about them, when they're likely the ones being attacked now? It's not that I'm worried about them. It's just that scream. It's not normal, something terrifying is happening, and it scares me. It's fine. This isn't something for you to worry about. Though, I do agree, it might be time to put a stop to it. I think bandits like them deserve to die, but making them suffer unnecessarily isn't right. Just as Claire starts to move, the man's screams cease. Shortly after, Yuri returns, carrying Ragvela on her back and holding Jivi in her arms. Ragvela, Jivi, are you okay? They're both alive and well, don't worry. Yuri seems to smile. Lippia can't see a world of colors, but she can sense her surroundings through the flow of magical energy. However, with Yuri, it feels as though there's a gaping void where she stands. Lippia can only gauge her demeanor from the flow of magical energy in the air around her. Lippia first takes Jivi into her arms. Her body seems weak, but there are no major injuries. What remains are traces of arrow wounds that haven't fully healed. Though she's clothed, there appear to be scars beneath her garments as well. What are these wounds? Was Jivi shot all over with arrows? I thought the surface wounds were healed, but you can still tell. We can sense the flow of magical energy, so we can detect deeper injuries. I see. I didn't want to cause unnecessary worry, though. Could it be that Ragvela is also? Well, yeah. How awful. What did we ever do to deserve this? The eyeless tribe doesn't shed tears, but if they could, Lippia thinks she would surely be crying now. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just that the world is full of people who can't help but want to eliminate others for having different skin colors or appearances. The world is unfair and cruel. If Yuri is attacking someone, there must be a reason for it. Lippia comes to understand the meaning behind Claire's words. Where are those people? I can't forgive this. Sorry. They're not here anymore. Did you kill them? Only one died. I didn't mean to kill them, but I couldn't bring them back. The others, well, they went somewhere, I guess. You don't mean you just let them go? Not exactly. Their minds are completely gone. They'll never return to how they were. What do you mean? I'll explain the details later, okay. It seems there's something she finds hard to say. Considering those screams, it's not hard to imagine that something terrible happened. Did Yuri take care of the revenge for us? I feel like we should have done it ourselves, but maybe this is for the best. If we keep retaliating for every wrong, we'll just get swallowed by a vicious cycle. As Lippia lets out a sigh, she senses a four-legged beast approaching. The presence sends a chill down her spine. What? I've never felt a creature with a magical flow like this. Human? No, not a beast either. It's a distorted presence, as if a human had been forcibly transformed into a four-legged beast. Despite possessing human-like magical energy, its form is that of a wolf. The head, in particular, is wrong. Though it should house a human mind, the flow of magical energy is a chaotic mess, with any trace of human intellect or heart completely destroyed. Such a revolting existence, I can't stand it. If I keep sensing this presence, I'll go mad myself. Hey, I told you not to follow me anymore. Go away. Yuri tries to shoo away the unsettling creature. Don't come any closer. Lippia creates a water ball with water magic and hurls it at the creature, again and again, until she can no longer sense its presence. Lippia, are you afraid of wolves? Yuri seems to tilt her head in curiosity. No, it's not that. That thing, it's different. What did that thing look like to you, Lippia? I don't know. What on earth was that? Well, who knows? Yuri says no more on the matter, and Lippia doesn't feel like asking further. Oh, right, Lippia, there's something I need to tell you beforehand. Oh, what is it? I'm really sorry, but we were too late. Lippia's heart skips a beat. Too late, but Ragvela and the others are safe. Not them. It's about you, Lippia. It's about me. A terrible premonition surges through her. Though she doesn't want to hear what comes next, Yuri continues. When we found you, Lippia, you were already dead. So, I turned you into an undead to bring you back. It was the only way I could save you. I'm an undead now. That strange feeling in my body all this time, was that it? Lippia's thoughts grind to a halt. Her body suddenly feels heavy, and as she nearly collapses, Claire supports her. However, Lippia eventually falls to her knees, unable to move for a while. Chapter 24. 10 days have passed since Yuri turned Lippia into an undead. Yuri has started to adapt to her current life, feeling the days she once lived in Japan as something distant. Anyway, since Lippia can no longer return to her village as an undead, she has begun living in the Lord's castle in Grimoire. Also, unable to leave Lippia alone, Ragvela and Jivi are with her. It seems they've explained the situation to their families and somehow gained their understanding. However, it's not to the extent that becoming an undead means she should be killed immediately. For Ragvela and Jivi, it's simply about not wanting to lose a friend, but for the other members of the Eyeless tribe, it's different. Rather than valuing a comrade's life, they seem to fear retaliation. Lippia still hasn't come to terms with her situation and has shut herself in her room. Her reaction is the same as Claire's was, but whether she can recover like Claire did remains uncertain. Even when Yuri visits her, Lippia only asks to be left alone. It seems Ragvela and the others haven't been able to see her either, and they often look dejected. Though Lippia remains downcast, Ragvela and Jivi have been actively managing the castle. They handle cleaning and even cook, so Yuri and Claire have been able to enjoy delicious meals. By the way, until Ragvela and the others arrived, Yuri and Claire hadn't been eating. Since it wasn't necessary, they didn't bother preparing meals. Gilka and her group, former bandits now working as cleaners, have also been working diligently. It's not that they're under strict surveillance, but their initial encounter seems to have left quite a trauma, as there's no sign of them slacking off. Though some laxity might emerge eventually, Yuri believes it'll be fine as long as Gilka is properly managed. Gilka's gang hasn't opposed the Eyeless tribe, who are demi-humans living in the castle. Some showed faint signs of disgust, but when Yuri smiled at them, their expressions turned blank. The town is gradually seeing an increase in people. It's not quite lively yet, but compared to the time when it was just Yuri and Claire, having even a few more people feels like a positive change. That's how Yuri sees it. I, for one, just want this kind of peace to continue. I'm not thinking about world domination or anything like that. Even so, can't the world just leave me alone? At night, Yuri, dressed in nightwear, asks Claire while lying on the bed. Claire, having finished changing, also gets into bed and responds. I think enemies will come before long. I see, that's a problem. As Claire lies down, Yuri hugs her. For the past 5 days, sleeping together at night has become a habit. Originally, Yuri was fine with being alone. But whether it's because she started to adapt to her body as a woman and her emotions have changed, or because she's grown accustomed to spending time with others, she now feels lonely sleeping by herself. When she asked Claire to sleep together, Claire agreed, saying it was fine if it was an order. And now, every night, Yuri uses Claire as a body pillow. There's no ulterior motive. It's not that kind of emotion, just a simple longing for human warmth. If enemies come, do we really have to fight? Can't we resolve it through discussion? That's difficult. I know you're not just a dangerous monster, but the world doesn't. Even if they did, the fact that you possess potentially dangerous power wouldn't change. I'll defend myself, but I won't go beyond that. Humans are weak. They can't live with the anxiety of, what if lingering over them? Should I just hide somewhere? Would I still be found? You'd be found, I think. Skills specialized in tracking people exist in this world. I see, I hate this. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to hurt anyone. Yuri presses her forehead against Claire's shoulder, rubbing it back and forth. Claire lightly strokes Yuri's head. If you focus solely on protecting, I think people's hearts will eventually change. If you build trust over 10 or 20 years, someday, they'll understand that you're not a dangerous existence. That's a long road ahead. Yes, it's long, but at the end of that long struggle, I believe there's a possibility you could gain many allies. Allies, what do you mean? You're strong. There are those who would wish for you to protect them with that strength. especially demi-humans, who are often targets of discrimination and persecution. Ragvela and the others coming here likely stems, at least in part, from the belief that you can protect them. Allies, if that happens, would unnecessary conflicts decrease. There's a possibility. If those who admire you grow into a force as powerful as a nation, others won't be able to interfere so easily. That's also a long road ahead. Yes, but just knowing that it's not an endless battle gives some hope, I think. I see, it's indeed a relief that I don't have to fight forever. When the fighting finally ends, will Claire still be by my side? Well, if that's in order. For something decades in the future, I think it's fine if you stay by my side, even without it being in order. I don't know what the future holds. That's true. I'll believe in a good future and do my best to survive, no matter what enemies come. I don't plan on dying either. Claire is properly trying to live, that's a good thing. I wonder if Lippia will be like Claire in a little while. But what is this sense of tragedy I feel from Claire? After thinking for a bit, Yuri realizes something. Claire, if those holy knights come again, can you fight? There's no immediate response from Claire. After a while, Claire speaks hesitantly. I'd have no choice but to fight, but I don't want to. Yeah, my place is no longer there. But I still want Emma, Emeralda, and everyone else to live happily. I see. Then I'd better hurry and gather allies, becoming an existence no one can touch. I'd appreciate it if you did. Enough to listen to what I say even if it's not in order. A future like that isn't entirely impossible. I see. I'll create a future where Claire doesn't ask, is that in order? That's good motivation. Saying this with a mix of humor, Yuri closes her eyes. She wished for a good future to come, not just for herself and Claire, but for everyone around them. Chapter 25. Thinking a little about the future the next morning. Yuri-sama, last night we captured some bandits. What should we do with them? While Yuri was having breakfast in the dining hall, Gilka, who usually doesn't come into the castle, approached and asked her this. Yuri had instructed them to capture any unfamiliar faces entering the town, and it seems Gilka carried out that order. By the way, although Gilka was extremely nervous at first, she has now calmed down and can speak normally with Yuri. However, the reason she usually doesn't come into the castle is that the rest of her group still fears Yuri and avoids getting close. It seems Gilka has no intention of living in the castle alone. Bandits, just hearing about them brings my mood down. Yuri already knows why bandits are considered a despised existence. After all, it was bandits who attacked Lippia and the others. Bandits are the kind of people who can do such things without a second thought. Yuri also felt it might not be a good idea to keep employing Gilka, a former bandit, in the town. She could be a dangerous presence as well. However, when Yuri told Gilka about the incident with Lippia and the others, Gilka got angry and firmly declared that they would never stoop to such levels. While it's true they committed crimes as bandits, they apparently never tormented the weak for no reason. In the end, Yuri decided to let Gilka and her group continue working in the town. For now, Yuri believes that choice hasn't been a mistake. How many bandits did you capture? 20. Well, they were small fry, I could handle on my own. Gilka, you're strong, so small fry by your standards doesn't mean much. Gilka's combat strength is around 35,000, which is higher than Claire's. However, since Gilka doesn't have any magic-related skills, it's unclear who would win if the two fought. According to Claire, she would never lose to bandits, or so she says. Even by normal standards, they're not impressive. Even my subordinates could take them down. I see, well, I'd like to add them to the labor force. There's still a lot of cleaning and management that isn't getting done. Do you think they'd work properly? I can force them to work under my control, but there's still some unease. There's no telling when they might betray us. What do you think we should do to prevent betrayal? If we had someone who could use enslavement magic, we could use that. Or we could dominate them with overwhelming power far beyond mine, I suppose. Do we even have someone who can use enslavement magic? Yuri looks at Claire, Ragvela, and Jivi in turn, but it seems none of them can use it. Actually, isn't that kind of dangerous magic something Yuri could use? Asked by Claire, Yuri shakes her head. I can't use it. And why does it always turn into, if it's dangerous magic, it must be me kind of talk? Yuri, do you not understand just how dangerous the magic you wield is? I have a vague idea. The rest of Gilka's group, who were subjected to mental corruption, still tremble and break out in cold sweats whenever they see Yuri's face. It seems they've been completely traumatized. Apparently, unless someone has an exceptionally strong mind or is blessed with holy attributes, they'll end up with lifelong trauma. If Yuri-sama uses that magic, I think they'll obey immediately. What do you say? Well, if that settles things, let's do it. Thank you. After that, leave it to me. I'll handle it, so just one use is enough. Got it. I'll go after I finish eating. Understood, then I'll take my leave. Gilka departs. After seeing her off, Yuri resumes her meal. If we keep gathering bandits like this place is going to turn into a bandit town. Yuri mutters and Claire frowns. As far as I'm concerned, that's not a good thing. Bandits are a scourge on the world. Rather than letting them work in the town, I'd rather execute them all. I understand the sentiment, but indiscriminate killing, just because they're bandits, isn't right. It's similar to killing monsters or undead indiscriminately just because of what they are. Maybe so. Still, I think bandits will increase in this area from now on. It's a fact that there aren't enough people to properly guard the place, so it's convenient land for criminals. That's a problem. Poor security isn't good. Fortunately, or perhaps not, the harsh winter is coming, so I don't think many will gather for a few months. However, things will change in spring. It's better to think of countermeasures. That is, if you plan to keep living here. Well, I'll probably live here for a while. I don't exactly have anywhere else to go. I just want to live peacefully, but there are so many things to think about. Living peacefully might be more of a luxury than I thought. Chapter 26. After finishing breakfast, Yuri heads alone to the castle town. Gilka is still based in the southern district, and 20 bandits are lined up along the main street. 2 rows of 10. All of them are men, restrained with ropes. What the hell, this brat? A monster. If it's a monster, I can't even feel any decent magical energy. Must be a weakling. This one's the boss of this town, no way in hell. The bandits mutter with suspicious looks on their faces. Yuri shrugs and sighs. Maybe hiding my magical energy too much with concealment isn't a good idea. Since I look like a young girl, I lack authority. You bastards, shut up. This person is Yuri-sama, who runs the town of Grimoire. She's the strongest monster you'll never beat even if you spent your whole life trying. You got a death wish. Gilka shuts them up in one blow. That kind of commanding presence like a gang leader, I wish I had that too. But I'm not actually running the place, you know. I just settled here on my own and want to make it as comfortable as possible. Well, I get that being yelled at out of nowhere only breeds resentment. Anyway, this is who I am. Yuri cancels the concealment spell. Her overflowing magical energy gushes out, and the expressions on the bandits' faces change. What is this pressure? It's like looking at a dragon. This one's seriously bad news. Why didn't I notice until now? All of them are sweating from their foreheads. Not everyone in this world has high magical sensitivity. In fact, most people are dull to it. Even so, they can still sense my magical energy, As the bandits tremble in fear, Yuri continues. Now you understand who I am, right? Since you've been captured, you'll work under my orders. But it's just town cleaning and maintenance. I'm not going to say, die for me, or anything. So relax. Even after learning they'll be stuck with chores, the bandits don't complain. They can barely breathe. Gilka, do you think we need more education? Let's see, it seems fine as is, but just in case, I'd like you to give them a light hit. The fear they're feeling now is only temporary, so I think it's better to etch it in deeper. You're ruthless, I don't really get those subtle things, so let's go with that. The bandits, not understanding what's being discussed, look puzzled. Feeling a little sorry for them, Yuri decides to go ahead with the education. From now on, you'll work for me. If you do anything against my will, I'll punish you. Get ready for that. And now, I'll let you taste a bit of that punishment. Output control is hard, but mental corruption at the weakest level. When Yuri activates the spell, the bandits twist their faces in terror and scream. Stop it. Don't come near. My eyes. My eyes. She's trying to keep it weak, but because of her massive magical energy, it still ends up being quite destructive. After about 30 seconds, she cancels the spell. The bandits are drenched in sweat, gasping for air. So, work hard from now on, okay? If you betray me, I'll show you there are things in this world scarier than death. Yuri smiles sweetly. The bandits nod frantically with stiff faces. Chapter 27. Leaving the dazed bandits alone for now, Yuri walks through the town with Gilka. This area has gotten pretty clean. Thanks. I'm glad you're pleased. But this is just a small part of the whole town, so there's still a long way to go. Yeah, no complaints from the others, like all we do is grunt work, or something. It's fine. Far from complaints, they're starting to say that if they can work like this, it's not so bad. Really? I thought bandits were people who hated honest work and liked hurting others. I admit most of them are like that. But they didn't start out that way. They became bandits because they had no other way to survive. No jobs, abandoned by their parents, running from something. Same with me. I used to be a slave, but I couldn't endure that life and ran away. But even after escaping, there was no work, so I had no choice but to become a bandit. I see. There aren't many people who actively choose to become bandits. They hit a wall they can't overcome and are forced into it. Is that so? Maybe the ones who attacked Lipia and the others were like that too. That said, if I hadn't met Yuri-sama, even if I had the chance to work honestly, I probably wouldn't have taken it. Huh? What do you mean? Turning from a bandit to a law-abiding citizen takes a lot of resolve. We even want an excuse like, I'm only working honestly because a powerful person ordered me to. I see. Also, thanks to Yuri-sama, a lot of people have clearer expressions now. What do you mean by that? For people who have done bad things to start walking the right path, they need to be punished accordingly. If they get away with all their past crimes, they start wondering, am I really allowed to live like this? Thanks to Yuri-sama's harsh punishments, that hesitation is gone. Huh, I guess that kind of thing happens too. Maybe the same can be said for Gilka. She seems less harsh than before. Yuri-sama's power is definitely terrifying, but it's also been a chance for me to change. Now, I think it was good I came here. It's not just a power that instills fear, just thinking that makes it a little easier. By the way, are there any people saying they can't sleep at night because of aftereffects? Ah, there are. Some say they're scared to sleep because they almost always have nightmares. That's not good, are they okay? There are sleeping pills and sleep magic, so it's okay. I see. That does sound like bandits. We used them all the time when we were bandits. Figures. A cold wind blew. The temperature was probably already in the single digits, and it was said this region would get much colder. Snow would pile up and stay for quite some time. By the way, do we need to prepare for winter? I don't need to eat, but Gilka does, right? We still have enough preserved food for a whole town, so just for us, it's no problem. Since it's a cold region, it doesn't rot either. But by next year, we need to prepare properly, like tilling the fields or bringing in livestock. It would have been nice if at least the livestock had survived. Sorry, I wiped them all out. Even if they had, we wouldn't have been able to take care of them. They would have starved to death anyway. That's true. As Gilka talked about next year, she wore a lively expression. Yuri found it a little dazzling. Gilka, do you want to live in this town forever? Well, I think a future like that wouldn't be so bad. I see, but sorry. As long as I'm here, all sorts of people will keep coming after me. We might not have a peaceful life. You might have to fight too, Gilka. I'm fine with that. Fighting not to steal or kill for myself, but to protect my town, doesn't that sound cool? Gilka grins cheerfully. There's a hint of ferocity like a wolf, but also strength. When the time comes, I'm counting on you. According to Claire, there'll probably be a big battle before the real winter hits. She says it might be a top-tier adventurer or maybe an army. No one knows. When that happens, I'll fight too. Thanks, Claire and I are both weak against holy attributes, so if something like that comes, we'll be relying on you. Understood. It's about time to return to the castle. Just as Yuri thought that, Gilka grabbed her and leapt backward. A massive fireball crashed down where they had just been. Looks like they were under attack. Chapter 28. After the flames, a blonde woman landed on the ground. She wore silver armor different from that of the Holy Knights, and her helmet only protected her head, so her face was visible. She looked to be in her early 20s, with sharp, cold eyes that left an impression. In her right hand was a golden sword, and in her left, a silver round shield. She seemed like a knight or a swordswoman, but she also appeared capable of using magic. When Yuri looked up, a giant sky-colored bird was flying gracefully. It looked like she had flown in riding on its back. Missed, your reactions aren't bad. Who the hell are you? An adventurer. Gilka set Yuri down and drew the two swords at her waist. If you're asking my status, then adventurer. My name is Ceres. I'm here on a request to subjugate the vicious monster that appeared in the north. Ceres, you say? Gilka seemed to recognize the name Ceres. She frowned. Who's Ceres? She's one of the few first-rank adventurers. On top of that, she's skilled in light attribute magic. It's not as specialized for monster extermination as holy attribute, but I believe she's still a threat to Yuri-sama. Someone like that showed up all of a sudden. Am I gonna die? I won't let that happen. I'll protect you. You're saying such cool things, I might fall for you. Please don't, I can't imagine what Claire would say. Why bring up Claire now? That's because Ceres interrupted the conversation between Yuri and the others. You there, monster. I don't sense any magic, but if you're using concealment magic that perfect, then you must be the target. I'm going to kill you. In the next moment, Ceres kicked off the ground. Yuri could barely track her with her eyes, but Gilka blocked Ceres's strike with both swords. Beastkin, don't get in my way. If you're aiming for Yuri-sama, you'll have to take me down first. You intend to side with a monster. You're not being controlled. I'm not being controlled. I'm protecting Yuri-sama of my own will. Why? Honestly, I don't really know either, but I feel like Yuri-sama could change the world. Even a hopeless ex-bandit like me might be able to live a decent life. I don't understand. You're not the target, but if you get in my way, I'll kill you. Try it if you can. Ceres struck Gilka with her left-hand shield. Gilka was blown back more than 10 meters. You're next. Pain. Gah. Just as Ceres pointed her weapon, Yuri began her counterattack. Though Ceres used light magic, she seemed to have resistance to dark magic too. Pain made her flinch a little, but she didn't cough blood or collapse. Even if it's not very effective, I'll keep going for now. Yuri spread the blades of darkness around her, and continued using pain repeatedly to chip away at Ceres. It didn't seem like she was inflicting major damage, but it was enough to restrict movement. After about 10 uses of pain, Ceres's body was enveloped in light. After that, pain stopped working. To think you could break through my defenses with dark magic. No wonder the Holy Knight Order was annihilated. Hey, how about we stop fighting? If we keep this up, one of us might end up seriously hurt. Instead of fighting, why don't we talk a little? There's nothing to discuss with a monster. Die. You people really don't know how to bend, do you? As Ceres closed in, Yuri had no choice but to counter with the blades of darkness. Though the blades could easily slice through monsters, perhaps due to compatibility, they couldn't cut through Ceres's sword or shield. However, the light didn't make the blades of darkness vanish. Perhaps that light mainly blocked mental-type magic, and while Yuri launched dozens of attacks, Ceres only had one sword. As Yuri kept attacking, Ceres became unable to move from her spot. What an annoying spell, oh light. Ceres's sword began to glow. When she slashed, a massive blade of light flew toward Yuri. Absorption. A black circle, 3 meters in diameter, appeared in front of Yuri. The light was sucked into it and vanished. What? Hey, could you not fight in a way that might damage the town too? If I hadn't absorbed that just now, it would have definitely destroyed the town. You, who feel nothing about killing all the town's residents, are worried about the town itself. Ridiculous. That was an accident, okay? Besides, this town might be rebuilt someday. If what's here now gets destroyed, that's a problem. Rebuilt. A town inhabited by monsters being rebuilt is impossible. You really are inflexible. Does light attribute come with a curse that makes your thinking rigid? Of course not. Ceres pushed through the momentum of the blades of darkness and closed in on Yuri. Ceres's blade was about to reach Yuri, but then someone rushed past her left side. Ah, Claire. Claire swung the sword of Geen and slashed at Ceres's torso. Whether it was the excellence of the sword of Geen, Claire's strength, or both, Ceres's armor was deeply torn and her side was wounded. Gah! Ceres flinched for a moment, but quickly regained her stance. She blocked Claire's follow-up attack from behind with her shield. She blocked it, but the shield split in two. Ceres leapt back to create distance. What is that sword? For it to cut through royal silver armor and shield. Ceres said bitterly, and Claire responded with a calm expression. You've at least heard the name, haven't you? This is the treasured sword passed down by the royal house of Rivault, the Sword of Geen. I can't draw out its full power, but cutting through royal silver equipment is easy. The Sword of Geen, why is something like that here? From the looks of it, you haven't heard what happened. If you're willing to listen, I'll explain, but in return, give up on killing Yuri. I will kill her, that hasn't changed. I see. Not even a holy knight, yet unwilling to listen, must be the curse of the light attribute. There is no such curse. I believe there is. Those who can use light or holy attributes tend to convince themselves they are justice, like God supports them or something. Because of that, they lose sight of everything else. I've seen it many times. Only Emeralda is an exception. Silence, if you're her ally, then I'll cut you down too. Ah, wait a second, there's something I need to confirm first. Claire stopped her and turned toward Yuri. Yuri. I came for now, but should I fight her? Yeah, I guess. Is that an order? Let's call it an order. Got it, in that case I have no choice. Do we really have to go through this every time? Yuri felt like laughing, but realizing it wasn't the time, she just sighed. Chapter 29. The battle with Ceres resumes. While the Blade of Darkness cannot destroy Ceres' armor, Claire's sword easily breaches her defenses. Through the combined attacks of Yuri and Claire, the wounds on Ceres' body continue to increase. Claire is strong, but that Sword of Geen is quite something too. I'm not planning to take it from her now, and honestly, it would just be a waste in my hands. But I can't help feeling I've missed out on something valuable. Yuri uses the Blade of Darkness to throw Ceres off balance, while Claire seizes the openings to strike. This cycle repeats, gradually weakening Ceres. They are managing to wear her down, but they haven't landed a decisive blow. Ceres seems to know which areas are critical to protect, diverting Claire's attacks away from those spots. Do I need one more trick up my sleeve? My magic isn't very effective against her. Even using pain again has no effect. Trying to stop her movements with marionette magic doesn't work either. Mental corruption is repelled as well. A user of light attribute, how troublesome. She's really hard to fight. Should I get closer and use absorption on her magic? But to do that, I need to be much closer. The effective range is at most 2 meters. To do it properly, I'd need to touch her. I'm not good at close combat, and if I get too close carelessly, I'll likely get slashed. Oh right, there's servant enhancement. Claire can be the target. I've never needed it before, so I completely forgot it existed. Just as Yuri is about to enhance Claire. For a brief moment, Ceres stumbles. Claire doesn't miss the opportunity and aims a thrust at a vital spot. Was it a trap to lure Claire in? Ceres easily deflects Claire's sword and targets her neck. Yuri instinctively manipulates the Blade of Darkness to divert Ceres' sword. Claire's neck is cut by a few millimeters, but it isn't severed. Before Claire can immediately counterattack, Ceres spits blood and falls to her knees. Yuri is confused, but upon closer inspection, she notices a sword protruding from Ceres' abdomen. The one holding that sword is Gilka. Gilka leaves the sword in Ceres' abdomen and with another sword, stabs Ceres in the back this time. Ceres collapses and stops moving. If the intent were to kill, she would have aimed for the neck, so stabbing likely means it's to immobilize the opponent. I was wondering how long you'd stay hidden, but swooping in to steal the best moment? That's sneaky. Shut up. I was just waiting for the right moment. Everyone, no matter who they are, loses focus on their surroundings in critical moments like this. Does Gilka have some kind of stealth skill or something? Yeah, pretty much. It's a lousy skill, but it's handy in a fight. I see, that sword of yours seems to have some special power too, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. We'll likely face more situations like this in the future, so maybe we should properly discuss each other's strengths and abilities. While saying this, Claire calmly cuts off Ceres' right arm from the upper arm. Zoghilaria. What? What is this person doing all of a sudden? While Yuri stands there dumbfounded, Claire proceeds to cut off Ceres' left arm as well. Ceres groans in agony again. Her expression is one a woman should never have to wear. Claire. What is it? Claire, with an utterly calm demeanor, now cuts off Ceres' right leg from the thigh. Aguwa. Shut up. Be quiet for a bit. Claire stomps on Ceres' face. Perhaps her nose breaks, as Ceres' face distorts significantly. While Ceres is dazed, Claire cuts off her left leg as well. Ceres lets out a scream that can't even form words. Claire. Oh, just wait a moment, Yuri. I need to stop the bleeding so she doesn't die. Okay. Wondering how she'll stop the bleeding. A flame ignites on the sword Claire holds. She presses that flame against the severed stump of Ceres' right leg first. A sizzling sound of burning flesh echoes. Agia. Shut up. Claire stomps on Ceres' face again. With Ceres slightly quieter, Claire continues the cauterization. The flesh burns. A foul smell fills the air. Ceres' screams reverberate. I told you to shut up. Having finished cauterizing, Claire steps on Ceres' throat. Ceres' voice stops, though she's still coughing. So, Yuri, did you call me for something? Claire, you're surprisingly bold with your actions. It doesn't seem like she intended to kill, but there's a considerable sense of madness in this. It's her fault for targeting Yuri. She should be grateful she's not being killed. Is Claire angry because I was targeted? Did she care about me that much? Though curious about Claire's feelings, Yuri decides to keep quiet, thinking it might be an unnecessary comment. Then, shrugging her shoulders, Gilka speaks. Yuri-sama, what do we do with her? I figured it's better not to kill her, so I didn't, but I can easily finish her off now if you want. Don't talk about killing so casually. We'll likely face more enemies in the future, but let's stick to a no-kill policy as much as possible. Understood, but sorry about this. I said I'd protect Yuri-sama, but I got blown away right off the bat. Don't worry about it. Thanks to that, you were able to strike at the right moment. Thank you for understanding. Man, I'm pathetic. I thought I was decently strong, but I've still got a long way to go. She's class 1, right? It can't be helped. Anyway, let's make sure she can't attack us for now. Ceres is still conscious. However, due to her severe injuries, the defense from her light magic has vanished. Why you? What are you, NGH? Just a light mental manipulation. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything to destroy your personality. I'm simply making it so you can't attack us. Yuri touches Ceres' forehead with her right hand. Mental manipulation. Activating the magic, she places a binding on Ceres' mind. This binding prevents Ceres from attacking Yuri, Claire, Gilka, or anyone else in the town of Grimoire, as well as the town itself. Even if she tries to attack, her body won't move, and she won't be able to use magic. Additionally, even if she has magic to undo this binding, she won't be able to use it. Could mental manipulation have an effect equal to or greater than enslavement magic? I'll avoid pointing that out. I'm scared of how everyone might react. All right, it's done. Well, maybe a saint or someone could undo it, but for now, it's complete. You'll regret this. No way, I don't do unnecessary killing. Gilka, you can pull out the swords now. I'd like to reattach her limbs, but... Yuri looks at Claire. Claire shakes her head. These wounds can't be healed immediately. I didn't just cut them, I turned the wounds to charcoal. Even with a healing potion, it'll take 10 days. If it's a high-grade one, that's a different story. But there's no reason to use something like that on an enemy. I see, well then, endure for about 10 days. You attacked us on your own, so pay the price for that much at least. There's no response from Ceres. She only glares with a resentful expression. Oh, is Claire's neck okay? You got cut earlier. I'm fine, the wound is shallow. But it's healing slowly. Light attribute attacks are indeed like poison. Blood is still dripping from Claire's neck. Since undead have higher recovery rates than normal humans, it's abnormal for a light cut to still be bleeding. Is there a way to heal it quickly? Probably, if Yuri infuses her magic into me, it'll heal right away. Oh, really? Your magic acts as a healing potion for me, or at least it should. You know a lot, Huz. I don't actually know, I just feel it. When I sleep with you, my body feels strangely better, so I figured your magic would work as a medicine for me. Oh, is that so? Well, let's give it a try. Yuri places her hand on Claire's wound. There's a cut about 5 centimeters wide, just above the right collarbone. Infusing magic, like this. NGH. You okay? Claire might have let out a faintly seductive sound. No problem. All right if you say so. As Yuri continues to infuse magic, Claire's wound heals. In a matter of tens of seconds, it's completely back to normal. Good, is it all better now? Thanks, it's a relief to be rid of that nagging pain. As Yuri sighs in relief, Gilka speaks up. By the way, what do we do about the ones up there? As Yuri looks up at the sky, A gigantic bird, likely the one that brought Ceres here, is still circling above. Shall we hunt it and eat it together? Let it be. If it's just circling like that, it probably doesn't have any combat ability. Ceres, what do you want to do with it? Will it just go away on its own, if we leave it alone? There is no response from Ceres. Well, whatever, let's leave it alone. We'll take Ceres to the castle for now. Then, we'll take care of her until her wounds heal. Gilka, carry her for a bit. Understood. Gilka picks up Ceres. As for the remaining limbs, Yuri and Claire carry them. Chapter 30. As Lippia lay on the bed, there was a knock at the door. Judging by the magical presence, it seemed to be Yuri. Lippia, are you awake? I have a favor to ask. Lippia didn't want to respond. Yuri is her lifesaver and someone who helped her precious comrades. She feels gratitude. However, the shock of becoming an undead hasn't fully faded. She can no longer return to her village, and it's hard to face her family. She can't even meet the person she secretly cared for anymore. Moreover, her body won't grow, and she can't have children. All the various futures she could have had if she hadn't become an undead are now out of reach. Little by little, her heart is changing, and she's starting to come to terms with it. But she still wanted to be left alone. As Lippia remained silent, Yuri continued. Lippia, I heard you can use healing magic. I'd like to borrow that power. Just now, some adventurers came to defeat me, but Claire, Gilka, and I fought them off. One of them is badly injured, so could you heal them? They came to defeat her, and yet she wants to heal them. What's going on? If she had fought off and killed the adventurers who came to defeat her, that would make sense. But to deliberately keep them alive and even go as far as to heal them, what kind of mindset is that? I'm not forcing you. If you can't heal them with magic, we'll use a potion. But potions aren't infinite, and there's no one here who can make them. If magic can heal them, I'd prefer that. Why help an enemy? Aren't you a cruel monster who turns humans into beasts? Lippia recalled the eerie creature she had witnessed the other day, transforming a human-like that isn't something someone with a normal mindset could do. What exactly is Yuri? She commits brutal acts, yet she's kind to her comrades. She's killed over 20,000 people, but now she tries to avoid killing as much as possible. She heard when they first met that the destruction of the town was just an accident. She doesn't know the details, but it's certain that Yuri isn't inherently evil. However, it's also clear that she isn't inherently good either. There's no doubt she has a cruel side. I should probably learn more about Yuri. After all, I have no choice but to live with her now. There are very few places that would accept an undead. As a demi-human, she was already destined to live in hiding, but now her options are even more limited. She can't think of anywhere to live other than by Yuri's side. Sorry, Lippia, rest for now, I'll come back later. Wait. Lippia surprised herself by instinctively calling out. Wait, Yuri, you need my help, right? Yeah, that's right. Before I help, I have one question. What is it? Why are you healing them? They came to kill you, didn't they? Well, to be honest, I don't really care if they live or die. You don't care? What does that mean? Their life has no value to me. But if I easily discard lives that don't matter to me, I'm afraid I'll just become more and more of a brutal monster. Afraid? I've killed a lot of people, but I don't particularly feel guilty about it. Even now, I don't feel much resistance to killing humans who don't matter to me. But if I keep killing just because they don't matter, I feel like everything in the world will start to seem meaningless, and even the things I'm supposed to care about will feel worthless. That scares me. So, to stay where I am now, I don't want to kill someone unless I have a deep grudge against them. That's a very selfish reason. Yeah, it is, but that's fine, right? I'm not a philanthropist or a champion of justice. I choose not to kill for my own sake. I don't expect praise or gratitude. I see. A terrifying monster with both good and evil sides. However, Lippia sensed that Yuri was trying to lean more toward good. Being by Yuri's side might not be entirely bad after all. I understand your reasoning, Yuri. I'm willing to help. Really, thanks, that helps a lot. Thinking about the future she lost was painful. She couldn't imagine her own future at all, always thinking negatively and letting anxiety build up. She had no choice but to live with Yuri, yet she wasn't sure if she could trust her, and that scared her. Now, just a little, she could imagine a good future. She felt like she could hold on to hope. Staying shut in won't make the invisible future any clearer. I should step outside now. With that decision, Lippia took her beloved staff and left the room. Yuri welcomed her with a smile. I'm glad. Lippia, you don't seem to be in bad shape. I'm fine physically, so where's the injured person? Over here. Guided by Yuri, Lippia moved forward. By the way, how bad are the injuries? Cuts all over the body, 2 large stab wounds, and both arms and legs amputated. What? Just imagining it made her feel faint. Such severe injuries were beyond the scope of any healing magic she could use. Did you do that, Yuri? No, it wasn't me. Gilka and Claire did it. It wasn't just Yuri. It's not just Yuri who's terrifying. Will my future be okay? Huh? What's that? Nothing. Though anxiety crept in again, Lippia gripped her staff tightly and endured. Chapter 31. Emma, gathered in the meeting room of the Holy Knight Order, received a report from the commander that series. A first-rank adventurer had been defeated by Dark Lich. Not just Emma, but the 50-some members of the Holy Knight Order who were assembled also held their breath in shock. To think that even Ceres would be defeated, it's not exactly surprising. If you think about it, it's only natural, considering the power that single-handedly suppressed over 30 members of the Holy Knight Order. Defeating a single first-rank adventurer would be nothing. The members of the Holy Knight Order dispatched the other day all possess strength of Class 2 or higher. No matter how powerful Ceres is, she couldn't stand against the Holy Knight Order alone. If the Holy Knight Order couldn't win, there's no way Ceres could. However, the fact that a first-rank powerhouse was defeated brought a different kind of shock compared to the defeat of the Holy Knight Order. According to the adventurer who went on reconnaissance with Ceres, it seems that Ceres and Dark Lich were fighting on nearly equal terms. However, in addition to Dark Lich, she also had to fight Claire, and that's when Ceres began to be overwhelmed. As Claire's name came from Commander Cardin's mouth, a bitter expression crossed the faces of the members. Claire, I'm glad she's alive. But to think that a former member of the Holy Knight Order is fighting alongside Dark Lich. Though Emma thought it might be unnecessary, she asked Cardin a question. Commander, how did Claire seem at that time? I mean, did she appear to be fighting for Dark Lich of her own volition? Deep wrinkles formed between the brows of Cardin, who was nearing 40. The details are unclear. However, it didn't seem like she was being controlled by Dark Lich or fighting like a puppet. It appeared she was fighting by fully utilizing her own strength. Does Dark Lich have the ability to control people freely while drawing out their full potential? I don't know, but it's a possibility. It's a fact that she has the ability to control people at will. Emma recalled the time when her own body was controlled. The feeling of her body moving regardless of her will was incredibly unsettling. By the way, Ceres didn't lose to just Dark Lich and Claire. There was another person there, a beastkin woman. Black hair, wolf ears, and a tail, most likely. It's Gilka, the leader of the bandit group Black Phantom Wolves. Hearing Gilka's name, the members stirred with murmurs. Gilka is a notorious bandit in Rival Kingdom. With exceptional physical abilities and masterful swordsmanship, combined with highly troublesome stealth skills, she excels in combat styles more fitting for an assassin than a bandit. She's famous for overturning differences in strength and hunting down stronger opponents. Why is Gilka with Dark Lich? That's also unknown. For now, it's certain that Gilka is aligned with Dark Lich. What about the rest of their forces? For now, it's been confirmed that about 10 members of the Black Phantom Wolves and 2 young girls from the Eyeless tribe are in the town of Grimoire. Whether they should be counted, as combat strength is uncertain. Their forces are expanding. By the way, what happened to Ceres afterward? Was she killed? She wasn't killed. She suffered severe injuries, such as having her limbs severed, and it seems Dark Lich cast some kind of magic on her, but she's alive. I see, like us, she wasn't killed. So it seems. Why doesn't Dark Lich kill the opponents she attacks? That's not typical behavior for a monster. That, I don't know either, but it's the doing of a monster. There's likely some cunning reason behind it, such as a method to turn others into her pawns. The fact that Dark Lich is increasing her allies might also be due to that cunning nature. Indeed. A monster that avoids killing. If you search the world, it's not as if such monsters don't exist. I've heard that in the large empire, a dragon serves as a prime minister, but such monsters can be counted on one hand. I shouldn't entertain the thought that Dark Lich might be friendly toward humans. Now that Ceres has been defeated, It's been decided that the Lord near Grimoire will lead an army to subjugate Dark Lich. A request for reinforcements has also come to us, the Holy Knight Order. That's rare, for a lord to ask for our help. Lords don't think favorably of those associated with the church. While the Holy Knight Order lives and fights for God, lords prioritize the management of their own territories. Even if they use God's name for territorial management, it's rare for them to be devout believers themselves. Normally, they would want to exclude church affiliates and claim the subjugation of Dark Lich as their own achievement. If they borrow the power of the Holy Knight Order, it will be said that they won thanks to God's blessing, which wouldn't sit well with a lord. It's because the enemy is Dark Lich. Having heard of our defeat, they must have concluded that the power of the saint is necessary to subjugate Dark Lich. I see. But does that mean we'll be taking Emeralda to the battlefield? That's right. It might be hard for you, Emma, but it's also true that we can't be optimistic about the situation. The longer we wait, the more Dark Lich's forces grow, and there's a risk she'll amass even greater power. We need to act swiftly and subjugate her now while we have the chance. I understand the situation. Emeralda, I wanted that child to live peacefully in a safe place. Judging by Dark Lich's behavior so far, she might not actively kill, but that's not certain. And she doesn't hesitate to inflict injuries. Imagining Emeralda getting hurt, Emma felt a sharp pain in her chest. I don't want to see that child hurt, but perhaps Dark Lich has only refrained from killing because she has the leeway to do so. If she loses that leeway, who knows what she might do. There's also the possibility she could use magic capable of wiping out an entire town's population. Unable to stop imagining the worst, Emma grimaced. Emma, calm down. Yes. In the next battle, not only the Saint, but also the Holy Knight Aquel and members of the covert unit will accompany us. Having the Saint and the Holy Knight alone is reassuring, but if we combine forces with the covert unit, we should be able to subjugate Dark Lich. That gives us a bit of hope. Aquel, a young man with the unique skill of swordsmanship, is an adventurer unrelated to the Saren faith, but few surpass him in monster subjugation. In terms of rank, he's quasi-class 1. However, he's more suited for monster subjugation than Ceres, who uses light magic. The covert unit generally refers to assassins. Lords often employ their own assassins, who are quite skilled. As allies, they're dependable. The departure for the subjugation operation is in 5 days. It will take another 10 days after that to reach Grimoire. Everyone, prepare yourselves with determination. The members nodded in unison. Our numbers will exceed 10,000. I wonder how much a single individual like Dark Lich can resist. I just hope that cornering her doesn't lead to something disastrous. Feeling a stirring in her chest, Emma prayed for the success of the operation. Chapter 32. 5 days have passed since Ceres' attack, but no particular incidents have occurred, and Yuri is spending her days leisurely. And in these 5 days, they were able to heal Ceres' wounds faster than initially expected. The main reason for this was that Yuri's servant enhancement significantly boosted Lipia's magical power. Lipia's original magical energy was around 6,000, and on her own, she could only use moderately effective healing magic. However, with Yuri lending her strength, Lipia could exhibit a level of power surpassing tens of thousands in magical energy. Of course, servant enhancement is not omnipotent. If overused, it puts a strain on Lipia's body, so the enhancement is kept moderate, with breaks taken in between. So, isn't Ceres going back yet? Her wounds are healed right. At the dining hall, Yuri asked Ceres, who was having breakfast. The plan was to send Ceres back once her wounds were healed, but for some reason, Ceres has settled in the town of Grimoire. She even joins them for breakfast. Claire, Lipia, Ragvella, and Givi are all present in the dining hall, focusing their attention on Ceres. Return after losing? No way. I'm not going back until I beat you. What's with that competitive streak? Ceres is a woman with short blonde hair and golden eyes. She is 22 years old. Her sharp gaze and features give off the aura of a warrior. Despite being a woman, she stands at a height of 180 centimeters. Right now, she isn't wearing her silver armor, but is dressed in typical civilian clothes. Yuri, lift the curse you placed on me. Then we'll have a rematch. Next time I'll kill you for sure. No way I'm lifting it. I don't even want to fight anymore. Lift it. Nope, And anyway, instead of asking me to lift it, why not ask the saint? Isn't she in the holy capital? I don't really get it, but wouldn't the saint be able to lift it? Huh, why should I bow my head to the Saren faith or whatever? Don't mess with me. Ceres's face twists in clear irritation. Hey, Claire. Ceres is saying stuff like this, but does she have bad blood with the church? Seems like it. Apparently, their fundamental views on justice are different. Ceres's hatred for the church is pretty well known around here. Views on justice, like what? The Saren faith and the Holy Knight Order fight for the justice defined by the god of the Saren faith, for the sake of that god. On the other hand, Ceres isn't a follower of the Saren faith and fights for the justice she believes in. Since the justice they believe in is different, we can't reconcile. So it's pretty complicated. Does that mean you and Ceres don't get along, Claire? I don't really care. To begin with, I'm no longer a holy knight. I see. What about you, Ceres? Do you hate Claire? I don't care about a fallen holy knight. Oh, okay. Fallen holy knight, huh? That's an interesting way to put it. Claire wears a dark smile, one that no one has ever seen before. Is she okay? Claire, she hasn't fallen into corruption, has she? Losing to a monster, becoming an undead, and on top of that, working for a monster. How laughable. If you had any pride as a holy knight, you'd choose death over siding with monsters. Claire quietly glares at Ceres. The air grows tense, as if sparks could fly at any moment. It might be true that I've lost my pride as a holy knight. I chose to live as an undead rather than die as a holy knight. Even so, I haven't completely abandoned the justice within me. Is there anything left in you? Holy knights are nothing but puppets without for the sake of God. They can't even decide their own justice. They're boring people who fight based on someone else's idea of justice. I have a God I believe in too, but I decide my own justice. Claire closes her eyes for a few seconds and then lets out a self-deprecating laugh. Maybe that's true. I lived clinging to God. Even now, I'm still like an empty puppet. Claire opens her eyes and glares at Ceres again. But I'm not so weak that I'd fall for your cheap provocations, not while I stand beside you, Yuri. I don't know what that monster means to you, but in the end, aren't you still clinging to something? Yuri isn't someone so grand that I'd cling to her. Hey, isn't that kind of rude? Ignoring Yuri's quiet retort, Claire continues. Yuri isn't as strong as a god, nor is she stable. So, I support Yuri. If Yuri wishes for nothing more than peaceful days, I'll lend my strength for that. Not because of what a god says, but by my own will. Oh, is that so? For an undead, you sure spout a lot of nonsense. You're the one who made me say it. But yeah, it was a pointless conversation. Having said what she needed to, Claire returns to her usual expressionless face. Yuri lets out a sigh of relief. Does this mean she cares about me quite a bit? That's kind of nice to hear. Anyway, getting back on track, so Ceres isn't going back. I have no intention of fighting you, you know. I'm not leaving until I kill you. Oh, okay. If you want to stay, do as you like, but if you're free, help out the folks outside. The town still needs more hands for cleaning and stuff. Why should I do grunt work like some rookie adventurer? Make those slave bandits do it. They're not slaves, okay? Hey, just do whatever you want, Ceres. Yeah, I'll do just that. And by the way, can't you make better food? All you feed me is tough meat. Don't be picky. This town only has preserved dried meat. If you don't like it, don't eat it. Or just go back. Despite her foul mouth, Ceres ends up wolfing down the food before leaving the dining hall. Good grief. Yuri, exasperated by Ceres's bad attitude, lets out a deep sigh. Hey, was there any point in letting her live? Claire, calm down. It's not up to us to decide her worth, right? Even if she's just an annoyance to us, she might not be to someone else. If she's not causing harm, there's no need to kill her. Perhaps because she has seen worse people, Yuri thinks to herself that Ceres is kind of cute in a way. And to wrap things up, she adds one more remark. Killing someone just because they annoy me a little isn't what I'm aiming for. Chapter 33. After breakfast, as Yuri was about to leave the dining hall, she was stopped by Litrpg. Yuri, I have a small request. What is it? Recently, the number of monsters in the northern forest has been increasing. Since the adventurers from Grimoire are gone, there's no one to reduce their numbers. It's a bit too much for the eyeless tribe alone, so I'd like you to help with monster extermination, Yuri. Come to think of it, I've been running into monsters more often lately when heading to the dungeon. The Northern Forest, where the dark dungeon is located, is a place where monsters frequently appear. They aren't particularly strong, and to yuri, they're just small fry, but for most people, they're quite a nuisance. Normally, I should prepare a hefty reward for this, but this is about all we can offer. What Lippia held out was a silver-crafted ring. It had some kind of pattern engraved on it, and it was very beautiful. What's that? It's a ring that makes it easier to sense magical energy. It's also called the third eye. When you wear it, even if you're not from the eyeless tribe, you can perceive your surroundings through magical presence just as well as they can. Oh, that sounds useful. Can I try it on? I'll put it on for you. Lippia took Yuri's left hand and slipped the ring onto her ring finger. Left ring finger, it's like a wedding ring. Does it have some kind of meaning here? At any rate, wearing the ring seemed to enhance her ability to sense magical energy. When she closed her eyes, she could clearly feel her surroundings even in a world of darkness. She could sense not only people, but also the magical energy residing in inanimate objects. Wow, this is amazing. I could vaguely sense magical energy before, but now I can perceive it much more clearly. Front, back, left, right, up, and down. She could sense everything, leaving no blind spots. This would be a significant advantage in combat. Furthermore, by focusing her mind, she could even perceive things beyond walls. It seemed she could see through about 2 layers of walls. This is kind of a naughty ability. I can see through clothes too. If I were still a guy, I'd be blushing right now. However, it wasn't so much that she could see clear outlines. Rather, she could roughly imagine shapes by sensing the flow of magical energy. This is nice. As a reward, it's more than enough. To begin with, she wasn't short on money. She had taken over a lord's castle, and she could consider the contents of the treasury as her own, so she didn't need anything more. I'm glad it's enough. So, will you help with the monster extermination? Got it, then shall we head out right away? Claire, is that okay with you? Fine, I guess, but... Claire grabbed Yuri's left hand and removed the ring. Claire, you might not know this, but a ring on the left ring finger is a symbol of engagement or marriage. If it's just an accessory, people usually wear it on a different finger. Claire slid the ring onto Yuri's left middle finger instead. Oh, I see. Claire's eyes were incredibly cold as when she had cut off Ceres' arm. Lippia. What? I don't know what kind of culture the eyeless tribe has regarding rings. But over here, we have this custom, so don't casually put a ring on someone's left ring finger. Okay. Even under Claire's icy gaze, Lippia only smiled brightly. If Lippia had eyes, wouldn't this turn into a glaring contest? Huh. What is something starting here? Yuri, sorry about that. I'll be more careful next time. Also, I'd like to join you for the monster extermination. Yeah. If it's just surface monsters, it should be fine with Lippia along. Yuri, there's always a chance something could go wrong. Let's go, just the two of us. Claire's tone left no room for argument. Yuri had no choice but to nod. She couldn't even say that it would probably be fine if they strengthened themselves. Lippia frowned slightly. Then, Lippia leaned close to Yuri's ear and whispered softly. Then, tonight, can you sleep in my room with me? I feel lonely by myself. Before Yuri could respond, Claire pulled her away from Lippia. Yuri, let's go already. The sooner we deal with the monster extermination, the better. Yuri, I'll be waiting tonight. Oh, hi. Yuri, still confused, walked along as Claire pulled her by the hand. Claire. What? Claire's demeanor seemed to say, don't ask anything. Yuri didn't ask anything and followed Claire's lead. Chapter 34. As Yuri and Claire walked away, Lippia let out a soft sigh. Those two are always together. Claire is so unfair. It seems that Claire even sleeps with Yuri at night. Lippia couldn't help but feel envious of that. This feeling, I don't think it's love. Probably, it's the unique attachment that forms between an undead and their creator. I want to touch Yuri more. This feeling became clear after she received Yuri's help to treat Ceres. The sensation of being filled with Yuri's magical energy felt so comforting, so pleasant, that she started wanting to get closer to Yuri. All I've got is healing magic. Nothing else to offer. My combat ability is low on my own, but since Yuri gave me life, I should have the right to stay by her side. I won't let Claire monopolize her. Putting the ring on her left ring finger also carried a special meaning. The eyeless tribe doesn't have a custom of wedding rings, but Lippia knew that humans in this region did. Even if it didn't signify marriage, she wanted to be recognized as someone special. With that thought, Lippia placed the ring on Yuri's left ring finger as well. It's not love, but I might like Yuri. She doesn't have any sense of discrimination toward us at all. The eyeless tribe is often discriminated against by humans, called monsters that are neither human nor monster. But when Lippia asked if the appearance of the eyeless tribe was creepy, Yuri answered, "Whether you don't have eyes on your face or your skin color is different, it doesn't matter. Truly terrifying monsters are monstrous at a much deeper level. It's not about appearance." Lippia was happy that Yuri had said that so clearly. Being with Yuri as an undead was almost a certainty, and Lippia honestly felt that was fine. Even Claire hasn't spent an exceptionally long time with Yuri. I still have plenty of time ahead of me too. With her resolve firm, Lippia decided to dedicate herself to cleaning the castle today as well. Section. The monsters in the northern forest are, at most, equivalent to those on the 5th basement floor of a dungeon. Most are 6th grade, with the occasional 5th grade mixed in. For Yuri, they aren't very strong, but for someone of average strength, they pose a danger. Since Lippia and the others are apparently 5th grade on their own, walking through the forest is by no means safe. Using the third eye she received from Lippia, Yuri searched for and exterminated monsters over several hours. The forest is vast, so completely eradicating them is impossible, but she hunted down hundreds of monsters. Unlike the monsters in a dungeon, those on the surface don't turn into mist and disappear when defeated. Their corpses remain and will rot if left alone. Often, other monsters eat them before they rot, so leaving them isn't much of a problem. By the way, monster meat is apparently not suitable for eating. It's not impossible to eat, but it tastes awful. It's tough, bitter, and smelly, the worst. Unless there's a severe food crisis, no one eats it. Yuri, on the other hand, was a bit curious about the taste, but ultimately decided not to try it. Claire made an incredibly disgusted face. Perhaps eating monster meat is viewed similarly to eating insects. Anyway, hey Claire, is it okay if I experiment a bit with the monster corpses? Standing before a pile of forest wolf corpses, Yuri called out to Claire, "What are you planning to do? Even if they're monsters, I don't approve of toying with corpses. It's not toying with them, more like trying to bolster our forces. Based on your prediction, Claire, the next enemy will be on a much larger scale, right? Like an army of thousands, or even tens of thousands. I think that's likely. If an adventurer with Class 1 strength was defeated, there's a high chance the country will respond seriously. I think so too, but among us, the only decent fighters are the 3 of us, right? Me, Claire, and Gilka. Everyone else is 4th or 5th grade at best, and they can't fight against an army." "That's true. If they fought, they'd probably die." "Exactly. We're overwhelmingly outnumbered, and I think I need to make up for that. The Army of the Undead spell is one option, but I want to have as many cards to play as possible. As one of those, how about controlling monster corpses to fight? I think it's fine to try things out. But it might make humans hate us even more." "Yeah, I guess. Still, I want to be prepared." "Understood. If that's the case, I suppose it can't be helped." "Yeah, then I'll give it a try." Chapter 35. Yuri uses marionette magic to move the surrounding forest wolves to one location. Then, she first stacks 3 forest wolves together and places her right hand on them. Magical remodeling. She imagines a wolf with 3 heads. By combining 3 forest wolves, each about 1.5 meters long, into a single body. After a black-purple light is emitted, a Cerberus-like forest wolf is born, with 3 heads and a body equivalent to 3 wolves. Yes, it worked. Using marionette magic, Yuri tries moving the 3-headed forest wolf. Replicating smooth quadrupedal movement is difficult, but she gradually gets used to it. However, while she thought the Cerberus-like appearance looked cool, it doesn't seem very practical in combat. It appears more effective to fight with 3 separate wolves than with 3 heads on one body. It might have the effect of surprising the enemy as a bizarre monster, but it's not practical for actual combat. I think that kind of monster would be rather easy to defeat. Yeah, right? Should I just combine them into one giant wolf, or maybe? She tries magical remodeling again. This time, she creates a werewolf with a human body and a wolf's head. Using the corpses of 5 wolves, she makes a very robust werewolf over 3 meters tall. Oh, isn't this pretty good? Humanoid forms are easier to handle, and with this size, I can expect some destructive power. As a test, she has it strike a tree about 1 meter in diameter. While a regular forest wolf could only scratch the surface with its fangs, the werewolf strike successfully breaks the tree in half. This is good, but if I don't control the strength properly, it might break down quickly. The artificial werewolf's right hand is bent out of shape. The bone is protruding and blood drips from it. As Yuri repairs the hand with magical remodeling, Claire offers some advice. If you're making it humanoid, why not give it a weapon? There are plenty of unused weapons in town. True. If it uses a weapon, the body will last longer. Next, she tries making a simply enormous wolf. While it looks intimidating, quadrupedal beasts are still hard to control. Moreover, since its only combat methods are biting or charging, it doesn't seem suited for fighting humans. If I'm going to control something, a humanoid form might be better. But whether Yuri can properly control it is also an issue. If it's not fighting automatically, and Yuri has to control it, complex movements might be difficult. That's true too. Besides, honestly, if you have the time to manipulate corpses, I think it would be more threatening for Yuri to fight using her other magic. For example, with concealment magic, you should be able to completely erase your presence or that of your spells. Fighting an invisible enemy is very difficult. Claire's point was quite valid. Yuri isn't a combat expert and lacks experience, so she still doesn't fully understand how to effectively use her magic. At the very least, remodeling and controlling corpses doesn't seem very effective. So rather than remodeling corpses, it might be better to use mental manipulation to control the monsters around here while they're still alive. Oh, and strengthening them with magical remodeling might be a good idea too. That way, I wouldn't have needed to bother with corpses in the first place. Manipulating living creatures is also quite a terrifying thing, I think. Well, yeah, but for me, Claire and the others are more important than the lives or dignity of the monsters around here. I see. If you're going to do it, keep it in moderation. Yeah. By the way, why not try using mental manipulation on Ceres? She'd make a good fighter. I'll pass on that. If people thought I was a monster who steals human free will and forces them to fight, I'd be feared even more as an enemy of the world. True, considering the future, it might be better to hold back. Yeah. So for now, I'll keep experimenting with monsters. I'll also look into ways to utilize my other magic. For the time being, Yuri conducted as many experiments as she could think of. She also came up with the idea of bringing stronger monsters from within the dungeon, but decided to try that another day. As the experiments and such came to an end, Claire spoke up. By the way, can you make a doll of yourself with magical remodeling? Yeah, I can. Why do you ask? Litrpg said she wanted to sleep with Yuri, so I thought maybe you could give her a doll or something. A doll made from a corpse would be creepy, don't you think? What kind of harassment is that? Besides, Litrpg doesn't recognize me as me just by appearance, so she wouldn't want a doll. Then, are you planning to sleep with Litrpg? How about the 3 of us sleep together? Claire frowns in displeasure. You dislike it that much. Could it be that Claire hates demi-humans? Not really, I neither like nor dislike them. Then, together. Claire frowns again. She looks like she hates the idea, but still. We can't just leave Litrpg alone, right? Even with Ragvela and Jivi around, I think she still feels different from everyone else. I understand the loneliness of being by herself, so please let her spend time with us. Is that an order? Let's call it an order. Fine. Claire lets out a deep sigh, then pulls Yuri close and hugs her tightly. Due to the height difference, Yuri's face is buried in Claire's chest. More than feeling joy at the softness, confusion takes over. What is this? Why am I being hugged? Claire doesn't let go of Yuri for a while. In the near-zero temperature, Yuri finds Claire's body warmth comforting. Incidentally, it's known that Yuri, Claire, and Litrpg's body temperature is around 30 degrees. They do have body heat, but to non-undead creatures, their bodies feel cold. Only fellow undead can find comfort in embracing each other. Claire, the one who turned me into this body is you. Yeah. You'll take responsibility for it. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I've come to feel an obsession toward you, something akin to love. Is that so? I think it's an effect of being turned into an undead by you. I want to touch you, I hate anything that harms you, and I want your attention. There's an effect like that too. Yes, you're slowly changing me, not that I dislike it. Being by your side feels comforting. I see. It's fine if you care about the other girls, but if you neglect me, I won't forgive you. Got it. A side effect of becoming undead. Huh, since I pour a huge amount of my magic into creating them, it's no surprise that an unusual obsession forms. That means Lipia's remarks might also stem from that obsession. If I create too many undead, it could turn into a real mess. Claire releases Yuri. Claire's expression isn't that of a love-struck maiden. It's more like she's looking at an object of worship. Yuri feels a bit uncomfortable. Did I break Claire's heart or something? Not at all. It's just that an obsession toward you has been added to who I was before. Nothing fundamental has changed. I see, that's a relief, I guess. Yeah, but still just a bit more. Claire pulls Yuri close again. This time, she doesn't let go of Yuri until a monster appears. Chapter 36. Preparing for the coming battle, about 10 days passed. On a particularly cold morning, the situation began to shift. So they've finally come, huh? How many people are out there, I wonder? Yuri looks south from the castle window. From beyond the horizon, an army of not just 1 or 2,000, but far more, is advancing. There must be at least 10,000. They've mobilized on quite a large scale. Claire, standing beside Yuri, responded. 10,000, that's going to be tough to defeat, even for us. Finding the right balance to hold back will be difficult. They had made some preparations. However, facing 10,000, they couldn't exactly say they had the upper hand. If the enemy suffers losses, there's no helping it. It's their fault for unilaterally attacking you when all you want is to live in peace. Even now, isn't there a chance to resolve this through discussion? I doubt it. If they had any intention of talking, they would have sent a messenger before the army. I see, then I guess there's no choice. Yuri turns around, and first gives instructions to Ragvela and Jivi of the Eyeless tribe. It's dangerous, so you two should escape to the village in the northern forest. Don't come out until we know it's safe. The two nod in agreement. I really wish Lipia could escape too, but I'm staying with Yuri. I can use healing magic, and I'm sure I'll be useful in a pinch. All right, fine then, but you absolutely must not die. I know. So what about Ceres? I don't want her getting in the way. In the end, Ceres has settled in at the castle. Neither side considers the other an ally, and Ceres always does whatever she pleases on her own. I'll just watch. A battle between monsters and an army sounds interesting, doesn't it? Oh, fine. I'm not planning to protect you, so take care of yourself. No need to tell me that. The Gilka outside have already started moving, so that's fine. All right then, everyone, begin your preparations. Yuri, Claire, and Lipia return to their respective rooms for the time being to equip themselves. Yuri dons the crimson robe with the highest defensive power found in the castle. It's apparently called the Red Phoenix robe. It has high anti-magic performance while also offering above-average protection against blades. Additionally, she fastens a magic sword of wind and thunder to her waist and holds a staff as tall as herself, called Enki. This staff is highly compatible with dark magic and offers excellent support for wide-range spells. Claire's weapon, as always, is the elegant flame sword. It's said to be so sharp that there's nothing in this world it can't cut, and it can also be imbued with fire attribute magic. For armor, she uses the set she wore back when she was a holy knight. Whether it's anti-magic or blade protection, its performance surpasses any armor found in the town. However, since she's no longer a holy knight, she has painted over the emblem engraved on the armor. Lipia is equipped with the blue flower robe and the healing god staff, a typical mage set, along with a shield made of white dragon scales. Though such a shield is usually carried by knights, it's perfect for Lipia, whose top priority is to stay back and protect herself. Once equipped, Yuri and the others head toward the southern gate. Along the way, they meet up with Gilka and climb atop the southern castle wall. An army of 10,000, seeing it with my own eyes, it's quite a sight. 10,000 soldiers march across the southern plains. Individually, they might be insignificant opponents to Yuri, but their sheer numbers make them feel like a threat. It'll take a little longer before the battle begins. The enemy is still a few kilometers away. It's still too far for either side to launch an attack. Gilka, is the evacuation of your subordinates going all right? Yes, it's fine. I've told them to leave the town for now, but since our leader is here, I doubt the enemy will attack the town directly. We've gone to the trouble of cleaning up, so I'd rather they didn't destroy the town. Exactly. Oh, it's snowing. For Yuri, the light overcast weather is a welcome sight. Finally, snow begins to fall lightly, the wind feels cold. I hope it doesn't get too bad. With this weather, it'll just be a light dusting. I see, Gilka, aren't you cold? Gilka is still wearing her midriff-bearing outfit. I've always had a high body temperature, so I'm fine. I'm actually good with the cold. That's good to hear. The enemy is approaching, slowly but surely. I'm getting nervous. There are so many enemies, can we really win? Claire gently takes Yuri's hand. Though the gauntlet makes it feel rough, Yuri senses strength in her grip. Yuri, you can win. What you should worry about is how much damage you can minimize. Winning without killing anyone is impossible. Sigh, I hate this killing and all. They're not even evil people. Unlike bandits, the enemies this time are soldiers who live honest lives. For Yuri, this is a battle she has no enthusiasm for. The enemy isn't evil, but they are soldiers prepared to die in battle. Yuri, you don't need to feel guilty. No, saying they're prepared to die is a lie. Most soldiers become soldiers thinking they won't die. If that weren't the case, Claire wouldn't be here. That might be true. I hate this, but I don't want to die either, so I guess I have no choice but to fight. As Yuri lets out a deep sigh, Gilka pats her on the shoulder. Yuri-sama, you're incredibly strong, but you've got a surprisingly delicate side to you. I just have the strength to fight. Other than that, I'm just a kid. No sane person can kill without it weighing on their mind. It's probably something that will follow you for life. It never gets easier. Is it the same for you, Gilka? Yes, it is. But if you can't allow yourself to die, then sometimes you have to fight and kill. When you're forced to kill, curse this damn world and keep pushing forward somehow. Yeah, you're right. Talking with the two of them, Yuri gradually calms down. A moderate sense of tension sharpens her focus. Hey, if it comes down to it, I'll heal you. It'll be okay. Lippia declares with a slightly trembling voice. Among us, Lippia is probably the most scared. I can't keep showing how nervous I am in front of her. Thanks, Lippia, I'm counting on you. Yeah. Well, no helping it, let's fight. All three of you don't die. If that's an order. I won't die. I'm not ready to die yet. The enemy draws near. The battle begins. Chapter 37. With about 2 kilometers still separating the two forces, it was the enemy who launched the first attack. Fire, wind, water, lightning, various types of magic come flying toward us. Both of you fall back. They're already attacking. If they're targeting me, absorption should do the trick. A black circle, about 4 meters in diameter, swallows up the incoming barrage of attacks. Absorption is a magic that primarily consumes other magic or magical energy, turning it into sustenance. Though its protective range is limited, it acts as an almost invincible shield against magical attacks directed at me from a single direction. Furthermore, if used while in contact with a person, it can drain their stamina and magical energy, rendering them unable to fight. If they would just target me, that'd be great, but the stray shots might hit the town. Well, it started, so let's fight back. First, Pain. Pain can attack all enemies within visible range at once. I had hoped it might end things in one shot, but it's not activating. Does that mean the Saint is here? Yuri had been briefed beforehand about the Saint's power to some extent. She possesses exceptional protective abilities and can almost completely block dark-type magic. Emeralda, the Saint, is at the rear of the enemy forces. She's deployed an anti-magic barrier against dark attribute magic, so that spell won't work. Claire's voice carries a hint of gloom. Emeralda, so that girl showed up. Emeralda was a friend of Claire's from her days as a holy knight. Claire had said she didn't want to fight her, let alone kill her, if possible. I'll try to stick to a no-kill policy as much as I can, though I don't know how long I can keep saying that. For now, I'll do my best. If Pain doesn't work, how about this? Army of the Undead, activate. Yuri feels an immense amount of magical energy draining from her body. Then, thousands of magic circles appear on the ground beneath the castle walls, and from them, skeletons emerge, wielding whitish swords and shields made of bone. Among the creatures I can summon with this magic, skeletons are the weakest monsters. Summoning stronger monsters might make annihilation easier, but sticking to the no-kill policy, I'm limiting myself to skeletons. The Saint's magical energy is supposedly around 50,000 at most. I've infused nearly 100,000 into this army. Let's see how much she can resist. The skeleton army begins its advance. The enemy's magic starts targeting not just me, but the skeletons as well. Upon impact, the skeletons are easily shattered into pieces. Oh dear, they're a bit fragile, aren't they? Individually, their strength is at most 5th grade. Even Litrpg could defeat them. However, the shattered skeletons immediately reform into their original shapes. The army of the undead is tenacious, you know? I won't say it's infinite, but no matter how many times you destroy them, they revive. Their effective numbers far exceed a mere few thousand. The army of the undead charges toward the enemy forces. Enemy magic rains down repeatedly, shattering the skeletons each time, but they ultimately reform and continue their advance. This is reassuring for us, but for them, it must be terrifying. Yuri can see the grim expressions of the enemy soldiers through her eyes. Claire, do you think we can win with just this? Probably not with just this. If they didn't have a saint or any holy attribute magic users, we might have one. I see. My powers are just completely incompatible with holy attributes, aren't they? They might be incompatible, but considering your magical energy, that incompatibility can be overcome. So in the end, it's just brute force. I don't want to exhaust myself too much on this, though. As Yuri and the others watch for a while, an uncomfortably intense light bursts from the enemy forces, illuminating the skeletons. Over 100 skeletons are destroyed and vanish all at once. Is that what holy magic is? Yes, holy magic, purifying light. A powerful force that erases dark attribute monsters. That'd be scary if it turned toward us. Oh, more got wiped out. At this rate, won't they be taken out soon? I think we'll be fine. Purifying light is powerful, but Emeralda can't neglect defense either. Even if she fights while recovering her magical energy, she can't use it 20 or 30 times. Then we're still okay for now. Besides the Saint, is there anyone else who's a threat? There is. That's Aquel, a master of holy swordsmanship. Unlike the Saint, he's specialized in offense. His combat ability is said to be near Class 1, but his power against monsters is on par with Class 1. Yuri looks in the direction Claire points. Using the third eye enhances her ability to detect magical energy, allowing her to quickly spot a young man exuding an unsettling aura. The man is still just moving on horseback, but once he makes contact with the skeletons, he'll likely spring into action. That guy, I don't want to get close to him. Yuri-sama, leave someone like him to me. If he's near Class 1, even I can take him down. Gilka, I'm counting on you, but don't push yourself. If you die, I'll turn you into an undead and bring you back. Well, that wouldn't be so bad. Hey, come on. I don't really want to increase the number of undead. It seems there are side effects, after all anyway. Is the Saint nearing her limit? The skeletons are steadily eradicated by purifying light, but eventually, the light begins to flicker intermittently. The blonde girl emanating a holy aura appears severely exhausted. Even just the skeletons seem to be pushing them quite a bit. Still, let's send out more from our side. Yuri also directs the monsters under her control via mental manipulation toward the enemy soldiers. First, she sends 100 forest wolves that had been on standby within the town. Additionally, nearly 1,000 other various monsters, stationed both inside and outside the town, are sequentially directed southward. Applying mental manipulation to 1,000 monsters individually was taxing, but it was an effective way to gather expendable soldiers. After observing for a while, the two armies finally begin to clash. While regular soldiers fight the skeletons one-on-one, Aquel, the holy swordsman, cuts down 20 or 30 skeletons with a single swing. His destructive power per strike is less than the Saint's, but showing no signs of fatigue, he'll likely achieve greater results than her in the end. A holy attribute attack specialist, what a troublesome opponent. As Yuri considers how to deal with Aquel, Gilka speaks up. Watching from up high is nice and all, but I'm about to head down and prepare for battle. Yeah. Gilka, be careful. Yuri-sama, you two, and Claire while I'm at it. And Lipia, be especially careful, okay? Hey, I can protect myself just fine. I hope so. But remember, running away quickly is also important on the battlefield if things get dangerous. Gilka descends the stairs to the ground. Partway down, she becomes invisible, likely due to the effect of her specialty, the stealth skill. Well, we're still taking it easy over here, but how are they feeling on their side? Are they more desperate than I thought? Chapter 38. Emma, atop her horse, spotted that monster standing on the distant castle wall. Strangely, she couldn't sense any magical power, though she had heard rumors that it possessed the ability to conceal its magic. This time, I will defeat it. 9,000 infantry, 1,000 cavalry, 50 holy knights, along with the saint, the holy swordsman, and a handful of adventurers. Emma didn't want to think that even with these numbers, they couldn't win against their opponent. However, it was also true that some soldiers were growing complacent due to the overwhelming difference in forces. They thought it was ridiculous to be so intimidated by just a single monster. Even so, Emma believed that deploying such a large force was not a mistake. That dark lich possessed power worthy of such a response. That is truly a dangerous monster. And Claire. Beside the dark lich stood Claire, who was once a comrade in arms. More than a month had passed since they were separated, and Emma wondered if something had changed, or if nothing had. Claire had apparently played a significant role in the battle against Ceres, but was that of her own will, or was she being controlled? If Claire is being manipulated, I want to free her. Emeralda should be able to do it. But even if we free her, in the end, the undead cannot live within human society. They are incompatible with holy knights. Even if freed from brainwashing or control, Emma would still have to kill Claire. If regaining freedom only leads to death, would it be happier for her to die before reclaiming herself? As Emma wrestled with her thoughts, Emeralda, also on horseback, spoke to her. Emma, don't make such a dark face. I'm sure things with Claire won't turn out so badly. I have a feeling. Won't turn out badly, you say. We have no choice but to kill Claire. Emma, calm down, it's okay. I'm sure it'll be okay. Emeralda fixed her gaze on the dark lich standing on the castle wall. What did Emeralda feel when looking at that figure? Did she see something other than a terrifying monster? While Emma pondered, the frontline soldiers began their magical attacks. Their attacks flew toward the dark lich, but suddenly a black circle appeared, swallowing the magic hole. What is that? Absorbing all magic like that, it's not ordinary magic. Following that, the dark lich unleashed an immense amount of magical power, visible even from a distance. It seemed intent on wielding magic that would normally require the combined efforts of 100 mages, all by itself. What absurd. Countless magic circles appeared beneath the castle wall. From them, skeletons emerged one after another. Their numbers don't even reach 5,000. But at this rate, our numerical advantage won't mean much. Each individual skeleton might not pose much of a threat. However, the same could be said of the infantry. A strategy of overwhelming with numbers didn't seem very effective. To those skeletons, they even regenerate. Skeletons shattered by the mage's magic were reviving one by one. Soldiers that come back to life even after death, their threat was not as it appeared. Emma, I will fight too. But, Emeralda-sama, you're already maintaining the defensive barrier. Maintaining a defensive barrier to protect 10,000 soldiers was an immense burden. Adding attacks on top of that was difficult. I came here to fight. Emeralda raised her holy staff and unleashed purifying light toward the skeletons. With a single strike, she purified over 100 skeletons, but the enemy numbers were still vast. Emeralda released purifying light a second and third time. Emma could see that Emeralda was rapidly becoming exhausted. Emeralda-sama, please focus on defense. Just blocking the dangerous dark magic of the dark lich is enough. Leave the rest to the soldiers. But even those skeletons must have a limit to how many times they can revive. If they were created by magic, they can't possibly have infinite regeneration. Emeralda still tried to fight. Emma leaned slightly from her horse and forcibly lowered Emeralda's staff. Defending against the dark lich's attacks takes priority over purifying the enemy. If that thing is allowed to attack freely, even this number of soldiers will be defeated in an instant. I'm sorry. My strength isn't enough. You're doing more than enough. Really, is that so? From the front, a shout rang out. Monsters are coming too. Emma looked and saw a modest number of wolf monsters emerging from the castle gate. So it can control monsters as well. It doesn't seem to be the same magic as Marionette. It looks like they're simply under its domination. There was no telling what would come next. One thing was certain. The prior information that the enemy's main force consisted of just 3 was no longer reliable. Just how many roles does it intend to play on its own? Soon after, the skeleton army clashed with the infantry units. Each enemy wasn't particularly strong. However, against monsters that regenerated even after being defeated, the soldiers struggled to fight effectively. Situations where enemies they thought they'd defeated revived and struck them down were occurring frequently. The front lines grew chaotic. Screams rang out often. Likely, casualties had already begun to emerge. There were stories that it avoided killing, but when cornered, perhaps it can't afford to hold back. Sending an army might have been a mistake. Some of the holy knights were positioned at the front lines, and those members fought well. Realizing they couldn't defeat the enemy, they gathered them in one place and used earth magic to bury them underground, among other tactics. However, the holy knights, being too small an elite force, couldn't turn the tide of battle on their own. Over there is that the holy swordsman and his companions. Besides the holy knights, Aquel and his group were also making an impact. It seemed they weren't focused on annihilating the skeletons, but rather on breaking through this area with their comrades to strike down the Dark Lich. I am Aquel, the holy swordsman. With the blade of justice blessed by divine protection, I shall surely vanquish that evil monster. Before the battle began, Aquel had declared this boldly. And indeed, he possessed the skill to back up those words. If the enemy were just the Dark Lich alone, perhaps they could have defeated her. Even if we let them charge recklessly, Gilka is on their side. Aquel, who specializes in monster extermination, should be at a disadvantage against her. There must have been a more effective way to fight, but in a way, this could serve as a good diversion. Emma glared at the Dark Lich, who stood calmly and composed. How long can you maintain that composure? Assassins should be secretly approaching as well. Our blade is steadily closing in on you. Chapter 39. People are dying. Yuri is using spirit sight to determine whether the soldiers are alive or dead. While it's a relief that the army of skeletons and monsters is performing well, watching soldiers die one after another isn't a pleasant sight. Why are they attacking? If they just left me alone, I'd stay quiet. Despite harboring bitter feelings, Yuri doesn't stop her attacks. She doesn't want to die. Aquel and his 3 companions, they're charging through, bypassing the skeletons. Are they targeting only me? Well, defeating skeletons doesn't mean much anyway. Aquel's combat strength seems to be quite high. He's advancing without paying any attention to the skeletons. Even sending a forest wolf against Aquel proves meaningless. Despite being significantly enhanced through magical remodeling, it appears to be no match for holy attributes. They might reach here. If that happens, I'll have no choice but to fight Claire. Let's do our best. When that time comes, but I wonder, down there Gilka is still around. Yuri doesn't know where Gilka, who is in stealth mode, is located. Perhaps due to Gilka's high skill level, she doesn't appear in spirit sight or even through the third eye. Eventually, Aquel and his group approach the vicinity of the castle gate. For now, shall I bring out my secret weapon? Using marionette magic, she moves a single werewolf that had been on standby below. It was instantly defeated. That was completely useless. Aquel is strong. Though she had prepared about 10 more, Yuri decided it was pointless and refrained from deploying them. As Claire said, that wasn't very effective. It can't be helped. Their skill proficiency wasn't high enough to face Aquel. Just in case, she tries using pain and mental corruption, but they have no effect. Whether it's due to the saint's protection or Aquel's own resistance, she doesn't know. But Aquel has fallen. He's coughing up blood. Aquel's advance halts, and he collapses on the spot. The next moment, his head flies off. Aquel's 3 companions scream in horror and rush to his already lifeless body. That's Gilka's doing right. Yes. Is Gilka, by any chance, incredibly strong? That stealth skill is very troublesome. Moreover, Gilka herself possesses exceptional combat skills and a keen eye for spotting an opponent's weaknesses. Stopping Gilka is nearly impossible for someone who only focuses on monster extermination. I'm glad she's on our side. Truly. Section, a master of holy swordsmanship, huh? That was anticlimactic. Gilka, still in stealth mode, gazes at Aquel's corpse. Around Aquel, 3 women, likely his usual party members, have gathered. They are an archer, a spear wielder, and a mage, all around 20 years old. From their words, there's an atmosphere suggesting they aren't just party members. Aquel. Why, how this is wrong, it's a lie, there's no way Aquel could die, right? Haha, this is a lie, a dream, when I wake up. I'll see Aquel healthy again. His head, if we put his head back, it'll be fine, it'll be okay, look, healing magic. Aquel, is the pain subsiding? Were they lovers, or was it just unrequited love? Well, Aquel was quite the charming man, so it's not strange for such relationships to form. So should I kill these 3 as well? Using stealth skills to exploit an opponent's vulnerabilities and strike, that's Gilka's style. However, the sword called Isenki also plays a significant role in this method of killing. 5 times a day, it can ignore magical defenses and strike. While the hardness of materials can't be ignored, requiring considerable skill to use, Gilka possesses that skill. She can even cut through iron with her own technique alone. Killing them would be easy. They're not on guard at all. In fact, they've forgotten this is a battlefield. Truly, these girls are so naive. Gilka raises Isenki in her right hand. Killing them would be simple. However, it's also true that they are talents worth sparing. If we use Yuri-sama's mental manipulation, turning them into our pawns wouldn't be difficult. Even if the saint's protection is strong, if Yuri-sama touches them directly, she can break through that protection. Gilka takes out sleeping powder and sprinkles it over the 3, who are in a state of utter confusion. It would have been troublesome if they had used magic to resist status effects, but all 3 fell asleep easily. Maybe for them, the real battle was still ahead. They probably hadn't experienced much combat against cunning humans. Or perhaps they only fought enemies they matched well against and got overconfident. While remaining vigilant of her surroundings, Gilka carries the sleeping trio into the town. Since the castle gate is left wide open, entering is easy. Infiltration is simple as well, but destroying the gate would be problematic, so it's been decided to keep it open during this battle. Though it seemed unnecessary to take Aquel's beheaded body, considering Yuri could revive him as an undead with her powers, Gilka secured it just in case. I've taken care of the most troublesome enemy for Yuri-sama. Now, how will the other side respond? Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 40. Yuri and the other 2 arrive beneath the castle wall. Nearby stand 3 women with vacant expressions, and on the ground lies Aquel's beheaded corpse. Following Gilka's suggestion for now, Yuri uses mental manipulation to neutralize the 3 adventurer women. Not only are they unable to attack Yuri's group, but their consciousness has also been temporarily taken. Setting those 3 aside, they're now troubled over what to do with Aquel. Turning him into an undead to revive him would be good for long-term military strength, but undead creation consumes a lot of mana. We still don't know how the battle will unfold, so I want to conserve it. I'm against turning him into an undead too. It might be fine after the battle ends, but we don't have the luxury right now. Claire agrees with Yuri's hesitation. Meanwhile, Lippia murmurs in a dejected voice. But those 3 companions look so sad. They probably really liked this person, right? Yeah, probably. Lippia isn't as used to death as Claire or Gilka. Watching this fight must be hard for her. Well, I'm originally more like Lippia too, but my sense of things is a bit broken now, so it can't be helped. Can Aquel be saved? Did she just speak? Despite the effects of the sleeping powder and being under mental manipulation, the mage, whose consciousness should still be unclear, speaks. The other 2 are still asleep, so maybe this one has resistance to status effects, or maybe it's the saint's protection. Even though I should have made her lose consciousness temporarily, the magic isn't working well. Even Yuri can tell that unpleasant mana is clinging around the 3. It's slightly interfering with Yuri's magic. Please, save Aquel, save him. The blonde woman, whose name they don't know, begins to shed tears. Her distinct pointed ears suggest she's an elf. But you know, from my side, our priorities come first. You guys were the ones who attacked, and dying on the battlefield is just how it goes, right? Don't say that, please. I know it's their own fault, but Aquel is different, please. I'll do anything. Anything, huh? Then, if I told you to kill your 2 companions over there, would you do it? At Yuri's cruel question, the elf's face contorts, after hesitating for a few seconds. If it means saving a quell, I'll do it. He must be really important. Do you love him that much? I love him. Ah, I see. Well, your situation doesn't really matter to me. You don't have to kill your dear friends. The real issue is that I don't want to waste mana. If we can't solve that, then, oh, I've got an idea. A wicked thought suddenly occurs to Yuri, but forcing it might cause problems later. After a moment of hesitation, she decides to let the elf choose. I can absorb mana from others. It's better if they're alive, but fresh corpses work too. If I can gather enough mana for undead creation, I'll revive him as an undead. Does that mean kill about 300 soldiers and bring their corpses here? Then I'll revive a quell as an undead. But a quell's soul will vanish in about 10 minutes, so move fast, okay? You want me to kill 300 people? Yup, exactly. If you don't want to, that's fine. Oh, and instead of killing people, how about this? I'll use mental manipulation to erase your feelings for a quell. That way, you won't carry any weird guilt, and you'll be able to accept his death. No, I refuse to forget these feelings. I absolutely refuse. Then go kill them. If you're doing it with the other 2, I'll wake them up. Litrpg can also dispel the sleep effect. I want all 3 of us together. I can't do it alone. Got it. With the plan settled, they first use Litrpg's magic to awaken the spear user and the archer. Yuri also partially lifts the mental manipulation and explains the situation again. The 2 didn't oppose the idea of killing 300 people. That came as a surprise to Yuri. If someone truly important to you could be brought back by killing others, maybe more people than I thought would be willing to cross that line. After that, the 3 begin diligently slaughtering soldiers. The 3 don't have the time to collect the corpses and carry them into town, so Yuri orders skeletons to help with the task. Yuri, was that really okay? From the enemy's perspective, it looks like you manipulated those 3 into turning on their own. It might damage your position later. Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of not using Ceres as a pawn. I just couldn't leave them be, but I'm not sure if this was the right call. I don't think we need to show mercy to the enemy. Claire, you're saying that. You're only here because I showed mercy to an enemy. I'm glad I saved you, so maybe this time will turn out the same. If you put it that way, I've got nothing to say. Let's deal with any problems that come up together. Is that an order? Exactly. When about half the target is gathered, Yuri starts to worry about Litrpg. Litrpg, watching this kind of battle must be painful, right? You don't have to stay and watch. Wouldn't it be better to go to Ragvela and the others? Litrpg presses her lips together and shakes her head. I'm not the same as Ragvela and the others anymore. I still think of them as friends, but there's a rift between us that can't be filled. The future they imagine and mine are different now. The only place I belong is beside you, Yuri. I see, got it. Then watch everything. Yeah. Litrpg takes Yuri's hand. Yuri squeezes that cold hand tightly in return. Chapter 41. A quell was easily defeated. Emma watched it calmly, but she was surprised when a quell's companions turned sides and began attacking the soldiers. A quell is an adventurer specialized in monster extermination. It's no wonder he lost to Kilga. But what are his companions doing? Could it be some kind of brainwashing ability? If so, it's dangerous to approach him carelessly. Our warriors might end up becoming his pawns. A quell's companions kill the soldiers one after another. Then the skeletons carry the bodies into the town. What on earth is happening? I have a bad feeling about this. Eventually, a quell's companions return toward the town. They must have killed hundreds. If they're being controlled, that's one thing, but if they acted on their own will, then those 3 can no longer live in human society. The dark lich on top of the wall disappears. Shortly after, an evil light shines from within the town. That light, it's the same as when Claire was turned into an undead. Don't tell me, did they turn a quell into an undead? At this timing, were the soldiers' lives used as material for undead creation? If that's the case, then those 3 really did betray us willingly. When Emma faced a quell and the others, she could tell that those 3 women had special feelings for a quell. Did they use a quell's resurrection as bait to make those 3 betray us? What a vile, cowardly monster. They said they wanted to avoid killing, but their nature is still cruel. I must defeat them quickly. Emma solidifies her resolve, but the tide of battle doesn't shift significantly. The frontline soldiers and skeletons continue clashing, and gradually the number of skeletons decreases. Apparently, if you destroy them about 10 times, they vanish. But essentially, it's like fighting not thousands, but tens of thousands of skeletons, so the soldiers are outnumbered. Moreover, monsters other than skeletons are also attacking. It seems a large number of wild monsters are being commanded, and dealing with them is no easy task. At this rate, we might lose. No, maybe the assassination squad will succeed in the subjugation. But how much can we really count on them? The Holy Knight Order also wants to take more action. If only there weren't those ridiculous orders to focus solely on defense. This battle is being led by Count Yusef's heir. He's clearly trying to gain prestige by defeating the Dark Lich. He's not a good man, but since we're operating as an organization, we can't go against his orders. However, at this rate, not only will we fail to subjugate the Dark Lich, but we might face total annihilation. Emma. Hearing her name called by Commander Carden up ahead, Emma turns her attention outward. Ah, yes. What is it? Can you defeat Claire? What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Is the commander trying to make me fight Claire? To Emma, Claire is her closest friend after Emeralda, a fellow teenager in the Holy Knight Order and also a fellow woman. They've spent more time together than anyone else. I can. In fact, I don't want anyone else to be the one to defeat Claire. I see, then I'll entrust this to you. What the commander handed to Emma was one of the Holy Knight Order's most treasured weapons, the Divine Sword of Exorcism. A sword meant solely for killing monsters, especially powerful against dark attribute monsters, capable of slaying them in a single blow. However, while it's powerful against monsters, it has the weakness of being completely incapable of harming humans. In human combat, it's nothing more than decoration. Emma accepts the sacred sword the commander offers. So, I'm to leave here and defeat Claire and the Dark Lich. I never said that. You will take the sacred sword from me of your own accord, defeat the Dark Lich who is your friend's enemy, and return your former friend to God with your own hands. I see. Understood. In other words, while placing all the responsibility on me, they want the Holy Knight Order to be credited with the Dark Lich's subjugation. If I don't do it, someone else will. If no one else does, the commander himself will go. Emma considers the priorities of the members. This person is needed in this order. I can't let him go. Being held responsible is no big deal. Emma, are you going? Emeralda asks Emma anxiously. Yes, I'm going. I see. I can't stop you, can I? Please be safe. Yes, of course. Even if she succeeds in subjugating the Dark Lich, there's a chance she won't be able to return to the Holy Knight Order. Emma understood that, but she didn't want to do nothing. Emma, I'll help too, let's go. Vin stands next to Emma. Since Vin can use presence block magic, it seems they plan to move while hidden. He must have discussed this with the commander beforehand. Emma leaves the area with Vin, weaving through the gaps between the other soldiers. Emma, I'm truly sorry for killing your friend. Please stop. I understand that it wasn't your will. It was Vin who, confused by the Dark Lich's magic, struck down Claire. Emma doesn't intend to hold it against him. She knows all too well how terrible the Dark Lich's magic is. Let's finish this together. Yeah. Emma thinks about what she must do from here on, and her chest aches terribly. Chapter 42. Good grief, being a champion of justice sure is a pain. Yuri shrugged while watching a Quell repeatedly engage in self-harm. The soldiers' corpses were gathered, and turning a Quell into an undead went smoothly, but a Quell fell into despair over becoming an undead. On top of that, he lamented the fact that 300 soldiers had to die to bring him back. He must have been a man with a strong sense of justice. Believing he should atone through death, he kept harming himself, but undead don't die so easily. Aquel kept cutting himself, but the wounds gradually healed. Unable to die, Aquel was trapped in a cycle of self-harm. The three companions tried their best to calm Aquel down, but it would likely take some time. As a side note, Aquel, who had previously used Holy Element magic, could no longer use that type after becoming an undead. Instead, he became specialized in Dark Element magic. Well, if Aquel insists on dying, I guess I can kill him later. For now, let's just leave him. I think I'll head back up. Yuri had come down to the surface, to turn a quell into an undead. Now that the task was done, she headed toward the stairs with Claire and Lippia, who had come down with her. As for Gilka, she remained outside the castle walls to keep watch. I feel bad for the enemies fighting desperately, but just watching from above is kind of boring. When Yuri muttered that, Claire agreed. Yeah, I get it. Claire, are you getting bored too? A little. It'd be nice if there were a spell that could end the battle in one shot. That would be terrifying. Actually, couldn't you do that, Yuri? You haven't used the spell that erased that town yet. I've decided not to use that. It's not like I want to wipe out all the enemies. As long as they acknowledge our victory, that's enough. For now, maybe we just need to take out their main force. If we take out their main force, or their commander, or neutralize the saint, I think they'll give up and retreat. I see. I'd prefer not to mess with the saint if possible. Let's wrap this up quickly. As Yuri yawned lightly, Claire furrowed her brow. You shouldn't let your guard down. There must be someone on their side with power like Gilka's. Maybe even an assassin heading our way. True, I need to be careful. But I'm not good at presence detection, so I'll have to rely on you and Lippia. Claire had extensive combat experience, so even if someone used stealth skills, she could sense them to some degree. Also, Lippia and the Eyeless tribe were originally highly attuned to perceiving the unseen. Yuri couldn't handle invisible enemies, but with those two around, she felt somewhat reassured. She had felt reassured. Watch out! Suddenly, Lippia tackled Yuri. Just before Yuri fell, the ground where she had been standing cracked open. It looked like something massive had crushed it from above. Hi! Yuri, lying on the ground, lifted her upper body and scanned the surroundings. Lippia was nowhere to be seen. Where Lippia should have been, there was a blood-soaked robe and a pool of blood. The shield lying nearby felt strangely lonely. While Yuri was still confused, Claire moved swiftly. She immediately pulled Yuri close and pushed her behind her. Claire drew the sword of Geen and slashed. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Just like that, Claire continued battling an unseen enemy. Yuri, stay back. Okay. What just happened? Where did Lippia go? Somewhere in her mind, she understood, but she didn't want to accept it. As she backed away, she stared at the pool of blood. Lippia. Even when she called out, there was no response. Lippia, what's with this sudden, don't tell me you're dead? Yuri had expected to spend much more time with Lippia. Though they barely knew each other now, she had vaguely thought that in time, there'd be nothing they didn't know about each other. Claire moved further away. Yuri staggered toward the pool of blood and knelt beside it. She tried channeling magic into the blood. Lippia. If there was still a body, channeling magic would speed up recovery. But there was no change in the pool of blood. As Yuri stood there dazed, a sword emerged from her chest. It hurts. I got stabbed from behind, so there were two of them. How annoying. Burn. Heat surged within Yuri. Thanks to the robe's magic resistance, she hadn't caught fire, but it couldn't block everything. She also felt something other than heat eating away at her body. So even burning you from the inside with holy flame doesn't kill you instantly. Is it the robe's power or the dark Lich's own strength? What a pain. A woman's voice came from behind. Holy flame, no wonder it felt so awful. It wasn't just fire magic. Not that it matters, did you people kill Lippia? Yuri's insides grew hotter and hotter. Smoke began to rise and she felt her body slowly burning away. Yuri, stay with me. Claire's scream reached Yuri's ears, but Yuri couldn't organize her thoughts and didn't feel like doing anything. HMPH. Unlike this dark Lich, the other undead seems to have some skill. Yuri watched Claire through a haze. The enemy holding a dagger had already revealed themselves, but even Claire was struggling. Claire. Was there any backup? Maybe. At this rate, she might lose not just Lippia, but Claire too. That can't happen. Yuri tried to help Claire, but her body wouldn't move properly. Perhaps due to the holy flame. As Yuri struggled, the sound of metal clashing came from behind her. You dodged my strike. As expected of a fellow kind, you're sharp. You're Gilka, leader of the Black Phantom Wolves. I'll take care of you too. Try me if you can. Apparently, Gilka had returned from outside the gate. Thanks to that, there were no enemies near Yuri now, but her body still wouldn't move. This might be really bad. Am I going to die too? Suddenly, Yuri's body was embraced. The sensation was firm armor. Yuri, you must not die here. Claire's voice. Thanks to the anti-magic effect on the armor, the unpleasant heat clinging to Yuri vanished. Then, Claire pulled out the blade that had pierced Yuri. Immediately after, Claire's head slipped off her neck. Claire. Turning your back on the enemy. Is that monster so important to you? I don't understand what undead are thinking. Standing before Yuri was a man wearing a black mask. He lifted Claire's head, helmet and all, and removed its contents. Then he crushed Claire's head with some kind of magic. Blood dripped from the man's hand. Ah. An undead won't die just from decapitation, but if the head is completely destroyed, even they will die. Claire died. What? She couldn't bring herself to accept the scene before her. You should die too. The man's blood-stained hand reached for Yuri's head, just before the invisible pressure crushed her. A corruption. Without thinking, Yuri activated the spell she had sworn never to use again. Chapter 43. In the darkness, Yuri stood alone. Whether it was just a mental landscape or reality itself, Yuri couldn't tell. She could feel her soul turning black, and somehow, that sensation felt comforting to her. Everything felt meaningless, and she was in the mood to erase it all. In her current state, she could probably do it. Maybe not erase the entire world, but at least the town of Grimoire and the nearby enemies. Yuri, no. Don't lose yourself. Yuri thought she heard Claire's voice, but Claire was already dead. There's no way she could hear the voice of the dead. If it's you, Yuri, you should be able to hear me. You can see the souls of the dead, can't you? This voice, is it really Claire? Maybe it was just an auditory hallucination, but even if it was, Yuri wanted to cling to that voice. Claire. Yuri, I'm sorry I died before you. But please don't become just a monster. You're not such a lowly being. Yuri felt as if something warm was wrapping around her. That warmth left a small part of her heart untouched by darkness. Then, Yuri woke up. A dream, huh? But unlike that time, I still have my sanity. Is Claire protecting me? It felt like waking up from a long sleep, but maybe it had only been a few seconds. In front of Yuri stood a man, stunned. What is this magical power? Is she really just a monster? The heat had already left Yuri's body. The hole in her chest was also closed. You killed Litrpg and Claire. Yuri stood up and stared straight at the man. I have no choice but to retreat. Die Blade of Dar, huh? The moment Yuri muttered, the man dropped dead on the spot. Huh, I was about to kill him, so why is he already dead? Feeling puzzled, Yuri checked her status. Name, Freelancer Yuri. Race, Dark Lich. Gender, female. Age, 4 months. Level, unknown. Combat power, 1,120,000. Magical energy, 9,825,000. Skills. Dark magic level unknown, awakened, darkness resistance, wisdom undying. Titles, Enraged Dark Witch Demon King. Something's different. What is dark magic level unknown, awakened? Dark magic level unknown, awakened. Spirit sight, soul extraction, soul devour, marionette, magical remodeling, pain infliction, mental corruption, mental manipulation, absorption, undead creation, corruption, deep corruption, blade of darkness, concealment, perception disruption. Curse, ruler of darkness, servant enhancement, army of the undead, spell word, euro, demon summoning, netherworld summoning, chain of death, soul rebirth. So just saying die and the enemy dies, that's the power of spell word. A curse doesn't activate just by saying it. Wait, soul rebirth. Undead creation and resurrection of the dead are different. You can't revive someone who's completely dead with undead creation. That's what Yuri had believed. But apparently, with soul rebirth, it's possible to bring the dead back. However, there are conditions. A part of the dead person's body must remain, it must be within 3 days of death, and 10,000 humans must be sacrificed. I see, that's perfect. I'll use the ones outside. But even with that, 20,000 isn't enough. What's this chain of death? Chain of death is a spell that kills the blood relatives, parents, siblings, children of the person you kill all at once. I see, that'll be enough. Even if 5,000 survived over there, 20,000 should be easy. Yuri picked up the robe soaked in Litrpg's blood, held Claire's corpse, and headed toward the stairs leading up the wall. But before that, the woman still fighting Gilka was a bit of an eyesore. Lucky you. Now that there's a chance Claire and the others can be revived, I'll spare you, but I'll make you suffer to death. The woman's body suddenly swelled grotesquely, and her armor and clothes burst apart. She turned into a mass of purplish, unidentifiable flesh, and then her limbs exploded. Ah! It hurts, 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 it hurts.
What is the allies?
She became a bizarre creature, no longer identifiable as male or female, not even human anymore, and screamed. She collapsed to the ground, writhing, her body bursting open everywhere, organs spilling out, her whole body falling apart. Yet she still seemed conscious, twitching what looked like eyes and a mouth, groaning worse than a beast. So noisy. Suffer quietly. The woman's voice ceased. The squishy purple mass just crawled across the ground. Yuri lost interest in the thing and looked toward Gilka. Even though the battle was over, Gilka remained on guard. Yuri-sama. Are you conscious? Yeah, I am. What are you planning to do now? I'm going to resurrect Claire and Lipia. To do that, I'll kill 20,000 people. 20,000, I see. Gilka, are you going to stop me? No. Just, I'd like you not to kill my subordinates. I couldn't protect Claire and Lipia, so I don't care what happens to me. Gilka, grimacing, looked at the purple mass and added, I'd at least prefer if you only killed them quickly. It's okay. I won't kill you or your subordinates. You fought well, Gilka. I don't blame you. I'll only kill the ones over there. Had she been fully consumed by darkness, Yuri would have slaughtered everyone here. But perhaps thanks to Claire, she could still restrain herself a little. Yuri slowly climbed the stairs. Gilka followed her. Reaching the top of the wall, they looked down at the skeletons and soldiers still fighting. The saint's protection, huh? It's a bit troublesome, but with spell word, I could probably kill them. Still, since I have the chance, maybe I'll. Wait, what are you trying to do? Ahem. Behind Yuri and the others stood two holy knights. Their faces were hidden behind armor, but Yuri recognized the voice of one of the women. Chapter 44. Just before Emma arrived at the castle gate, an overwhelmingly evil magical energy surged from within the town. How repulsive, just being near it makes me nauseous. Don't tell me that monster is the one emitting it. She had a bad feeling. It was as if a sealed evil god had been unleashed. Most likely, the Dark faction did something before we got here, and at the very least, the assassination of Dark Lich failed. Emma and Vin arrived at the gate and dismounted their horses. The double doors of the gate remained open, making it easy to enter. However, both of them stopped just outside the town. Vin spoke with a trembling voice. Emma, let's turn back, okay? I have a really bad feeling about going any further. Vin, I understand how you feel. Beyond here lies a creature beyond imagination. If you choose to turn back, I won't stop you. But I'm going. I was entrusted with this sword by the commander. Emma drew the divine sword of exorcism from its sheath. You're really going. I am. I see. Vin hesitated, but only for a moment. Sorry, my cowardice got the better of me. I'm coming too. I see. This might not be much comfort, but if we die, we'll probably die together. That's the best comfort a man could ask for. The two of them passed through the gate. Hey, what is this? A grotesque purple mass squirmed. It glistened like blood-soaked raw flesh and emitted a foul stench. Emma, now's not the time to worry about that thing. Look at the stairs. Inside the gate, there was a staircase leading up to the top of the wall. At the top stood Dark Lich, cloaked in dark, evil magic. In her small arms, she seemed to be holding Claire, though it was hard to tell as her head was missing. Claire. It seemed the Dark faction had succeeded in subjugating Claire. That was one accomplishment. But at the same time, they had awakened a wicked monster. Emma and Vin ran up the stairs. They reached the top of the wall. Ideally, they would have taken down Dark Lich right then and there, but her overwhelming magical pressure made it impossible to get close. Also, Vin's presence block had worn off at some point, likely due to being overwhelmed by Dark Lich's power. The Saint's protection, huh? It's a bit troublesome, but with spell word, I could probably kill her. Still, since I have the chance, maybe I'll. A bad feeling crept over her. Emma realized she was about to use the same magic that had destroyed the town of Grimoire, or perhaps something even worse. Wait, what are you trying to do? Ahem. Dark Lich, who had been gazing down at the world below, slowly turned around. Her eyes were dyed black. Just meeting her gaze sent a shiver down Emma's spine, like insects crawling all over her body. You're Emma, right? Yeah, that's right. I see. Claire told me a lot about you. You were the only girl her age in the Holy Knight Order, so naturally, you became friends and spent a lot of time together, right? Yeah, that's right. Even after becoming an undead, Claire still called you her friend. What about you? Have you stopped caring about Claire? Of course not. Even if she became an undead, Claire is still my irreplaceable friend. I see, I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to bring Claire back to life, so why don't you tell her that yourself? I'll spare your life. What? Claire is already dead, isn't she? You're saying you'll bring her back. A headless corpse. Even an undead would die if its head were completely destroyed. I'll bring her back with my magic. Resurrection magic, that's supposed to be a myth. Oh, really? Well, it'd be a problem if the dead could come back so easily. Anyway, you all came to kill me, didn't you? I'll let Emma go, but I won't show mercy to the other one. Are you really planning to fight me? If you don't get in my way, I'll kill you quickly and painlessly. If you do, I'll make you end up like that one down there. Got it. Do you mean that purple thing? Yes, that one. What did you do? I just cast a curse that says, suffer like death. Probably won't kill him, but he'll feel like he's dying forever. How could you? Previously, Dark Lich had used magic that inflicted pain only on the mind. This time, it seemed to affect the body as well. That was the impression Emma got. If that were the case, Emma could imagine the suffering. The kind of torment that made one believe death was the only salvation. Emma forgot she was facing Dark Lich and looked down at the purple mass below. She tried to use magic to at least end that suffering. Don't. They're the ones who made me angry. Emma could no longer use magic, nor move her body. With just Dark Lich's words, everything had been sealed. The difference in power was overwhelming. It was like fighting a god. You stay quiet and watch. Now are you going to get in my way or die peacefully? Vin gasped. Then Vin's head fell, his body collapsed. Dying here might be the better option. At some point, Bandit Gilka had approached. It wasn't because she used the stealth skill that they hadn't noticed her, probably. Emma had been so focused on Dark Lich that she hadn't noticed her presence. Vin was likely the same. Yuri-sama, I'm sorry, I killed him. It's fine. Thanks for going out of your way. I'll do anything for you, Yuri-sama. I'll be counting on you from now on. Well then, since Emma can't move anymore, let's do it. Just one suggestion. If we spare the saint, I think the revived Claire would be happy. That makes sense. The saint stands out, so I guess I'll do that. W8. Emma tried to slay Dark Lich with the divine sword of exorcism. Even a monster beyond reason might be defeated with a divine sword, but since she couldn't move at all, the sword was useless. Shut up, I'm done waiting. Demon summoning sounds tempting, but I don't really want to wreck this land. Yeah, this is the best choice. Euro and then Chain of Death. The world was dyed black. Chapter 45. Emeralda couldn't put up any resistance against the overwhelming power of darkness. No way, it's tearing through all of my holy magic shields. A black mist suddenly appeared in the sky. It collided with the holy barrier for just a moment before quickly eroding it. The black mist then rained down onto the battlefield. My body is being eaten. My arms, my legs, my body, it's disappearing. Someone, help me. Saint, please protect us with your power. What the hell is this? I don't get it. Nuo, I don't want to die. Emeralda's chest tightened at the hellish scene. I have to protect them. I've been praised as a saint, and yet I'm so powerless. Emeralda tried with all her might to maintain the protective barrier. But even as she pushed herself to the point of coughing blood, she couldn't resist the black mist. The mist quickly filled her field of vision. Lady Emeralda, behind me, gah. At least protect Lady Emeralda Jaya. Saint, at least you should escape. One by one, the holy knights collapsed before Emeralda's eyes. Rather than collapsing, it would be more accurate to say their insides vanished without a trace. Only their silver armor remained on the ground, not even a corpse left behind. Everyone, I'm sorry. Even the horse Emeralda was riding vanished. Only her body remained, protected by holy magic. No, it's not that my power is stronger than this darkness. I'm just being kept alive. The mist avoided Emeralda. Most likely, it wasn't just her imagination. If I'm the only one being spared, Claire, are you protecting me? She didn't know what state Claire was in now. But if Claire had become close to Dark Lich, it wouldn't be strange if she had asked her not to kill the saint. But even if I'm the only one spared, The screams of the soldiers gradually faded. Most of them had already disappeared, swallowed by the black mist. I'm sorry, it's all because I'm powerless. Emeralda fell to her knees on the spot. She continued using protective magic, but she knew it was completely meaningless. Still, she didn't stop resisting, not because she believed in some miracle. She simply didn't know what else to do. God, where did we go wrong? They had rushed to subjugate Dark Lich, following the warning of divine revelation. As a result, many lives were lost. There were even stories that Dark Lich was a monster who didn't kill without reason. If we hadn't attacked first, maybe this wouldn't have happened. But it was already too late for regrets. There's no one on this earth who can stop that Dark Lich, not just the northern lands. Maybe the whole world will end. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Even Emeralda didn't know who she was apologizing to. She just wanted to apologize to everyone in the world for the great mistake they had made and the crisis they had brought upon it. If only it had erased me too. Even so, the black mist avoided Emeralda. Eventually, as her magic ran out, Emeralda could do nothing but continue to pray to God and repent to the world in the darkness. Section. In the plaza of the Holy Capital, a 10-year-old boy and girl were talking. Do you think Lily's dad is fighting the bad monster right about now? Yeah, according to the plan, it should be today. I see. I hope he defeats it quickly and tells us all about it. Ours, you really like my dad, don't you? Do you enjoy hearing about his work that much? Yeah, I mean, Lily's dad is the captain of the Holy Knight Order, right? That's amazing. He's just a normal person who's a little strong. That's not true. He's amazing. HMPH, ours, you're always going on about my dad. As the two talked, black mist suddenly began to cover Lily's feet. Huh, no, what is this? Lily moved around trying to escape the mist. But the mist only continued to consume her. Lily. Ours, help me, my body, it's disappearing. Lily's legs vanished as she was swallowed by the black mist. The mist didn't stop, and as her lower body disappeared, she crawled along the ground. Wait, what is this? This is wrong, am I going to die? Lily, calm down. Ours tried to brush away the black mist with his hands, but it had no effect. It seemed Lily wasn't the only one being attacked by the black mist. Several people in the plaza and nearby market were also being consumed, screaming in terror. Ours, help me. No, I don't want to die. Lily. Ours tried to save Lily, but he was powerless. Eventually, Lily's entire body vanished from that spot. The look of despair on Lily's face remained burned in Ours's memory. What the hell is going on? Lily disappeared, and Ours was left in despair. Lily, where did you go? They were childhood friends, together since they could remember. Ours had vaguely assumed they'd always be together, maybe even get married someday. I have to find her. Lily must have just been teleported somewhere. Ours ran around the Holy Capital searching for Lily. In the end, Ours never saw Lily again. Later, it was discovered that all the parents, siblings, and children of the soldiers, holy knights, and adventurers who went to subjugate Dark Lich had disappeared. The same was true for the towns of Yusef and Rujamano near Grimoire. And on this day, over 40,000 people vanished from the world. Chapter 46. Soul Rebirth. When Yuri cast the spell, Claire's body, lying down, began to emit an eerie glow. A chilling air, as if the gates of hell had been forcefully pried open, froze the surroundings. Claire, come back to me. Claire's head began to regenerate. The cluster of light squirmed and writhed, and in about 5 minutes, Claire's original face reappeared. Claire, can you hear my voice? Yuri knelt beside Claire and traced her face with her hand. Whether it was due to the cold winter sky or because she had just regenerated, her cheeks were terribly cold. Claire, wake up. Please. This was her first time using Soul Rebirth. She still wasn't sure how effective it would be. Would she really come back to life? As Yuri began to worry, Claire's eyes slowly opened. Claire, are you okay? Do you recognize me? Yuri, why, I should be dead. I couldn't accept that you died, so I brought you back. Brought me back? You had that kind of power. Yeah, somehow it looks like I could do this too. I didn't even know myself. I see. Your eyes are black though, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But maybe this state won't last long. I have to bring Lippia back too. Yuri placed the robe soaked with Lippia's blood at her feet. When she used Soul Rebirth, the blood glowed eerily and began to transform into a human shape. Perhaps because there was more to regenerate, it took much longer than with Claire. However, in the end, Lipia's body was fully restored. Since only her body had regenerated, she was completely naked, but at least she had been brought back to life. Yuri dressed Lipia in the robe. After calling out to her several times, Lipia also regained consciousness. Yuri, I felt like I was crushed by some incredible force. Lipia, thank you for saving me back then. Thanks to you, I was safe. So, Lipia, you did die once, but I brought you back with my magic. You resurrected the dead. Yeah, that's right. That casually. Resurrecting the dead is something only a god could do. No, it was just a monster's doing. I'm not a god or anything. Just a monster can't resurrect the dead. What even are you, Yuri? I told you, just a monster. With both Claire and Lipia revived, Yuri felt a bit relieved. Also, perhaps due to the immense magic needed for soul rebirth, the magic power that had nearly reached 10 million was now almost depleted. When the effect of corruption wore off, Yuri collapsed on the spot. I can't move my body. Gilka lifted Yuri's collapsed body. After killing that many, resurrecting 2 people, and the backlash is just being unable to move. Are there any other symptoms? I'm fine. That's good. Since the battle is over, you should rest at the castle. I'll do that. Seriously, I'm sick of fights like this. While being carried by Gilka, Yuri gazed beyond the castle walls. All the humans on the ground had vanished except for one. The only things left scattered around were corpses that had already died and weapons or armor that had lost their owners. She had even erased the monsters she had mentally manipulated in her frenzy, but that didn't matter. It was a bit surprising that even the skeletons had disappeared, but that too wasn't a concern. Maybe I'll use Army of the Undead again to clean up the scattered ones. That's your idea of cleanup. That's pretty surreal. Should we just have them clean the whole town too? Maybe I should have done that from the start, but they can't follow detailed instructions, so they'd probably destroy houses without a second thought. Guess we'll need manpower after all. Understood. As Yuri and Gilka relaxed, Emma shouted in a voice filled with rage. Just how many people have you killed? Emma, you're still here? And you can talk again. Maybe the effect of spell word is wearing off. Well, if you want an answer, I'd say at least 20,000 are dead, but I don't know the exact number. 20,000? There were originally only about 10,000 soldiers. Around 8,000 should have still been alive. Are you saying you killed everyone else too? Yeah, the parents, siblings, and children of the soldiers and holy knights. They should all be dead. What have you done? They had nothing to do with this battle. I didn't mean to go that far either, but I needed it to bring Claire and Lipia back, so I had no choice. You think no choice is a valid excuse? Emma still seemed unable to move. She trembled, showing signs of aggression, but didn't act. Don't be so mad. I mean, thinking about it calmly, maybe it was overkill, but it's not like humanity went extinct. Less than 1% died. It doesn't affect humanity as a whole. What are you even saying? This isn't about humanity as a whole. Don't you understand how precious and sacred each individual life is? Yeah, I get it. Don't worry, I don't plan to do this again lightly. As long as you all don't come after me, I'll behave. Even so, I'm not claiming to be justice. I know sacrificing 10,000 to save one isn't sane. But this isn't about justice. It's about something I can't compromise on. That's all. Justice means nothing right now. Emma still looked unconvinced as she glared at Yuri. At that moment, Claire stepped in between them. Emma, I understand your anger, but for today, just go back. Claire, you're still siding with this monstrous being. It's true Yuri killed many, but she's not purely evil. What Yuri wants is a peaceful life, not to plunge the world into fear. If that's the case, then I'll stand by her side. She's a monster, wanting a peaceful life. That's absurd. Emma, you're not thinking clearly, and you're seeing things through assumptions. Just go back for now. Claire placed both hands on Emma's still unmoving neck. If you can't promise to go back quietly, I'll break your neck. Claire, please go back. I don't want to kill you, Emma. Emma's face twisted in anguish, but eventually, the strength drained from her expression. We've truly chosen completely different paths now. Yeah. Our paths probably won't cross again. I see. Tears welled up in Emma's eyes and rolled down her cheeks. Today, I'll go back quietly. I can't defeat you all with my strength alone anyway. Goodbye, Claire. Goodbye, Emma. Tell Emeralda too. I will. Claire turned back to Yuri and the others, a fleeting smile on her face. It's settled. Let's go too. It's snowing and it's cold here. Claire descended the stairs first, and Yuri and the others followed. Emma still seemed unable to move, but she would likely recover within an hour. I did kill a lot of people, but can you just give up on trying to subjugate me now? I think if you realize it's better to get along than to fight, we can move closer to peaceful days. Yuri sighed and murmured, closing her eyes. Eventually, sleep overtook her, and Yuri lost consciousness. As the snow fell silently, Gilka's body warmth felt incredibly comforting. Chapter 47. Yuri awoke in the darkness. She couldn't see anything, but she could tell she was conscious. Where is this? Her voice came out. Yuri touched her body and confirmed that at least she had one. However, her senses were dull, and she thought she might not be in a physical form. She also couldn't tell up from down, and felt as if she were floating in a zero-gravity space. Awake are you? She heard someone's voice. It sounded female, but if told it was a high-pitched male voice, she could believe that too. Yuri looked around but couldn't see the speaker. There was only darkness. Who? I am God. What kind of God? Are you in charge of reincarnation or something? Could this be the God who reincarnated her from Earth to this world? That's what Yuri thought. Reincarnation is not my domain. I am merely an evil god. Evil god? What exactly does an evil god do? I whimsically give birth to great evils upon the earth. Generally, they are called demon kings. Wow, what a nasty god, you should just perish. You're not the type to be intimidated by an evil god, are you? The evil god gave off a sigh of exasperation. It doesn't really feel real when you say evil god. Anyway, if you really are one, can I ask you a few things? Go ahead. I'm just a rotting god with too much time on my hands. This evil god really doesn't have any dignity. Makes it easier to talk though. First of all, where is this? I'm not dead, right? You could call this hell, but you are not dead. You'll return to the surface soon. That's a relief. So, evil god, what do you want from me? I want nothing. Your soul merely connected with mine temporarily, because you stepped into the divine realm. The divine realm? Oh, maybe because I used soul rebirth to bring someone back to life. Well, that's part of it. More importantly, your power has already reached the realm of the gods. Yeah, my magical power was insanely high when I was corrupted. Even a magical energy of 100,000 would be among the strongest on the surface. If it's close to 10 million, it's on a whole different dimension. The difference between human and God, it must be that kind of dimensional gap. With your power, you could even rebuild the surface world from scratch. I have no intention of doing that. I just want to live peacefully. To think someone with such power desires only peace. Yeah, rebuilding or ruling the surface isn't what I want. A strange soul has slipped in. But that too might be interesting. The evil god nodded. Oh, by the way, evil god, you know I came from another world, right? So, why am I in this other world in the first place? Collateral damage, perhaps. Collateral damage. I wasn't the one who brought you to this world. It was another god. If I am an evil god, then that one is a good god. Well, a god nonetheless. That god summoned someone else here, and your soul got dragged along as a side effect. Come to think of it, right before I died on Earth, I think I saw a girl's corpse. So she was the one originally summoned, and I just got caught up in it. That's right. What a nuisance. But maybe it's better than just dying and that being the end. It might have been better for you. But for this world, it turned into a disaster that killed tens of thousands. It's not like I wanted to kill anyone. The first time was just an accident, and the second time I was just defending myself from attackers. I know the circumstances. I quite enjoyed watching your battles. Are evil gods just peeping perverts? Might be something like that. No use telling a god to stop peeping, huh? Then, if I was brought here by accident, why was that girl summoned? The god tried to take control of the surface, something like that. Take control of the surface. How exactly? Probably wanted to eliminate all evil beings like monsters and create a pure world. Is that really okay? If this world has no monsters, wouldn't that cause a lot of problems? Yes, it would. You could say monsters and humans coexist in a way. Without monsters, conflicts among humans would increase. There are many other inconveniences too. Then it's no good. Indeed. Wait, is that god stupid or something? I don't know if they're stupid. Just overly pure. I see. By the way, with that girl's power, could she really eliminate all the monsters on the surface? If the god's plan had gone as intended, maybe. But the distortion caused by bringing in a soul from another world quickly gave rise to a monstrous being. You. No matter how much the god tinkered with the girl's soul and tried to send a powerful warrior to the surface, monster extermination is no longer possible. Perhaps the world itself does not wish to be purified. You make it sound like the world has a will of its own. It probably does. Even if a god created the world, it's no longer in their hands. I don't know the details myself. By the way, why do I have such strong power? That girl was made strong on purpose by the god, but in my case. First of all, a soul from another world is outside this world's framework. Normally, both body and soul have limits, but you don't. The more you train, the more you kill, the stronger you become. After killing 20,000 people in that state, you gained incomprehensible strength. Let me tell you, even as a dark lich, your power is abnormal. I see. Also, you probably don't remember, but you've died and come back to life many times in this world. Over roughly 5 years. You were trapped in a dark dungeon, born as a monster, killed by adventurers, then born again as a monster, and so on. More accurately, even when you were killed, your soul didn't die. Your body perished, but your soul reconstructed itself repeatedly. During that time, your soul, which was originally foreign to this world, transformed even further. That's why you can now use divine powers like soul rebirth. Is that so? I don't remember being killed at all, though. Perhaps you didn't even have self-awareness when you were first born as a monster. I see, so where is that girl now? In the holy capital. She's being raised as a holy warrior called the Child of Blessing. She's only 5, but inside, she's the same as you. You'll likely meet her someday. I see, will we have to fight? I don't know. But she's probably no longer your match. I see, then maybe we can become friends. That's up to you. I hope we can be friends then. Yuri found it a meaningful time, having been able to ask so many things. The being claimed to be an evil god, but didn't feel particularly malevolent, so it probably wasn't all lies. Oh, one last thing. My name, Philanzer, what is it? Who gave it to me? I did. You could call it a blessing from the evil god. When you fight as the Demon King, use that name. It will allow you to manifest a power different from corruption. Well, if I feel like it, I'll give it a try. Yes, do that. It's about time for you to wake up. Do you have any more questions? I've asked what I can think of for now, but will I get to talk to you again? Yes, you will. You're already a kind of god. If you wish, we can converse. Not always, but sometimes. As long as we can talk, that's fine. See you. The evil god chuckled. How casual you are, speaking like that to an evil god. Can't help it, right? I still don't really feel like you're an evil god. If you want respect, try acting more dignified. I don't need respect. Farewell then. Yuri's consciousness began to fade. Her awareness disappeared into the darkness. Soon after, Yuri awoke once more on her usual bed in the Lord's castle. Chapter 48. Name, Philanzer Yuri. Race, Dark Lich Princess. Gender, female. Age, 5 months. Level, 3. Combat power, 345,000. Magical energy, 2,520,000. Skills, dark magic level unknown, darkness resistance, wisdom undying, dialogue with the evil god. Titles, Dark Witch Demon King, monster of the divine realm, evil god's beloved. After finishing the dialogue with the evil god, when Yuri awoke, about 10 days had passed since that battle. Her status had changed, and her appearance had as well. Her body, which had looked around 12 years old, had now grown to look about 14. She had gotten a bit taller, and the swell of her chest had become more noticeable. It's nice that my appearance is maturing, but the danger level just keeps going up. I just want to live peacefully, but all I do is scare everyone. In the 3rd-floor corridor of the Lord's castle, Yuri muttered while gazing at the snowy townscape through the window. It was around 5 in the evening, and the evening sunlight was weak. When Yuri let out a small sigh, Claire gently took her hand from her right side. Being scary is probably just right. No one will try to lay a hand on you. These past 10 days have been peaceful too. I hope that peace continues. That way, I won't have to kill anyone either. Will this peace continue on, or are there still many enemies left? At the very least, they still have their trump card, the blessed child. I doubt they think they've been completely defeated, but we're from the same homeland. Maybe we can understand each other if we talk. As Yuri wished that things wouldn't turn into needless conflict, Lippia leaned into her from the left and spoke. Hey, Yuri, do you regret killing so many people? Not really. When I was in my corrupted state, I didn't feel any guilt at all. What about you too? Do you feel bad that so many people had to die for you to come back to life? Claire answered first. It's not like I don't feel anything, but I think the real cause was the ones who attacked you without reason. If they hadn't done anything, there wouldn't have been any victims. Then Lippia answered too. I guess I feel the same. I do feel sorry for the people who died, but honestly, I had no reason to be killed in the first place. We weren't in the wrong. The other side just made victims on their own. Yeah, that's true. But Lippia, are you still feeling guilty? You don't have to, you know? I'm the one who decided to kill 10,000 people to bring you back, and I'm the one who actually did it. You're not responsible. Yeah, maybe I'm starting to come to terms with it little by little. I did it all, so they really don't need to worry. As for Aquel, the holy swordsman who had been turned into an undead, he was still holed up in his room, depressed. It seemed the other 3 party members were doing their best to comfort him, but it looked like it would still be a while before he recovered. Since Claire and Lippia had been in similar states at first, Yuri figured Aquel would calm down eventually too. She also thought that it might be a bit troublesome if Aquel started obsessing over her in the future, but if it came to that, she could just use mental manipulation to deal with it. She wasn't too worried. Well, what's done is done. More importantly, I'm starting to feel like I want to rebuild this town. The snowy scenery is beautiful, but it still feels lonely like this. I want to find a way to bring in more people. If that's what you want, I'll help. Me too. Thanks, both of you. So, Lippia, how about having the Eyeless tribe live here for starters? Is that okay? We're demi-humans, you know. I'm undead, remember. I want this town to be a place where being demi-human isn't a problem. I see. I don't think the whole village will come, but I think some will be interested. Also, can I reach out to other demi-humans too, not just the Eyeless tribe? Yeah, go ahead. Well, the upper limit is probably around 20,000 people though. We won't get that many all at once, so it's fine. Right. But Yuri, maybe you don't know, but demi-human appearances can be pretty unusual from a human perspective. We look fairly human, but some are more beast-like or insect-like. Are you really okay with that? I don't really mind, but rather than appearances, I'd like to avoid cultural clashes. It'd be nice if we could gather races that are compatible. You've got such a big heart, Yuri. I'll think about it. I'm counting on you. Imagining the town as it would be during its restoration, Yuri felt her heart dance with excitement. This was a town taken from those who were originally meant to live here, so maybe it wasn't right to just rebuild it however she pleased. But mourning alone wouldn't create a future. Let's build a good town from here on. And anyone who tries to get in the way, I guess I'll just have to kill them. Wishing for a peaceful, tranquil, and happy future, Yuri gave a faint smile. Chapter 49. Yuri stood alone in her room, facing the full-length mirror. Her murky white hair reached down to her waist, and her skin was a pale purple, giving her an unhealthy appearance. Her black eyes were familiar to her, but in this world, or at least in this region, they seemed to be relatively rare. Her slender arms and legs peeked out from the black one-piece dress, and while her appearance was that of a 14-year-old, it was both beautiful and alluring. Her chest still had room to grow, but Yuri thought it wasn't bad as it was. She probably wasn't even 150 centimeters tall. Her small stature was part of her charm, and there was still a chance she might grow taller. I'm actually pretty cute. If I had a smartphone, I might have gotten hooked on selfies. Yuri spun around in front of the mirror, striking a few slightly calculated poses. If she could sing and dance, she might have made a good idol, but unfortunately, she didn't have those skills. If singing and dancing could bring a peaceful life, I'd do it. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. She quickly gave up on the idea. Time to get changed, mornings for town cleaning, and in the afternoon, it's dungeon exploration, I guess. She stripped off her one piece she had used as pajamas and put on a blouse, a pleated skirt, and a crimson robe. It looked like a junior high school uniform with a mage's robe worn over it. The robe was apparently made from scorching sheep wool, so it stayed warm even in midwinter. While it didn't match the red phoenix robe that had gotten a hole in it, it still had high magic resistance. Well, not bad. Let's go eat. It had been 10 days since she awoke as the Dark Lich Princess. About 3 months had passed since she regained consciousness in this world. Checking her appearance in the mirror had become a habit. Maybe because she looked like a cute girl, she naturally started caring about it. Maybe I'll get into fashion or something. Still not interested in guys, though. It's just for my own fun. Leaving her room, Yuri headed to the dining hall. Good morning. When she called out, greetings came back from the usual group already gathered. Claire, Lipia, Ragvella, Jivi, and Ceres. Ceres wasn't actually one of Yuri's companions, but she said it seemed more fun here and had stayed around. She'd started to blend in enough to at least exchange greetings. Since she wasn't causing any harm, there was no need to forcibly kick her out. Besides, if necessary, Yuri could use mental manipulation to turn her into a pawn, so if she wanted to stay, that was fine too. I'd rather not have a situation where I need to make her a pawn, though. At one end of the long table lined with breakfast, Yuri took a seat between Claire and Lipia. By the way, she was sleeping in Claire's room along with Lipia. However, when changing clothes or such, Yuri returned to her own room. She could have changed in Claire's room, but she'd started to feel a bit self-conscious about Claire's gaze. Claire had said she didn't have romantic feelings, but her gaze seemed to carry a hint of lust. Well, I wouldn't mind ending up with Claire. If it happens, it happens. But before Claire says something decisive, I don't want to confuse her unnecessarily. Thinking that, Yuri looked to her right at Claire. Her deep blue hair reached her shoulders, and her skin had a faint blue tint. Her black eyes met Yuri's gaze, and Claire smiled gently. Yuri thought she saw something dark and murky in those eyes, but she didn't pay it much mind. Maybe she's gotten more obsessed with me since I resurrected her. Well, she's an ally, so it's fine. Yuri then looked to her left at Lipia. Lipia was also looking her way. Though she had no eyes, the eyeless tribe turned their faces toward what they focused on. Tilting her head slightly, her long blue hair swayed as Lipia smiled. Sharp teeth peeked through her lips, and the single black horn extending from her forehead gave her a presence close to that of a monster. Lipia's just as obsessed with me as Claire is, and she and Claire don't get along very well. I hope things don't turn into some weird love triangle. Sorry to keep you waiting, you two. Let's eat. Yes. Yeah. As Yuri gave the signal, Claire and Lipia began eating. She told them there was no need to wait, but those two always did. The others ate on their own. Hey, Ragvella Jivi. Do you think the villagers still won't come here? Eating as she spoke, Yuri asked the two. The one who answered was Ragvella, the swordswoman. I've talked to them a few times since returning to the village, but they're scared and won't come near this town. They think Yuri is a dangerous monster. And they suspect that we might be under your control. I see. Well, I did kill a lot of people. Aiming to rebuild the town, Yuri had tried to invite the eyeless tribe. She'd asked Ragvella and the others to help, but it wasn't going well. While she hadn't harmed the eyeless tribe directly, the fact remained that Yuri was a monster who had committed mass slaughter, so they remained wary. If I were in their shoes, I wouldn't want to go to a town ruled by a vicious monster either, especially when there's a chance of being attacked from outside. It makes sense to stay away. Are the other demi-humans the same? Yeah. I tried contacting them briefly with communication magic, but they still can't trust Yuri. Apparently, the various demi-human races maintained loose connections and contacted each other when needed. Can't be helped. Until I earn their trust, I'll just have to keep a low profile. If I went and meet them myself, I'd probably just scare them. Looks like the restoration of Grimoire is still a long way off. It might be lonely for a while, but I have to endure it. Well, we'll keep trying to recruit them bit by bit. I'd like to know what's going on in nearby towns and the world at large. The scouts should be back soon. In this world without TV or internet, getting information was a major challenge. While there were magical tools for communication, even if she tried to reach out, other towns wouldn't respond. Gilka's subordinates had gone to check on the nearby towns, but just going there and back took about 10 days. And with the light snowfall, it might take even longer. Would it have been better if I went myself? In response to Yuri's murmur, Claire answered, "It might be good to travel around once. But even if you hide your identity, I think there will be at least one person in each town who will recognize you. You should be prepared for the possibility of needing to fight, or even accidentally killing someone again. It's not like I want to fight. Let's wait for Gilka's subordinates' report and decide then. It looked like things would remain as they were for a while. Cleaning up the town, exploring the dungeon, and improving her combat abilities. I haven't told anyone about talking to the evil god yet. Saying I formed a connection with it would probably freak everyone out, but I do want to meet the blessed child who's supposed to be in the holy capital. From my perspective, they're part of the enemy organization, but I think we can talk it out. There's no need to fight, I hope so. She didn't want to fight someone from her own homeland. Hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict, Yuri continued her meal. Then, just as the meal was ending, Gilka burst into the dining hall with a report. My subordinate got captured, and they said if we want him released, we have to hand over the Dark Lich's head. Chapter 50. Yuri asked Gilka for the details. Gilka explained that she had sent 3 subordinates each to the towns of Yusef and Rujamano, near Grimoire. The 3 who went to Yusef got caught up in a small fight and were arrested as thugs. During the interrogation by the guards, it was revealed that the 3 were minions of the vile demon king, Dark Lich. Of the 3 who were captured, 2 were held hostage by the town, while 1 was sent back to Grimoire as a messenger. The man who was sent back bore severe injuries all over his body, but let's set that aside for now. And the provisional Lord of Yusef has declared, if you don't want the 2 to be killed, hand over the head of Dark Lich. So it seems. Are they seriously saying that? No matter how you look at it, isn't that an unreasonable deal? Hearing Gilka's story, Yuri tilted her head. Exchanging the lives of subordinates for the life of their boss is simply unthinkable. It's akin to a king sacrificing their life to save 2 citizens. Well, I also think it's an unreasonable demand. If you think about it calmly, there's no way a demon king would offer their head for mere underlings. Why would they even propose such a deal? There seem to be various reasons, but first of all, it appears that the original lord and other powerful figures who governed Yusef are all dead. Their relatives participated in the recent battle and seem to have been caught in that chain of death. Also, there's no ruler now. Not exactly absent, but the one in charge is a retired former Count Yusef. Apparently, he's lost himself to rage over the deaths of his son and grandson. In other words, the one who participated in the battle was the grandson of the former Count Yusef. From the former Count's perspective, both his child and grandchild were killed. It's no wonder he's gone mad with anger. He probably wouldn't listen to opinions like, you struck first. Well, if you kill that many, you're bound to earn hatred. When it came to Grimoire, I wiped out the entire town, so I don't think there are many left who hate me. If I had to say, maybe the relatives of Elinor, who was apparently the princess of this country. Something might happen someday, but anyway, let's put that aside. Yuri corrected her slightly wandering thoughts. Tilting her head, she spoke to Gilka. But still, isn't this reinstated count going too far in losing himself? Trying to negotiate with a monster who annihilated an army of 10,000 using the lives of 2 subordinates. Normally, you'd think so. However, it seems there's an unusual atmosphere not just with the ruler, but across the entire country. For starters, public safety has drastically deteriorated. According to Gilka's subordinates, the number of soldiers has sharply decreased and the Lord lacks much power. Crime control is no longer thorough. Additionally, due to the terror of the Demon King being nearby, many have fled. Even those who remain in the town, with nowhere to go, are driven mad by the fear of when they might be killed. Furthermore, those who have lost family or loved ones are burning with a desire for revenge. They no longer even care about their own lives. I see. So, there are hardly any calm people left in the town. The ones who remain are mostly citizens who have half turned into a mob. In that case, they might do incomprehensible things along with their ruler. It seems so. Well, I understand the situation. So, what will you do, Gilka? Are you going to come for my head for the sake of your subordinates? When Yuri asked in a light joking tone, Claire generated a chilling breeze. Yuri believed it wasn't an embodiment of killing intent, but simply the use of magic. Gilka, you're not seriously going to say you'd lay a hand on Yuri, right? At Claire's chilling voice, Gilka gave a wry smile. Turning to Yuri, she spoke in a light tone. I prioritize Yuri-sama's life over my subordinates. I would never harm Yuri-sama. The cold air emanating from Claire dissipated. Yuri also felt relieved. Shrugging her shoulders, Gilka continued. That said, I'm not so heartless as to do nothing while my subordinates are captured. As their former leader, I'll go help them out a bit. Got it, but can I come along? I think Gilka alone is enough for the rescue, but I feel like I should show my face too. What do you mean? I'm here to avoid scaring others, but from their perspective, I seem to be an unknown threat, which isn't good either. They don't know what I'm thinking, and not knowing when I might attack other towns only breeds fear. So, I think I should show myself and clearly declare that I have no intention of attacking other towns. That might be a good idea. However, if Yuri-sama goes, some kind of conflict is likely to arise. Yeah, I'll try to minimize the damage as much as possible. Understood, then let's prepare quickly. We'll depart as soon as possible. Emma. Gilka walked away. Seeing her off, Yuri checked with the two beside her. Are you two coming? I'm coming. Though hesitant, Lippia answered first. You don't have to force yourself to come along, you know. We'll probably see some unpleasant things. But I'm coming. I'm going to live alongside Yuri. I see, got it. What about you, Claire? Claire showed a hint of hesitation. Is that an order to come along? It's not really an order, but she seems to want me to say it is. Let's call it an order. Then I have no choice. How long are we going to keep up this exchange? I feel like it's unnecessary now. But since Claire is a former holy knight, maybe she wants an excuse like following orders out of necessity. All right, let's go. Oh, Jeevy and the others can do as they please. Ceres, shouldn't you head back already? I ain't going back. Oh, okay, well, whatever. As for Aquel and the others, I'll just leave them be. Yuri stood up and left the dining hall with Claire and Lippia in tow. After hurriedly preparing, they left the Lord's castle behind. While walking through the snow-covered, expansive courtyard, a thought struck Yuri. It's not good if there's no one left to protect the town. I'll leave some guards behind. Demon summoning. A sinister black-purple magic circle appeared in the courtyard. After a burst of light, what emerged was a towering black demon, 3 meters tall. Its stern face bore 2 horns, and its excessively intimidating muscular body was terrifying. It held a massive battle axe in its right hand, though it wore no armor, just a piece of cloth around its waist. Its combat strength exceeds 50,000, so it should be more than adequate as a guard dog. If there are intruders, capture them, try not to kill them, don't destroy the town, and protect this town and its residents. Upon giving the instructions, the demon nodded with a grunt. It can't speak, but it understands verbal commands. However, its intelligence isn't very high, and its fighting style is crude. Even if told not to kill, it might accidentally do so in the heat of the moment. If a battle breaks out, there might be some damage to the town. It's better than having no one to protect at all, I guess. Afterward, they met up with Gilka in the southern district of the town. Let's use these for travel. Army of the Undead, small. Once again, a black-purple magic circle appeared, and this time, 4 skeleton horses emerged. They even came equipped with reins and saddles for easy riding. All right, everyone, hop on. Yuri had intended for each person to ride 1 skeleton horse, but, hey, Yuri, I don't know how to ride a horse. Can I ride with you? Oh, sure. Yay. They're not real horses, so just sitting on them is enough, ahi. Claire's gaze is cold. Claire was wearing her holy knight armor, but had removed her helmet. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Lippia. Claire. What? Let's ride together on the way back. If that's what Yuri wants. Claire's expression softened. It's hard keeping the balance. I should try not to increase the number of undead too much. After dismissing one of the skeleton horses, Yuri and the others departed the town as snowflakes danced in the air. Things probably won't end peacefully, but I hope nothing bad happens. Chapter 51. A journey that would take 5 days on foot was completed in just 2 days using the power of skeleton horses. On the morning of the 3rd day after departure, they arrived at Yusef. Although the snow slightly hindered their path, it wasn't enough to lose their sense of direction, which was fortunate. Additionally, while it required a constant consumption of Yuri's magical energy, her reserves were so vast that it posed no problem at all. So that's Yusef. About 2 kilometers ahead, the town of Yusef came into view. The town was surrounded by low walls and had a moat around it as well. The population was originally around 50,000. Of those, about 20,000 vanished and several thousand more fled, drastically reducing the population. This has led to various issues, such as a shortage of workers and a decline in public safety. Is this the aftermath of my mass slaughter? I don't feel much guilt, but I'm not entirely without remorse either. Yuri-sama. From this point on, could you use concealment magic? Ah, sure. Following Gilka's instructions, Yuri cast a strong concealment spell over the entire group. Although she intended to reveal herself eventually, the plan was to operate in hiding until they rescued Gilka's subordinates. Thanks to the magic's effect, they could confirm each other's presence, but they became imperceptible to outsiders. However, there were still several ways to detect Yuri and her group. If using magic, methods like concealment dispel or magic dispel could work. If using skills, abilities like presence detection or insight could uncover them. One could also use a magical tool to create an anti-magic barrier. While it doesn't completely prevent the use of magic, it can forcibly dispel something like concealment magic. Incidentally, Yuri's concealment magic and Gilka's stealth skill, while similar in effect, are slightly different. Concealment magic allows the user to freely choose the range of effect. It can be applied to just oneself or to multiple people. It's also possible to hide only magical energy or just magic and weapons. The stealth skill, on the other hand, can only hide the user and the items they're carrying. It cannot hide parts selectively or extend to others. Concealment magic is more versatile. However, it is relatively easier to see through. The stealth skill cannot be countered by magical tools, and depending on the level, even presence detection might fail to detect it. While magic is a type of skill, those listed in the status skill window are often more powerful. By the way, there's also a skill called presence block. It can hide the presence of multiple people, but the effect wears off if they attempt to use magic or attack. I've cast the concealment magic. So, they said to bring my head to the town square, right? It seems so. Got it. For now, let's go while staying hidden. After a brief discussion, Yuri and the others infiltrated the town. Thanks to the concealment magic, no one noticed them. The town was quiet. Perhaps due to the fear of being attacked by thugs outside, there were hardly any people around. The few passers-by they saw had tense, grim expressions. The atmosphere was gloomy, and it wasn't a place one would want to linger in. The town itself isn't bad, but I'm not in the mood for sightseeing. Let's hurry. Controlling the skeleton horses, the four of them headed to the square. A crowd had gathered in the square, and at its center was a metal cage, the kind used to hold ferocious beasts. Inside that cage were two young men in their 20s, Gilka's subordinates. The two were nearly naked, their hands and feet bound with ropes, and their bodies bore marks of severe abuse. The fact that they hadn't lost any limbs might be the only mercy shown to them. Since both were men, they likely didn't feel much resistance to being exposed. However, it was winter, and the cold was extreme. There was a risk of frostbite or even freezing to death. They were lying down, and for a moment, Yuri thought they might be dead, but she could barely sense signs of breathing. Ah, I've been through something like that too. Recalling those times, a dark emotion seeped into Yuri's heart. At that moment, Lippia tightly hugged Yuri's body. Lippia's body was trembling slightly. Yuri realized that her emotional turmoil had disrupted the concealment magic, unintentionally frightening Lippia. Sorry, Lippia. I'm okay. Yeah. Yuri calmed herself and turned her gaze back to the crowd. Most of those surrounding the cage were likely ordinary citizens. Some shouted curses, others glared in silence, and some threw stones. Their reactions varied. Two soldiers, presumably guards, were also present, but they didn't seem to care much when citizens threw stones. What an unpleasant sight. Those two haven't done anything, yet they're being used as scapegoats. If you're angry, directed at me, well, I guess that's not possible. People want someone to vent their anger on, but they don't want to be retaliated against. Someone with a spear even tried to stab the two inside the cage, but the soldiers stopped them. It seemed they intended to keep the hostages alive, at least for now. Depending on the situation, even ordinary citizens can harm unrelated people. I can understand their feelings to some extent. Maybe that's why I don't feel anger. I don't feel like apologizing either, though. Yuri, Lipia, and Claire stood silently near the crowd. Meanwhile, I'm going over there for a bit. Please lift the concealment magic on me. Ah, okay. Yuri dispelled the concealment magic. Gilka, who had dismounted from the skeleton horse, leaped over the citizens with her black hair and tail swaying, landing gracefully on top of the cage. The gathered citizens and the 2 soldiers guarding the cage were visibly startled. Hey, you two, still alive. Without immediately rescuing them, Gilka smirked and spoke to the 2 inside. You're Gilka, the leader of the Black Phantom Wolves, aren't you? A minion of the Demon King. The 2 armored soldiers pointed their spears at Gilka. However, she didn't seem fazed in the slightest. Even from Yuri's perspective, it was clear that the 2 soldiers' skills were far inferior to Gilka's. Boss, you came for us. The faint voices of the 2 reached Yuri's ears. She wasn't sure if Claire or Lipia could hear them. Of course, I'm not heartless enough to abandon you guys. Thank you so much. We're saved. Well, it looks like a pretty tough situation, but it's still better than Yuri-sama's thing, right? Haha, yeah, I guess. This is just a little painful. By my thing, do they mean pain infliction, pain, or mental corruption? Just how traumatic are those spells? Shut up, minion of the Demon King. Die. Hey, aren't we supposed to be in the middle of a deal? They're not even asking where the Dark Lich's head is before attacking. The 2 soldiers tried to stab Gilka on top of the cage with their spears. However, with a blur of her arm, Gilka severed the tips of their spears. You small fries aren't worth talking to. All right, time to get you out of there. Gilka slashed through the cage with her sword. Though the cage was likely as sturdy as iron, she effortlessly destroyed the ceiling bars. Whoa, impressive. Yuri was in awe. I could do that much too. For some reason, Claire seemed to be competing. Anyway, Gilka entered the cage, pulled out a recovery potion from her pouch, and gave it to the 2 men. Their bodies seemed quite weakened, but they weren't in danger of dying. Murderer! Someone among the citizens shouted. Soon, many others began to yell as well. How many do you think have died? Give me back my grandchild. How could you do something so cruel? And so on. They spoke as if Gilka herself were the Demon King responsible for the mass slaughter. Gilka turned to face the citizens, first destroying the cage. Then she flashed a fearless grin. I'm a murderer, a villain, and I'm someone who serves the murderous Demon King. I won't deny that, but that person didn't kill out of choice. You woke a sleeping dragon, angered it, and brought about your own destruction. You picked a fight with the wrong opponent. Curse your own foolishness. The citizens began shouting various grievances and insults again. Gilka bore it all alone. Those words are meant for me, not Gilka. Is she trying to shield me in her own way? Thanks, though she knew Gilka couldn't hear her, Yuri quietly expressed her gratitude. She decided to thank her properly later. But I can't let Gilka keep taking the brunt of this unpleasantness. Marionette. As Yuri invoked her magic, the citizens' shouts abruptly ceased. Even with over 100 targets, stopping their movements posed no difficulty at all. Chapter 52. Releasing part of her concealment magic to reveal herself, Yuri moved the citizens with her marionette magic while heading toward Gilka. Yuri-sama. Gilka, I'm sorry. I'm the one who should be blamed here. No, I am someone who stands with Yuri-sama. What you bear, I bear as well. I see, thanks. It's reassuring to have you by my side. Your words honor me. Gilka bowed respectfully, almost like a vassal. Though Yuri saw her as a companion, Gilka might consider herself a subordinate. In any case, Yuri turned to face the citizens of Yusef. The citizens appeared confused. Since Yuri was still concealing her overwhelming magical power, they likely couldn't gauge who or what she was. Citizens of Yusef, nice to meet you. I am the Demon King you harbor resentment toward. Though unable to move, the citizens directed hateful glares at Yuri. Oh, scary, scary. Still, if I'm going to speak, I'd rather address everyone in the town, not just those here. I don't have a megaphone or anything, well, let's do it this way. Yuri expanded the range of her marionette magic. Not just the people in the square, but everyone in the town. In the past, she couldn't target such a vast area or so many people at once, but now it was possible. Some resisted the magic and regained their freedom, but she let them be. Then, Yuri made nearly everyone outside the square repeat the same words as her. That way, she could convey her will to everyone without needing a megaphone. Once again, citizens of Yusef, nice to meet you. I am Yuri, the Demon King. I am currently in the square. And with my magic, I have temporarily taken away your freedom. You must be confused by the sudden inability to move, but rest assured, I have no intention of harming you. Yuri's words should be reaching everyone through her marionette magic. Of course, making tens of thousands of people do different things simultaneously was impossible, but having them do the same thing wasn't. I understand your resentment. Including ordinary people unrelated to the recent battle, I have taken many lives. I'll admit, I killed too many. Some citizens in front of Yuri were trembling. They might have escaped the marionette magic and were trying to curse her. This isn't something I can resolve with an apology, and frankly, I think it's your fault for attacking me unprovoked, so I won't apologize. Well, hate me if you must. I'll accept being hated. The citizens' gazes were extremely hostile. Hate me if you like, but do not threaten us again. If you attack us once more, I may take many lives again. Conversely, if no one threatens us, I promise not to harm anyone. The citizens in the square were still glaring at Yuri. Some of you may feel you can't be satisfied without exacting revenge. I won't spout nonsense like, revenge begets nothing. Revenge feels good, doesn't it? Sometimes you can't move forward without it, but I have no intention of being the target of your revenge. I don't want to die, nor can I allow anything precious to me to be taken. And as you've probably realized, I am strong. If I wished, I could erase every resident of this town. However, that is not what I desire. Yuri completely released her concealment magic. Furthermore, as if to flaunt her power, she deliberately unleashed her magical energy. The expressions of the citizens in the square twisted in fear. They likely sensed death instinctively. Even those not present must have detected the presence of something abnormal. Yuri felt sorry for Litrpg, who was trembling behind her, but asked her to endure it just a little longer. As an overwhelmingly powerful being, I will give you an order. Give up on seeking revenge against me. If you do, I will not take your lives, nor will I threaten your way of life. Understood. Yuri gave a faint smile. The audience before her might no longer be registering her words. Yuri once again used concealment magic to hide her magical power. Litrpg let out a sigh of relief, while the citizens wore stunned expressions. Some seemed to have fainted. I will retaliate if attacked, but I will overlook the harm done to my subordinates this time. It happened before this declaration, and no one was killed. However, if my subordinates are unjustly harmed in the future, I will consider it an act of rebellion against me. After delivering a light threat, Yuri made an effort to speak in a brighter tone. However, of course, if my subordinates cause any trouble, feel free to scold them as you normally would. I don't intend to control everything through force. For that matter, I have no desire to dominate or destroy the world. In fact, I'd rather get along. I mean that sincerely. Yuri smiled gently. The people in front of her, still in a daze, might not have registered it. That's all I have to say. You may move now. Yuri fully released the marionette magic. Almost everyone in the square collapsed to the ground, falling into a state of shock. However, one girl remained standing, glaring at Yuri. She looked to be under 20. Her long brown hair was disheveled, her cheeks were gaunt, and dark circles marred her eyes. Did she lose a lover? If it were family, she'd probably be dead too. Yuri. The girl charged toward Yuri. In her hand was a longsword. Given she was out in a town in the state, she might be an adventurer or something similar. I just told you to give up on revenge. Before Yuri could stop her with magic, Claire dismounted her skeleton horse and intervened. Claire used the sword of Geen to cut down the girl's sword and then shoved her back with her left hand. The girl flew about 3 meters, crashing into the stunned citizens and coming to a stop. Should I kill her? Claire turned back to ask Yuri. Though her face was hidden by her helmet, her eyes likely held a cold intensity. No need to kill her. She's not a threat. Thanks for protecting me. Kill me. Kill me too. Let me go to him. The fallen girl muttered faintly. Yuri let out a small sigh. Ah, so you wanted to die? You wanted either to exact revenge or to join your beloved. In that case, shall I make you forget? Yuri dismounted her skeleton horse and approached the girl. The girl, unable to stand, remained slumped on the ground. Yuri crouched down and placed her right hand on the girl's head. Even if it's a false salvation, it's probably better than dying. mental manipulation. With mental manipulation, Yuri couldn't read the girl's memories or thoughts. She simply manipulated her mind to forget her feelings for her beloved. Forcing someone to forget precious emotions might be crueler than killing them. It's like killing their soul. Whether this was truly salvation for the girl, Yuri couldn't judge. The girl's expression softened. The desperate air about her vanished, replaced by a dazed state. She might feel dreamy for now, but she would return to normal soon. All right, done. Is there anyone else who wants to forget something? I can make you forget. Yuri called out, but there was no response. Most still hadn't regained their senses. I guess that's it for now. The rescue is done next. Let's go to the Lord and settle things. As Yuri turned back toward Claire and the others, she suddenly sensed a magical presence from the ground. Chapter 53. Yuri. Yuri-sama. Gilka pulled Yuri's hand, moving her away from the spot. Claire also drew her sword, ready for combat. Are they attacking us? Soldiers or adventurers, maybe. Yuri thought they were being targeted, but that wasn't the case. Earth spikes burst through the cobblestones, impaling about 100 dazed citizens. Some died instantly with their hearts or heads pierced, while more than half writhed in agony from the pain. What's going on? Confused, Yuri looked around. Then, she spotted a girl of about 15 or 16 approaching. The girl had yellow-beige twin tails and wore a black-based Lolita-style dress. A warped smile played on her lips, and at a glance, it was clear she was a dangerous individual. Her toxic purple lips were surely not natural. The girl walked up to Yuri, knelt on one knee, and bowed respectfully. It is my first time meeting you, Demon King Sama. I am Fia, a member of the Demon King cult, known as the Thorn that devours the stars. What a painfully eccentric person had appeared. Yuri frowned, dumbfounded in more ways than one. Yuri, lend me your magic power. Lippia called out to the stunned Yuri. Lippia had dismounted from her skeleton horse and was rushing to the injured. To Yuri, these were unrelated strangers whose fates didn't concern her much. However, Lippia still retained a decent heart that cared for others, and it seemed she couldn't ignore the sight of injured people. Yuri supported Lippia with servant enhancement while following her instructions to destroy the earth spikes with Blade of Darkness. Lippia prioritized healing magic on those who could be saved. Gilka and Claire remained on guard, weapons pointed at Fia. Demon King Sama, what are you doing? Fia, now standing, asked with genuine curiosity. Saving lives, I guess. These are insignificant vermin who dared to oppose you, Demon King Sama. Shouldn't they just be left to rot? This one's as dangerous as her vibe suggests. What even is the Demon King cult? Well, I can kinda guess. They probably want to borrow the Demon King's power to dominate the world or something. Hey, didn't you hear what I said earlier? I have no intention of harming humans. I even allow them to direct their hatred at me. That was a lie to lull the townspeople into a false sense of security, wasn't it? I fully understand your true intentions. What are you even saying? I am your ally, Demon King Sama, and I believe those who defy you have no place in this world. Fia showed signs of casting magic again. Stop it. Yuri activated marionette magic. Not only did she halt Fia's movements, but she also forcibly shut down the manipulation of magic power within her. Ahaha. To be ensnared by Demon King Sama's magic once more. How wonderful. Despite being stripped of her freedom, Fia seemed entranced. Yuri sincerely wished to have nothing to do with her. I don't know what you might do, so I'll take your magic power too. Yuri touched Fia's body with her left hand and activated absorption. She drained Fia's magic power, intending to leave about 1% so as not to kill her. Taya. Fia let out an oddly sensual moan. Ha ha ha, Demon King Sama, more. What's with you? Having your magic power drained shouldn't feel good. Absorption isn't a magic that brings pleasure. If anything, it should feel unpleasant. And yet, Fia wore an expression of ecstasy. It was incredibly unsettling. If my life can become sustenance for Demon King Sama, I offer my entire being. I don't need it. I don't need Fia's life. I'm already strong enough. Even in her normal state, her strength far surpassed humanity's. With corruption, she could reach godlike levels. There was no need to grow stronger by sacrificing someone else's life. While still controlling Fia's movements, Yuri and the others continued rescuing people. About 100 had been injured by Fia's magic, and of those, 12 managed to survive, but the rest perished. There were too many wounded, and the injuries, gaping holes in stomachs or chests, were too severe. Yuri didn't feel much deep sorrow over this, but Lippia was profoundly shaken. "It's not your fault, Lippia. You did well." "Yeah." Yuri hugged Lippia, holding her until the trembling in her shoulders stopped. Once Lippia had calmed down, Yuri released her and turned back to Fia. "You didn't hurt my companions, but you're still irritating." Unable to suppress her irritation, Yuri punched Fia in the face. With her enhanced physical strength, she had to be careful not to break Fia's neck. "I know hitting a girl isn't great, but I'm a girl now too, so whatever." Even after being struck, Fia bled from her mouth while maintaining a warped smile. To be struck by Demon King Sama's own hand, it is the height of fortune. "You're creepy." This time, Yuri kicked Fia in the stomach, with enough force to rupture her organs. Fia flew about 5 meters and tumbled across the ground. Gah, cough, cough. Fia spat blood. She looked to be in considerable pain, yet her face still showed traces of pleasure. "This one's completely unhinged." "Who even is she?" "Hey, Claire, what's the Demon King cult?" "An evil group that worships the Demon King. I don't know the full details, but they supposedly aim to dominate the world with the Demon King and plunge it into darkness." "Have you fought them before as a holy knight, Claire?" "A few times. But they were just low-ranking members, not much different from common thugs." So they don't operate openly much." "Not to my knowledge, but they might be spreading their roots across the world in secret. There will always be those who desire destruction and chaos." "Guess it'd be faster to ask her for details. Good thing I didn't accidentally kill her." Yuri manipulated Fia to come closer. Fia was still smiling broadly, which Yuri found deeply unsettling. Feeling creeped out, Yuri slammed a fist into Fia's face. Fia's nose broke and blood gushed from it, yet she kept smiling. "Demon King Sama, please pour more of your love into me." "I've never poured any love into you. What's wrong with you? Pain doesn't affect you at all." Even magic might not have an effect on her. Still, Yuri couldn't help but want to inflict some kind of mental damage on Fia. As Yuri pondered, Gilka touched Fia's shoulder. Instantly, Fia's smile vanished, replaced by a demonic glare. "Don't touch me, you beastly woman. Only Demon King Sama is allowed to touch me. I won't forgive anyone, even if they're Demon King Sama's allies." Gilka quickly withdrew her hand. "I see, she hates being touched by anyone other than Yuri-sama. Which means she'd hate being hit by me, right?" "Gilka, you've noticed something good. I'm a bit of a villain myself." "Then, sorry to ask, but can you rough up Fia just short of killing her? I'll make sure she can't move." "Understood." Gilka began striking Fia. "Stop it, don't mess with me. Being touched by the likes of you makes my skin crawl." Ignoring Fia's curses, Gilka continued the assault. Yuri finally felt her mood lifting. "Yuri, you're not ordering me to hit her." Claire seemed somewhat dissatisfied, her voice icy. "I can't let you do it, Claire. You might kill her." Fia hadn't harmed Yuri directly, but she had certainly irritated her. Claire seemed to be frustrated by that fact. "I wouldn't kill her. I wouldn't let it end with death." "Claire, that's a bit scary too, okay?" "Oh, Lippia, cover your ears for a while. Sorry for showing you something unpleasant." As Yuri showed concern for Lippia, Claire muttered under her breath. Yuri always pays so much attention to Lippia. Hey, calm down. I care about you too, Claire." Yuri hugged Claire. Though the armor prevented them from feeling each other's warmth, it was still comforting. Listening to Fia's curses and screams with a strange sense of satisfaction, Yuri continued to hold Claire. Chapter 54. It was the morning of the 3rd day since the Demon Kings set out. Ceres wandered the town of Grimoire to clear her mind. The snowy scenery could be called fantastical, but the almost complete absence of human presence felt lonely. "I wonder when this town will be restored." Even if people gather, those who would dare come to a territory directly under the Demon King's control can't be decent folks. Ceres was aware that she herself was one of those indecent folks. Even if people like her gathered, she didn't think the town could be properly restored. To begin with, can that little girl govern an entire town? She might have combat ability, but she doesn't seem like the leader type. Yuri is strong. She possesses overwhelming magical power, and the magic she wields is both powerful and ferocious. If she got serious, she could probably dominate the world with her strength. However, that's all there is to it. She doesn't have any special charisma or dignity, nor does she have the skill or wisdom to make others follow her. She also lacks negotiation skills with other territories or countries. Aside from her martial prowess, she's just a little girl. She looks about 14, and her mental age isn't much different from that. Ceres couldn't imagine that Yuri becoming the ruler of this town would automatically lead to a good town being built. Well, she could gather some capable subordinates for that part, though anyone willing to work under a demon king is probably no good either. Well, I don't really care about this town's future. As Ceres muttered while exhaling a white breath, the fiend left behind by Yuri let out a roar. An intruder. Whether the town was destroyed or not, Ceres didn't care. But the fiend's roar soon stopped, or rather, it was cut off. Hech, so someone capable of taking that thing down has come. That fiend was fairly strong. Not a match for Ceres, but generally speaking, few could defeat it. Curious about who had come, Ceres ran toward where the fiend had been. Fortunately, she always carried her beloved sword, so she could handle a fight if it came to that. After running for a few minutes, Ceres arrived. Standing beside the corpse of the fiend, whose head had been severed, was a young man. What? It's just Ruberto. First-rank adventurer, Ruberto Jadis. He was 25, wasn't he? Dark green hair, sharp eyes like a hawk. Tall, with a relatively slender build and a refined appearance, but his combat ability rivaled Ceres's. His weapon was a spear, and he wore deep navy armor. His personality was calm. Or perhaps one might even call it cold. Ceres, you're alive. As fellow first-rank adventurers, they knew each other's faces and names. Yeah, I'm alive. Haven't been turned into an undead either. Did someone tell you I died? No. I just heard a rumor that you went to Grimoire and never came back. I'm just staying in this town. What are you doing here? Watching how things unfold. There's no deeper meaning to it. At first, after losing to Yuri, she had wanted a rematch. But as Yuri grew and gained overwhelming power, the idea of fighting her felt absurd. She's no longer an opponent one can defeat head-on. Even if Ceres fought her while Yuri held back and somehow won, such a victory would be meaningless. Now, Ceres mostly just wanted to watch what Yuri would do next. She wouldn't help, but she wouldn't interfere either. So you're not planning to strike down the Demon King when you see an opening? No, I have no such intention. Where did your sense of justice go? Didn't you say you'd eradicate all the world's evils with your own hands? Won't you take down the Demon King? She's a Demon King in name only. Inside, she's just a little girl. Not someone I absolutely have to defeat. Ho, is that so? Have you changed a bit? What do you mean? No, never mind. Ruberto shook his head. So, what are you here for, Ruberto? Don't tell me you came to take down the Demon King alone. No, my main purpose is scouting. I received a request from the Adventure Guild. So you came to check what kind of person the Demon King is. Exactly. She's killed tens of thousands of people on 2 occasions, but there's been no movement since. I came to find out what she's thinking, what she's planning. What to do after that isn't something I can decide on my own. I see. Unfortunately, that Demon King isn't here right now. She's gone to Yusef and won't be back for a few days. Is that so bad timing then? Well, that's fine. It's a good opportunity to handle my other task. Other task? If possible, I've been told to find the Demon King's weaknesses. Oh, weaknesses, huh? That's a risky thing to consider. Planning to find a weakness and use it to control her. Seems like it. The Adventurer Guild wants to defeat the Demon King if possible, but if that's not feasible, they want to control her. Ceres, do you know anything about the Demon King's weaknesses? Yeah, I do. Living with her, you see plenty. For example, Ceres hesitated for a moment about whether to tell him honestly. If she said something disadvantageous to Yuri, she wasn't sure what that former holy knight would do. But since it was something anyone could figure out without much effort, she decided to answer. One of her weaknesses is this town. The Demon King doesn't want this town to be destroyed. Oh, why? She wants to restore this town. That's why it'd be a problem for her if it got destroyed. Is that so? Anything else? Her companions, the former Holy Knight Claire and the eyeless tribe girl Lippia, are particular favorites. There might be a sense of kinship since they're also undead. Next is Gilka, the former leader of the Black Phantom Wolves. She works hard for the Demon King. And then there are two eyeless tribe girls who are friends with Lipia. The Demon King values them too. On top of that, she probably cares about the eyeless tribe as a whole. Also, she might care a bit about the former bandits around here. As for Aquel, she turned him into an undead and kept him alive, but the Demon King doesn't seem to think much of him. A Demon King who values her companions, huh? Yeah, that's right. She's that kind of Demon King. She'll kill tens of thousands if they're unrelated to her, but she hesitates to kill companions or acquaintances. If that's true, taking them hostage might make it possible to control the Demon King. Maybe. But I don't think it's a good idea. One wrong move and she'll retaliate. A lot of people will die again. Ruberto looked thoughtful. It's better than having no leverage. Oh, right. If the Demon King values her companions, sending one of our people to infiltrate and be recognized as a companion could work too, right? Yeah, that's not a bad idea. But don't send someone who obviously looks like a spy. She'll be on guard. An ordinary girl would be better. Ho, by the way, is a girl preferable. The Demon King doesn't seem interested in men. Not that she's overly interested in women either, but she's relatively softer on them. I see. Ruberto nodded thoughtfully. I'll consider personnel selection later. So, right now, are there any people here who could be used as leverage against the Demon King? There are two eyeless tribe girls here. Claire, Gilka, and Lipia are out with the Demon King. Then, I'll take those two and see how effective they are as bargaining chips. Handle them carefully, all right. If you harm them, there's no telling what the Demon King will do. You're not going to stop me. I'm not the Demon King's companion. I'm just an observer. The Demon King knows that and still lets me stay here. I see. It's good we didn't end up fighting each other. Are those two at the Lord's castle? Probably. Got it. One more thing to ask. If you were to defeat the Demon King, how would you do it? Assassination or ambush? That Demon King is a formidable enemy in a direct fight, but she's not always on guard. She can't fully respond to sudden attacks. I see. If you're going to do it, end it quickly. There won't be a second chance. Understood. Thanks for the information. Ruberto started walking toward the Lord's castle. Ceres followed behind, intending to see how things would unfold. Chapter 55. You're in pretty bad shape now. This should be enough for the time being, right? Yuri looks down at Fia, who has become like a tattered rag, and smirks with satisfaction. At first, she was a cute girl, but after being beaten so much, her face is deformed and covered in bruises, leaving no trace of her former self. Her body is riddled with wounds, looking pitiful. Also, since she has thankfully fainted and is no longer spouting incomprehensible nonsense, that's a relief as well. Gilka, you saved me, thanks. This much is a small favor. We'll interrogate her again later. Your subordinates seem to be doing fine too, Gilka. The two subordinates are warming themselves with the fire Claire started. They've also borrowed clothes from the deceased, so they're no longer naked. Their wounds have mostly healed thanks to recovery potions and Lipia's magic. I think I'll go have a talk with the lord of this place. That should prevent any unnecessary conflict. Right after Yuri muttered this. It's the Demon King and her allies. There are piles of corpses nearby, so the peace declaration earlier was a lie after all. It's either we get wiped out or we kill them. Kill them. Yuri had hoped to resolve things through discussion, but she instantly understands that it's unfortunately no longer possible. Coming from the direction of the Lord's castle are hundreds of soldiers and an old man who seems to be the current lord. It's fortunate that the Lord has come, but it's clear that he has no intention other than to fight. Hey, Fia, because of you, we've ended up in another fight. What are you going to do about this? Even as Yuri grumbles, a barrage of arrows comes flying at them first. There's no magic to easily block physical attacks, but Yuri creates over 100 blades of darkness, deflecting every single arrow. Incidentally, Yuri carries 2 emergency swords at her side, but no staff. There's no staff that can withstand her magical power anymore, and she can perfectly control her magic without one anyway. Seeing Yuri block the arrows, Claire and Gilka speak up. Yuri, you've improved. Well, the moment you put that vast area under marionette control, I kind of got a distant look in my eyes. Yeah, I thought the same. That was probably an entire town, right? That's just insane. I did it so naturally, but maybe that was overkill. Yeah, of course it was. Haha, so what do we do now? Do we really have no choice but to fight? Arrows keep flying at them. Magic attacks come too. Arrows are blocked by blades of darkness, and magic is countered with absorption. The range of absorption has expanded, so protecting her allies isn't much of a struggle either. If Yuri uses marionette magic again to immobilize them, it won't turn into a fight. I think pain infliction, would be overkill, so it's better to hold back on that. Oh, but how about letting them fight with all their strength just once? If they have the experience of fighting at full power and still losing, they might obediently submit, don't you think? True. My attacks might not make the opponent feel like they've truly lost. Some people can't switch their mindset unless they're utterly defeated. Let's go with Gilka's idea and let them fight with all they've got for now. I'm not good at holding back without killing, though. Using a small-scale army of the undead, Yuri summons 100 skeleton soldiers. However, the soldiers aren't just mere fodder. They can destroy skeletons without much issue. Since the skeletons revive, completely destroying them takes time, but the soldiers are stronger in terms of raw power. Maybe I should make it a bit more obvious. Let them feel like they've really fought. Summoning a fiend. The strength of the fiend varies depending on how much magic power is poured into it, but Yuri summons one with a combat strength of about 20,000. It's a 2-meter-tall fiend, smaller than the ones left in Grimoire, wielding a spiked club, but it's quite intimidating. By the way, Yuri can use demon summoning even in her base state, but she can't use netherworld summoning. She doesn't want to use corruption if possible, so she might never have the chance to use it again. Fiend, go fight, but don't kill them. Yuri dissipates the skeletons and sends in the Black Fiend. The fiend swings its club, mowing down the soldiers. The soldiers' combat strength is, at best, around 10,000. They can't stand up to the fiend. Hey, generally speaking, are soldiers not that strong? Are people like Ciri's rare? Claire answers Yuri's question. There aren't many with Ciri's level of skill. There might be some in the royal capital, though. Normally, a town would have 2 or 3 Class 2 soldiers. They're either not here, or Yuri already took care of them. Claire and Gilka look around, and right after that, the fiend's body is sliced in half vertically. Oh, a strong-looking soldier showed up. Were they off doing peacekeeping somewhere? 2 newcomers appear. A large swordswoman clad in black armor, different from the regular soldiers, and a mage in a white robe. The former's face is hidden, so their gender is unclear, but judging by their build, they're likely male. The latter is a blonde woman in her 30s. Good, Titan, take down that demon king while you're at it. Sasha, well done coming here. Work with Titan and defeat the enemy. The old man shouts with glee, well done coming here. Why didn't he just wait at the castle or something until these 2 returned? Didn't he realize that regular soldiers are no match for us? Is he always in a state of confusion? Hey, those 2 look pretty strong, but do they match up to Claire and Gilka in skill? One-on-one, they're not opponents I can't beat. In terms of pure combat strength, they're probably around our level. But I don't feel like we'd lose. I see, then can I leave it to you too? If that's an order, just make sure you protect yourself, Yuri. Yuri-sama is vulnerable to sudden attacks, after all. Be careful. I'll be careful, then I'm counting on you. Claire and Gilka charge toward the enemy. The mage creates countless fireballs and launches them at Claire and the others. Claire charges in without even defending, her armor's magical defense high enough to take no damage. Gilka can't charge in recklessly and dodges the fireballs, eventually disappearing from sight. The mage loses track of Gilka. However, she seems well-versed in handling such situations, creating a wall of light around herself while rotating a swarm of fireballs around it. This makes it impossible for Gilka to get close. I see. So that's how you fight an invisible opponent. How will Gilka deal with this? There's no immediate movement. Meanwhile, Claire initially aimed for the mage, but was blocked by the black swordswoman. The 2 engage in a spectacular battle. They dodge each other's attacks by a hair's breadth, searching for an opening to land a decisive blow. However, Claire seems to have the upper hand. Likely thanks to the Sword of Geen, which can cut through most things, the opponent appears to be struggling. So, the idle soldiers are coming for me now. Geez. As miscellaneous soldiers start heading toward her, Yuri summons another fiend. Once again, it's a relatively weak one with a combat strength of about 20,000. With the fiend scattering the soldiers, Yuri breathes a sigh of relief. You guys might be fighting desperately, but for us, this isn't even a game. What a boring fight. She's not the type to enjoy bullying, so a fight meant to demonstrate the difference in strength is honestly tedious. Oh, the mage is down. Wait, there's a sword stuck in her. It seems Gilka threw a sword. That sword can nullify magic a few times a day, right? If you can't get close, just throw a sword, huh? The sword has pierced the mage's abdomen from behind. It's a pretty deep wound. The mage woman might die. Right after that, Claire's fight also concludes. Claire destroys the opponent's sword and severs one arm and one leg. This opponent is also gravely injured. What? Yusef's strongest two have been defeated. The Lord stands there, dumbfounded. The other soldiers are visibly shaken, their will to fight clearly gone. The fiend can go now too. You're dismissed. The fiend disappears. The plaza is enveloped in silence for a moment. Thinking it's her role to declare victory, Yuri speaks first. This is our win, right? If anyone still wants to fight, I can give you an especially harsh torture session. Anyone up for it? The soldiers drop their weapons and flee. The Lord follows suit, running after them. Chapter 56. Today, Lippia is the star of the show. Regarding the two who collapsed, Lippia heals their wounds with recovery magic. The mage was especially severely injured, but after taking time, the wounds somehow closed. The swordswoman's limbs were also temporarily reattached. Neither of them is fully healed, and if they move too much, their wounds will reopen immediately, but as long as they rest, there should be no problem. Why did you help us? The swordswoman, who turns out to be a man inside, asked this after receiving treatment. He has now removed his helmet, revealing a rugged face in his 30s. He still seems to retain some rationality. I clearly declared it, didn't I? I have no intention of fighting. But what about this pile of corpses? That's not our doing. It's the work of the Demon King cult lying over there. Even I'm annoyed by it. Aren't the Demon King and the Demon King cult allies? Not at all. In fact, I want to eradicate the cult. I see. That's right. So, can you do something about that Lord's rampage? It's really a nuisance when he picks a fight I can't win. If I'm attacked, I'll naturally retaliate, but I don't intend to kill any more than necessary. I am a knight serving the Yusef family. If the Lord commands me to fight, I will fight. Calling yourself a loyal subject sounds nice, but isn't it just mindlessly following orders? The Black Knight grimaces bitterly. Well, anyway, I just want to end this pointless fighting. What should I do? Should I thoroughly beat up that Lord and crush his will to fight? I don't know. I don't know what I should do. Okay then. I'll handle it myself, huh? Someone who isn't a soldier approaches Yuri and her group. It's an elderly man with a stern face, accompanied by a man and woman in their 20s. The elderly man carries no weapon, but the man and woman behind him are equipped with weapons and armor. The young man holds a sword while the woman wields a spear. What now? Gilka and Claire stand protectively in front of Yuri. The three stop about 5 meters away, and the elderly man speaks. I am Gilbedo Digny, the head of the Adventurer Guild in Yusef. Behind me are adventurers Zalka and Iris. We have no intention of fighting. We just want to talk with the Demon King. Oh, the head of the Adventurer Guild. What do you want to talk about? Is it true that if we don't attack, the Demon King won't attack us? Yeah, it's true. And that you want to establish a friendly relationship with us. That's also true. Gilbedo stares intently into Yuri's eyes, as if trying to discern the truth of her words. I understand what happened here. The Demon King hasn't deliberately killed anyone. Yeah, I haven't killed anyone. In fact, I've helped. If that's the case, I have a proposal. I want the Demon King to take control of the town of Yusef. Yuri is surprised by Gilbedo's words. So, not just a promise of mutual non-interference, but you want to be under my control. Is that something you can decide on your own, Gilbedo? Originally, this isn't something I should decide alone, and I can't convince all the townspeople right away either. But that man can no longer serve as a ruler. Even if I were to take over, there would be voices of discontent. That's where I'd like to borrow the Demon King's power. My power. I want the Demon King to dominate this town. And after that, I want to be entrusted with its governance. If that happens, I will create a town that cooperates with the Demon King. Well, for my part, I'm grateful if the town becomes cooperative. I don't even mind if Gilbedo is actually using me to become a powerful figure. That's not it. The guild leader isn't trying to become a powerful figure. It's just that there's no other way for the people of this town to survive. The young man shouts in a voice tinged with anger. Stop it, Zalka. The Demon King is a tolerant person, but if she wanted to, she could kill you in an instant. Jua. Reprimanded by the guild leader, the young man Zalka falls silent. Though the young man doesn't understand the difference in strength, Yuri can somewhat relate to his feelings, so she isn't irritated. Well, I don't demand subservience, so as long as you don't harm me, I won't retaliate. Anyway, you're saying I should become the ruler of this town and appoint Gilbedo as governor, right? No matter how much I say I want to build a friendly relationship, it won't happen naturally. I might need to suppress them with force temporarily. Well, all right, so what about that lord? I'll kill him. Let that be proof of my loyalty to the Demon King. Kill him isn't imprisoning him enough. This is my way of taking responsibility. Besides, for that man, there's no other salvation. Having lost the people most precious to him, continuing to live would only be painful. Gilbedo wears a sorrowful expression, as if he had lost his own child. Perhaps Gilbedo had a close relationship with the Lord's children. As the guild leader, that wouldn't be surprising. I don't understand the nuances of that, so I'll leave it to you. Gilbedo nods gravely. W8 please. Lord Gilbedo, to extinguish the bloodline of Yusef. The Black Knight clings to Gilbedo. Titan, there's nothing we can do anymore. The bloodline of Yusef will end, but the town of Yusef will remain. For the sake of the people of this town, fight alongside us from now on. Lord Gilbedo, we were defeated by the Demon King. Yet, a path to survival remains thanks to the Demon King's mercy. That's better than everything turning to ashes. Yes. The Black Knight hangs his head. Gilbedo gently pats his shoulder. Let's go, Zalka Iris. The three head toward the Lord's castle. Guild leader, are you going to fight with just the three of you? Yes, this is enough. Zalka and Iris are strong, within human standards, that is. I see, then I'll leave the rest to you. I'll return here when it's over. Please wait a little. Understood. Seeing the three off, Yuri lets out a sigh. The situation seems to be calming down, but me taking control of this town, I don't even want to expand my territory. Wasn't there a better way to handle this? Claire responds, for a while, I think the world will be divided into those who oppose Yuri and those who side with her. And those who believe there's no future in opposing her will have no choice but to side with her. In that case, it's more convenient to appear as if they're cooperating reluctantly because they've been dominated, rather than willingly becoming allies. That's why Gilbedo chose this path. I see. I don't know if this is the best option, but I don't think it's a bad one either. If Yuri lends her strength and Gilbedo governs, the town should stabilize. I see. I guess I'll observe the situation for now. Yuri had hoped to interact with Yusef on equal terms. However, it doesn't seem to be that simple. At this rate, will I end up ruling a large nation? Being a king or something sounds like such a hassle. I just want to live freely and leisurely. Being an ordinary citizen is the best. Her title is Demon King, but inside, she's just an ordinary person. For someone like Yuri, the best path forward isn't clear. She can only move forward by trial and error, causing unnecessary sacrifices along the way. I'm just strong and nothing else, so everyone, I'll be relying on your cooperation from now on. Claire, Lipia, and Gilka nod in agreement. Chapter 57. After that, Gilbedo and the others really brought back the Lord's head. He must have been over 70 years old. When Yuri first saw him, his face looked like that of a ghostly specter, but now that it was just a head, the old man somehow had a peaceful expression. That's how it felt to Yuri. As promised, Yuri was about to declare the town under her control, but before she could, Lipia spoke up with a worried tone. I think it's a good thing to stabilize the town with Yuri's power. But if it's seen as the Demon King threatening humans, wouldn't that give people a reason to come after you? Yuri thought that was a possibility, but in truth, she also felt that it wouldn't make much difference whether she did anything or not. Just having the title of Demon King meant that, to some extent, humans would resent her. Whether she took control of a single town or not, the situation wouldn't change. Sorry for making you worry, but I don't think the situation will change much over something like this, and I intend to keep my promise. After saying that to Lipia, Yuri once again used her marionette magic and declared her control over the town. At that time, she also made it clear that while the town would be under her control, the actual governance would be entrusted to Gilbedo. She added a threat that severe punishment would befall anyone who defied her decisions, but as long as they followed Gilbedo, they could live freely. And for the time being, to maintain public order, Yuri stationed 10,000 skeletons throughout the town. Their orders were simple. If anyone was fighting, hit them to stop it. Since detailed instructions couldn't be given, it didn't matter who was at fault. Both parties in a fight would be punished equally. It couldn't be helped for now. With no proper guards to maintain order, this was a compromise. Because of this, an eerie scene unfolded with skeletons roaming the town. It truly felt like a town dominated by the Demon King. However, by forcibly removing violence, the town was on its way to regaining some calm. Moreover, the townspeople likely started to feel that as long as they obeyed, they wouldn't be killed, which should have eased their mental burden somewhat. It would take time for the town to fully regain its vitality. Even so, the glimpse of hope was significant. What Yuri could do in Yusef was finished in less than a day. Immediately after, Gilbedo came with another request. I'd like the town of Rujamano to also be placed under the Demon King's control. Rujamano is a town close to Grimoire and Yusef. Gilbedo said he had spoken with the guild leader there as well, and just like Yusef, Rujamano had become unstable and needed Yuri's power to be saved. So, nominally, I'm taking control of 2 towns at once. I'm starting to look more and more like a demon king plotting world domination. Yuri felt a bit worried, but she didn't want the town of Rujamano to perish either, so in the end, she decided to place it under her control as well. Yuri and her group took a day to travel to Rujamano and made contact with the leader of the Adventurer Guild there. Repeating the same process as in the town of Yusef, she also placed Rujamano under her control. Of course, the actual governance was entrusted to the guild leader. After discussing various matters about the future with the guild leader, it was evening by the time things settled down. And then, well, the request is complete, so next I need to deal with this one. In a room of a now ownerless house in Rujamano, Yuri faced Fia, who was seated on a chair. Yuri sat on a chair facing Fia, while Claire, Gilka, and Lipia stood by her side. After beating her up once, Yuri had been dragging Fia around with her. Using mental manipulation, she made it so Fia couldn't use magic, rendering her incapable of mass murder or the like. Additionally, with marionette magic, she restricted almost all actions except breathing, preventing Fia from speaking or even seeing. Incidentally, the task of carrying her was left to a skeleton. Her face had been deformed and her body covered in wounds, but Lipia had healed her. Yuri didn't mind leaving her as she was, but since Lipia looked pained, she allowed the healing. You can open your eyes now. Yuri partially released the marionette magic. Fia opened her eyes, looked at Yuri's face, and smiled dreamily. Demon King Sama, finally I can see your face again. You're so beautiful today as well. You really do love me, don't you? Even though you hardly know anything about me. Yuri let out a sigh. I love Demon King Sama with all my heart. That's not love for me, is it? You're just in love with the image of a demon king that you've created in your head, right? That's not true. I love the Demon King Sama who is right in front of me now. I've fallen deeply for your overwhelming power. Please, let me join you in destroying the world. So, any strong opponent would do? Well, there's no point in saying that. It's true I'm strong, but that's all I am. All I can do is destroy or kill. It's a very lonely power. It's not a lonely power. It's a noble and wonderful power that can purify this ugly world. Purify, huh? From your perspective, maybe that's how it seems, but I don't think that way. I believe the power to create or heal is far more amazing than the power to destroy. Demon King Sama doesn't need such things. With power equal to that of a god, you should ravage the world. It's in the moment of destruction that Demon King Sama is the most beautiful. Ah, I see. This girl is truly a completely different existence from me. I shouldn't even think about trying to understand each other. Yuri had hoped they could understand each other even a little, but she quickly gave up on that. You're free to think however you want, Fia, for now. Just tell me about the Demon King cult. Yes, I understand. What would you like me to talk about? Fia nodded readily. It wasn't because her mind had been tampered with to make her speak everything honestly. Her feeling of wanting to offer everything to the Demon King was probably genuine. Chapter 58. For now, what is the purpose of the cult? When Yuri asked, Fia answered with a bright smile. It is to dominate this world with the power of Demon King Sama and die it in darkness. As for my personal wish, I hope that Demon King Sama will completely destroy everything in this world. So, the cult's purpose is world domination, and Fia's wish is the destruction of the world. Is that right? Yes. Is it okay for your goals to be misaligned like that? There's no problem. It seems that each follower has slightly different goals, but ultimately, we intend to follow the will of Demon King Sama. It depends on me, well, fine. What exactly do you mean by world domination? For example, do you want everyone in the world to bow to the Demon King cult and follow its orders? Or is it about all the wealth, or whatever in the world, belonging to the Demon King cult? As a cult, it seems we aim to overthrow the existing powers and make everything in the world bend to the will of the Demon King cult. HMPH. It kind of feels like a group of pitiful people who can't let go of childish dreams. Childish dreams, you say? That's what I think. Is that so? I think it's a grand dream that can captivate the heart, in its own way. Fia didn't seem convinced and tilted her head slightly. Even I can understand the desire to control everything in the world as I please. If that were to happen, I think it would feel really good. I'm not going to completely deny those kinds of wishes. I believe it's probably important to work toward making the world the way you want it to be. If everyone just gave up, saying there's no hope, the world would only move in a worse direction. So, wanting things to go your way is a good thing, but I think the direction of that desire mustn't be wrong. Instead of dominating the world with violence or despair, I believe it's the proper thing for an adult to wish for a world filled with kindness and hope. Words that are hardly befitting of a demon king. However, having been born and raised in Japan and heavily influenced by manga and anime, such thoughts come naturally. I agree with you, Yuri. Claire muttered softly. Yeah, I think it's good too. So do I. Lippia and Gilka followed Claire's lead. Yuri felt glad about this. Well, it might be strange to say things like I'm on the side of justice after committing mass slaughter. I'm aware that what I say and what I do are contradictory. Anyway, let's set that aside for now. I think Demon King Sama's thoughts are wonderful. However, Demon King Sama, you are still young and don't seem to know the ugliness of this world. Fia showed a distorted smile. Young, she's probably not that much different in age from me, She is young, right? Apparently, there are beings in this world who are older than they appear. Elves, for instance, are long-lived, looking like they're in their 20s even past 100 years old. Fia, are you human? Yes. How old are you now? 16. That's pretty young, isn't it? How old is Demon King Sama? 5 months. You are young indeed. Surely the world still sparkles and shines in your eyes. I, too, once had such a time. I believe it won't be long before you realize the false brilliance of it all. Yeah, I'm young. 5 months. Claire and the others seemed shocked. Since Yuri hadn't mentioned her age before, it must have been a surprise. It's been 5 months since I got this body, but in reality, I've lived much longer. I'll explain that later. My age doesn't matter. As Fia said, I certainly don't know much about the world. I think the world has uglier sides than I imagine, but isn't it the same for Fia, not knowing much about the world? Maybe Fia has seen more of the world's ugly side than I have. But on the other hand, don't you know very little about the beautiful side of the world? No, this world is entirely ugly. I see. She has an air of not yielding no matter what I say. It feels like she's looking at everything with the preconceived notion that the world is ugly. As I thought, trying to understand each other with someone like her is a bad idea. Demon King Sama, you still don't know the true nature of this world. I will teach it to you, and once you fully understand, let us destroy the world together. This world isn't even worth dominating. Let's just destroy it. Thinking about it is fine. Anyone can think whatever they want as long as they don't harm others recklessly. I'm sure Demon King Sama will come to understand the righteousness of my cause. Yeah. By the way, Fia, did something unpleasant happen in your past? Like, what made you join the Demon King cult? What made me join, you ask? According to what Fia recounted, Fia was born and raised as a noble. She lived a happy life until she was 7, but her father was executed on baseless charges of treason. Furthermore, her family was also sentenced to execution. Fia alone managed to escape. The murder of Fia's family was the result of a conspiracy by other nobles. She hid her status and lived in hiding as a common citizen, but that life was extremely harsh. No matter where she went, she encountered terrible people and was treated horribly. When she felt there was no salvation in this world, she encountered a member of the Demon King cult. She partly sympathized with the cult leader's ideology and joined the Demon King cult. That seems to be the rough outline of her story. Are most of the followers of the Demon King cult like that? I'm not sure. I don't know much about the pasts of other followers. Well, it's probably something like that. It shouldn't be so easy for a person to be died in despair. Losing someone important, having happiness taken away, there's usually a flow like that. There aren't many people who can hate the world so naturally. I kind of understand Fia's situation. Yuri stood up from her chair and moved behind Fia. Then, she embraced Fia's delicate frame. Fia, you've probably killed a lot of people, haven't you? Just like you did in front of us. You're an irredeemable sinner. But regarding the painful events you've experienced, I honestly feel sorry for you. If you like me that much, the least I can do is give you a hug. Demon King Sama. Yuri didn't know if this would be salvation for Fia. Doing something like this probably wouldn't remove the distortion in Fia's heart. It was nothing more than self-satisfaction. Fia might be a far worse person than those who attacked Litrpg and the others before. Feeling sympathy for someone like her might be contradictory. Even so, that's fine. I decided to hug her right now. The Fia I'm hugging is the one who was just around 7 years old. Fia seemed overjoyed to be embraced by the Demon King, breaking down in tears from the overwhelming emotion. If she can shed tears of emotion while saying the world is ugly, there might still be some salvation for her. If she stays with me, maybe she'll change her mind surprisingly easily. Chapter 59. At a suitable moment, Yuri stepped away from Fia. Fia seemed dissatisfied, but Yuri had no intention of being any kinder. On top of that, Claire's gaze was laced with icy coldness, making it even harder to stay close. Anyway, when Yuri asked Fia for more details about the cult has 1 leader and 5 executives, each with a title. The thorn that devours stars, Fia; the warhammer of destruction, Rodi; the black scripture, Lucifer; the beast of calamity, Galliera; the bird that heralds death, Devil. The most important figure is the cult leader, who schemes to dominate the world with the power of darkness. The 5 executives are generally chosen based on their strength and loyalty to the Demon King. While some command subordinates and others act alone, they all work for the cult's cause. Their activities, until Yuri was recognized as the Demon King, were preparations for the Demon King's birth. This included gathering followers, securing funds, increasing military strength, placing followers in key positions in various countries, and assassinating those who might pose a threat. Incidentally, Fia mainly handles assassinations on her own. It's strange to endlessly prepare for a Demon King whose arrival time is unknown, but in reality, it seems they were acting to fulfill the cult leader's desires. However, by viewing the Demon King as a god, they've united and apparently become an organization with considerable influence behind the scenes. Now that the Demon King has been born, the cult is devising ways to dominate the world alongside Yuri. Since it hasn't been long since the Demon King's birth, they seem to be assessing Yuri's qualities and nature as the Demon King. Fia didn't seem to understand it well, but it's likely they're considering how best to manipulate and use the Demon King. And so, Fia had been staying in Yusef to be ready to contact the Demon King at any time. Although no instructions for contact had come from the cult, when Yuri arrived in Yusef, Fia couldn't hold back and made contact without waiting for orders. As a result, she was restrained and rendered powerless by Yuri. Fia hasn't communicated with anyone from the cult since meeting Yuri, but she believes the situation has likely been reported. Fia doesn't know the total number of cult followers. Over their long history, it's said to exceed 1 million. However, not all of them necessarily desire world domination by the Demon King. Some seem to have simply despaired of God and turned to the Demon King for a different kind of salvation. I've got a rough understanding of the cult and of you, Fia. It's really annoying that they might do unnecessary things against my will, so where is this cult leader? I want to meet and settle things. I do not know the whereabouts of the cult leader. The leader calls for gatherings irregularly, and the locations vary each time. I see, is there a way to contact them? There is. The necklace I wear is a magical tool. When I speak a message into it, it is conveyed to the cult leader. Afterward, a message comes back from the leader. Indeed, Fia was wearing a necklace adorned with a black gem. Isn't that less of a communication tool and more of a surveillance magical tool? Fia is constantly being watched, and everything she sees or hears is probably transmitted. Our current conversation might be completely exposed, well, whatever. So, can I just speak to the cult leader like this? Before that, I need to infuse the magical tool with magic power. Ahem. Can I use my magic power for that? Yes, that's fine. All right then. Yuri stood up again and approached Fia. Ignoring the enraptured gaze Fia directed at her, Yuri touched the necklace and channeled magic power into it. The black gem began to glow faintly. Cult leader, can you hear me? I'm Yuri, the Demon King. I'd like to meet and talk. If you can meet, let me know the location, or come to Grimoire. That's all for now. Yuri stopped channeling magic power. The glow faded, but it's unclear whether it truly became just an ornament again. The cult has a long history and a large scale. Someone who manages all that must be a troublesome opponent. Even if Yuri possessed power rivaling that of a god, she mustn't be overconfident. Yuri reminded herself of this. There are opponents in this world who can't be countered by strength alone. If they meet, she must proceed with caution. Well, that's that. Let's put aside Fia and the cult for now. We're done with what we needed to do, so let's head back to Grimoire tomorrow. If I'm away for too long, some weirdos might invade. The tasks in Yusef and Rujamano are complete. Having unintentionally expanded her territory, various troubles are likely to arise. She'll deal with them when the time comes. Fia, for now, come with me, or rather, I'll take you along while keeping you restrained. Yes, please take me with you. I will never leave the Demon King Sama's side. I don't like that, I don't even like you. Yuri felt like abandoning Fia altogether. However, leaving her alone would undoubtedly lead to more unnecessary trouble, so she decided to take her along. And the next morning, when the five of them stepped outside the house. In front of the house, 4 severed heads were lying on the ground. They belonged to a young man, a middle-aged man, and 2 young women. Their expressions were calm, almost as if they were sleeping. Why were there severed heads in a place like this? For a moment, Yuri's thoughts came to a halt, but upon closer inspection, behind the heads, a young man was kneeling on one knee. He seemed to be nearly 180 cm tall, with refined features and pale blue hair that reached his shoulders, giving him a somewhat androgynous air. His clothes were stained with what looked like blood splatter, making it clear that he was the one who had severed the heads lying there. Now what? Who are you? My name is Gildan. I have come to serve the Demon King Sama. Serve me? Yes, I was merely a soldier, but I was overwhelmed by the Demon King Sama's immense power and decided to dedicate myself to serving you. Don't decide that on your own. So, what's with these severed heads? These individuals were plotting rebellion against the Demon King Sama, so I dealt with them by my own hand. I see. Having someone eliminate potential enemies could be helpful in a way. However, it's troublesome to have someone act on their own without being ordered to do so. It might create the impression that the Demon King punishes anyone who shows the slightest defiance. Even if executions happen without my consent, it just damages my reputation. Why do they act on their own like this? Are all the people drawn to me complete idiots? Did I ask you to do something like this? I acted on my own judgment, thinking it would be of help to the Demon King Sama. Whether it's Fia or you, stop doing things I didn't ask for. I don't want to rule through violence or fear. Yuri kicked the young man in the face. Perhaps not expecting the attack, he neither dodged nor defended himself. His head snapped back, and he fell backward, hitting the back of his head on the ground. Yuri kicked with enough force that she wouldn't have minded if his head came off, but the young man seemed to have a somewhat sturdy body as his head remained attached. Demon King, Sama. The young man was still conscious. Blood streamed from his nose, but that was all. I'm sick of thinking that more people like you will keep showing up. Don't assume I'm pure evil just because of the Demon King image. Though I've killed tens of thousands, don't act like you're justice personified either. Yuri kicked the confused young man's head once more. She considered kicking him hard in the groin but refrained, considering her past as a man. I just, for the sake of Demon King, Sama. That's exactly what I'm saying doesn't help me. Don't assume I'm just mindlessly killing people. Don't ever do something like this again. By the time she stopped kicking, after he lost consciousness, the young man's face had changed drastically. His handsome features were ruined. Can I really go back like this? If I don't keep watch, will more people hurt others without regard for my will? As Yuri sighed in frustration, Claire responded, I think more people who misunderstand will show up. Even if actual governance is left to the guild leader, it might be better for you to make your intentions as Yuri clearer. I guess there's no helping it. It's a hassle, but I can't let people like this run rampant. What a pain. With a heavy sigh, Yuri decided to stay in Rujamano a little longer. Chapter 60. The Demon King does not tolerate rebellion, but others must not arbitrarily kill those who harbor intentions of rebelling against the Demon King. Although there is no longer a lord, the same laws as before will generally apply. On-site governance is entrusted to the leader of the Adventurer Guild. One must not arbitrarily distort and interpret the Demon King's will to commit criminal acts. The Demon King does not seek as subordinates those who ingratiate themselves merely to justify violence. And so on, Yuri announced to the people of Yusef and Rujamano. However, since unexpected events can occur at any time, the number of announcements will likely increase with each new trouble. Making laws and rules is really difficult. There are always people who make incomprehensible interpretations, and it's impossible to account for every possibility. Governance is just endlessly tedious. I absolutely hate the idea of ruling the world. While thinking such thoughts, Yuri observed the situation, making minor adjustments. In the midst of this, Yuri encountered various people. Those who sought the Demon King's special protection by offering their own children. Those who concealed bomb-like magical tools and attempted suicide bombings. Those who declared their desire to become executives in the Demon King's army. Those who claimed to be under the Demon King's command and acted maliciously on their own accord. Those who tried to ingratiate themselves with the Demon King by exposing and reporting rebels. Those who challenged her to direct duels. Those who judged Litrpg to be the weakest and plotted to kidnap or kill her. To such individuals, Yuri meted out necessary punishments. Generally, if no actual harm was done, she merely drove them away, but she imposed severe penalties on the woman who carried out a suicide bombing and the man who targeted Litrpg. Yuri used magical remodeling on both of them. For the woman, she turned her into a grotesque creature with spider-like legs growing from her face. Since her body had already been torn apart during the explosion, Yuri intended to make her survive with just her head, and this was the result. Since leaving her unattended could lead to unpredictable actions, Yuri decided to keep her in a small cage. She did not take care of her personally, but entrusted her to the leader of the Adventurer Guild. She ordered that the woman be kept alive in a visible place for a month. Once the deadline passed, the guild leader would likely dispose of her swiftly. The man who targeted Litrpg was transformed into a creepy tree that bloomed with human-faced flowers. It was planted in a corner of the square, with a warning sign placed beside it. Yuri ordered that no one touch it for a month. Once the deadline passed, someone would likely burn or cut it down on their own. Despite various troubles, in the face of Yuri's overwhelming power, people eventually began to give up. Though she was a hated enemy, it was no longer wise to resist or seek revenge. As long as they caused no harm, she did not threaten their livelihoods, so it was better to do nothing. Suppressing various emotions, forgetting the Demon King's existence, and returning to their previous way of life seemed preferable. Since freedoms other than revenge or rebellion were not taken away, life under her rule was surprisingly not so bad. Sensing the change in people's attitudes, Yuri and her group spent 10 days there. With no contact from the cult leader of the Demon King cult, they decided to leave it be for now. Around the time, they began to think about external relations rather than the governance of the conquered town. Past noon, as Yuri was patrolling the town with her usual group of 4, a petite girl appeared. She was about 140 centimeters tall, perhaps. Her face was somewhat childlike, but not as young as an elementary schooler, more like a high schooler. Her orange ponytail gave her an energetic impression, but her teary eyes made her seem timid. In her hands, she held a massive hammer almost as tall as herself. Could she be a dwarf? The tentative dwarf girl spoke to Yuri in a trembling voice. Demon King. I've taken the eyeless tribe girls, Ragvela and Jivi. If you want them back safely, quietly offer your life here. Though the girl seemed on the verge of tears, making it hard to take her seriously, Yuri understood that she was apparently being threatened. Were those 2 kidnapped? The fiend I left in Grimoire wasn't that strong, so it's possible. Should I have left a stronger one there? It's too late to think about it now. While feeling anxious about her companions being kidnapped, Yuri was also perplexed by how weak the person threatening her seemed. Are you an adventurer or something? I'm an adventurer. HMPH, did you take on a request to defeat me or something? That's right. Do you want to die? Eek. Yuri wasn't particularly trying to intimidate her. Even so, the adventurer girl trembled, her legs shaking uncontrollably. Well, I'll talk on the assumption that you're seriously threatening me. To me, Ragvela and Jivi are, of course, important companions. But honestly, I don't value them more than my own life. If it were these 3 here, maybe, but using those 2 as hostages means nothing to me. Oh, why yeah, right. What did you really come here for? You don't seem like you're seriously here to threaten me, but if you've hurt or killed Ragvela and Jivi, I will absolutely not forgive you. I'll make you experience suffering so intense you'll regret ever being born. Yuri took a step forward. The adventurer girl stepped back, her body trembling violently. Yuri released her concealment magic, briefly unleashing her magical power as she commanded. Release those 2 right now. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. Here. The adventurer girl dropped her warhammer and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Tears streamed down her face, and she even wet herself. Is this girl really an adventurer? If she's this scared from a light threat, she couldn't even handle a monster. I'm so sorry, I was just ordered to threaten the Demon King. I haven't laid a hand on those 2. Please forgive me. The adventurer girl bowed so deeply that her head scraped the ground. Though there didn't seem to be a culture of doja in this world, Yuri felt she was witnessing something close to it for the first time. Yuri reapplied her concealment magic while letting out a sigh. Fine. I don't really get it, but go tell whoever ordered you to do this. Tell them to return those 2 immediately. Okay, my legs. The adventurer girl tried to stand, but only flailed in place. It seemed her legs had given out. What is this? Lippia, give her a hand. Okay. Lippia approached the adventurer girl and spoke to her gently. Calm down. Yuri doesn't hurt people indiscriminately, so you'll be fine. Lippia crouched beside the adventurer girl and patted her back. The adventurer girl burst into sobs, and it didn't seem like she would calm down anytime soon. What were they thinking, sending someone like her? Yuri tilted her head, waiting for the adventurer girl to compose herself. Chapter 61. After that, Ragvela and Jivi were safely released. It seemed they had been brought to Rujamano, and their safety was confirmed in the reception room of the Adventurer Guild, where they were guided. The man who kidnapped the 2 was named Rupert. Yuri received an apology from him on the spot. I'm sorry for kidnapping your precious comrades. My apologies. Rupert, along with Dina standing beside him, bowed deeply. By the way, Dina's clothes had been dried with Livia's magic. Rupert was a young man with dark green hair and sharp eyes. He was a tall, handsome man, but Yuri had no interest in his appearance. His equipment consisted of a spear and armor. Apparently, he was a first-rank adventurer like Ceres. Well, since they came back unharmed, I won't kill you, but I'll make you suffer a bit. No matter the reason, if people think I'd silently forgive someone for kidnapping my comrades, that'd be a problem. And by that you mean, you've got a pretty face. How about I destroy half of it? Destroy my face. Don't resist, stay still. Yuri approached Rupert and placed her right hand on his left cheek. Magical remodeling. Yuri transformed the left side of Rupert's face, making it look like a mummy. His eyes sunken, his cheek gaunt, and his skin turned brown. His once gallant features were gone, and the left half now resembled something close to a monster. Beside Rupert, Dina grimaced and let out a small scream. Well, that's about right. Yuri took out a hand mirror and showed Rupert his own face. Rupert widened his eyes for a moment, but quickly returned to a composed expression. Is this the end of my punishment? Yeah, I'll let you off with this for now. Beside Rupert, Dina trembled with a face that looked like she was about to cry. She was likely still a teenage girl. The thought of the same thing happening to her must be terrifying. Ah, Dina. I'm not planning to do anything to your face, so you don't need to look so despairing. Really? Yeah, I don't even really understand why you're here, so it's fine. Dina let out a sigh of relief. But doing nothing at all isn't good. Not something like destroying your face, though Dina, are you good with spicy food? I'm not good with it. Then let's do this. For the next 10 days, all your food and drinks will taste spicy. A curse. What's that? Yuri placed a curse on Dina. Originally, it was a spell capable of much crueler effects, but as retribution for what was done to Dina, this was enough. There, it's done. Good luck for 10 days. I've been cursed. Yeah, that's all for you. Dina, looking confused, licked her fingertip. Perhaps it was spicy, as she let out a small scream and grimaced. This is kind of amusing. It might be a big deal for her, though. Yuri shifted her gaze from Dina and glared at Rupert. Rupert, this is the end for now. But if the Adventurer Guild does something like this again, I'll kill everyone involved. Remember that. Understood, it won't happen again, and I'll make sure this is shared within the guild. Make sure you do. By the way, you're surprisingly calm. Isn't it tough for a handsome guy like you to have your face marred? If this is all it takes, it's a small price to pay. I see. You've got guts. Well, standing around talking is awkward, so let's sit down for a bit. Yeah. Yuri urged Rupert and the others to sit on the sofa. On Yuri's left and right were Claire and Lipia, while across from her sat Rupert and Dina. Gilka, Ragvela, and Givi stood by Yuri and the others' side. So, Rupert, what did you want in the first place? You handed over the hostages so easily, so you weren't seriously trying to threaten me, were you? The Adventurer Guild wanted to see how the Demon King would react. We've heard that the Demon King doesn't favor conflict, but we wanted to know if, when comrades are kidnapped, you'd immediately resort to extreme retaliation or if there was room for discussion. You're a dangerous guy. What were you planning to do if I got furious and retaliated? In that case, the conclusion would likely have been that the Demon King is too dangerous and must be defeated somehow. As it stands, since you show a degree of tolerance, coexistence might be possible. HMPH, that's a good thing to hear. I also have the will to coexist with you all. So, in short, the Adventure Guild has the will to coexist with me, right? Yes, or rather, it's been determined that defeating the Demon King is likely impossible, so we're exploring ways to coexist. I see. By the way, how are others moving on this? The kingdom, the church, and so on, are they dead set on defeating me? The Rivault Kingdom would prefer to defeat you if possible. However, considering the damage and the Demon King's stance, they're beginning to think there might be a path to coexistence. That's good to hear. What about the church? The largest religious faction, the Saren faith, believes coexistence with the Demon King is unthinkable and is planning to defeat you. I see. Then I might have to eradicate the Saren faith. Yuri muttered as much, though she wasn't particularly eager to do so. Chapter 62. Yuri remembers the lonely expression on Claire's face that she saw that day. Having been forced to part ways with a dear friend, Claire looked as though half of her soul had been carved away. Even so, the fact that Emma and Emeralda are still alive must be a relief for Claire. Probably, the Saren faith is the faction of the pure god that the evil god mentioned. If a god who cannot tolerate the Demon King's existence is at the top, they'd definitely call for my defeat. I wanted to let Emma and Emeralda live, but is that difficult? No, maybe I can just get them to leave the Saren faith. Yuri turns to Claire and asks, Claire, you don't want Emma and Emeralda to die, right? As if I have to answer that, I don't want them to die. What about the other church members? I don't want them to die either. It's true that some are fanatics, but there are also many kind people. Those who genuinely wish for world peace or the happiness of others, not just the Demon King's defeat, might not need to be killed. Yeah, that's true. Not everyone associated with the church is my enemy. Even if I have to fight, I'd like to choose my opponents carefully. A method for that doesn't come to mind right away. However, she wants to avoid massacring everyone just because they belong to the Saren faith. It'd be nice if I could do something about it with my power. Well, I'll think about this later. Claire, by the way, does the Saren faith have anyone who can stand against me? The Holy Knight Order is supposed to be nearly wiped out, right? If we're not limiting it to people, the choir, the divine sword of exorcism, and the blessed child could be threats. The choir needs a special ritual site, but they can use powerful magic in large groups. The divine sword of exorcism is a blade that exhibits tremendous power against monsters. It's troublesome that anyone can wield it. The blessed child is still young, but she's gifted with talent and might eventually gain power to overwhelm even Class 1 adventurers. This is the first time I've heard about the blessed child from Claire. I'll pretend to hear about it for the first time and talk accordingly. So, this blessed child, are they in the Holy Capital? Have you met them, Claire? They're in the Holy Capital. I've seen them in passing, but I've never spoken to them. They're raised in isolation because they're considered special. How old is this child now? They should be 5 years old. A cute little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes. I see. As for me, it'd be better to kill them now, but that feels too cruel. If they're a reincarnator from my hometown, I should be able to resolve things through discussion without killing them. If I can separate them from the Saren faith, there's no need to kill. In the future, they might become the greatest threat to you, Yuri. If you can't kill them, I'll do it with my own hands. Hey, calm down. They're still just a toddler, right? Let's observe the situation for now and think about it later. Understood. For now, Yuri has a rough grasp of her situation within the country. Rupert, by the way, what's the movement like in other countries? It varies. Some countries insist on defeating you at all costs, while others are trying to ingratiate themselves with you early on. However, I don't know much about other countries' affairs. You're just an adventurer, after all, Rupert. Got it. I don't think I have anything else to ask you. I'll forgive the coercion so you can go back. Wait a moment. I'd like you to keep Dina by your side, Demon King, as a liaison with the Adventurer Guild, and as an investigator to determine whether you truly aim for coexistence. I'm fine with that, but is Dina okay with it? She's scared of me, isn't she? Yuri glances at Dina, who is sitting next to Rupert. Just that is enough to make Dina tremble and avert her gaze. I've already said I'd take on this job, so it's already settled. Well, all right, come to Grimoire. Okay. Dina is completely stiff. She seems to deeply regret accepting this job. Hey, Rupert, are you sure about this guy? Wouldn't someone more composed be better? If she reports that I'm some terrifying monster who intimidates just by acting normally, that'd be a problem for me, you know. From our perspective, we've determined there's no one else suitable. All right, fine. Rupert probably isn't an idiot. There must be some intent behind sending Dina. Does she have some special skill or something? Yuri thinks about it, but can't figure it out. She decides only that she won't show mercy if there's any suspicious behavior. That's all from you too, Rupert. I have nothing more to say. Okay, then we're done. Having all these formal discussions lately is such a hassle. Yuri relaxes her body and leans back on the sofa. For a Demon King, you have the aura of an ordinary girl. Of course, I've got the title of Demon King and can use powerful magic, but inside, I'm no different from an ordinary kid. I see. I'm not royalty or nobility. I was originally just a monster with a sense of reason. I don't care about countries or anything like that. If I can live freely and leisurely, that's good enough for me. You're quite different from the Demon Kings recorded in history books. Historically, the Demon King was supposed to be the embodiment of evil. I don't know anything about past Demon Kings. I'm just me. I'm just an ordinary girl with a lot of power. Everyone else is making too much of a fuss. Talking to you directly, I do get that impression. I'll report this to the Adventurer Guild headquarters in the rival kingdom as well. Yeah, please do. By the way, Rupert, you came here on a request from headquarters, right? What does headquarters think of the guilds in Rujamana or Yusef? Do they see them as enemies who have defected to the Demon King? Not at all. They recognize that each is doing their best. I see. It seems you didn't mention the kidnapping to the guild leader here, but you don't see them as non-allies, huh? This was mostly my own decision. If I angered you, Demon King, I was prepared to offer my life to beg for forgiveness. Though, based on what Ceres told me about your temperament, I figured you wouldn't fly into a rage over something like this. Speaking of which, Ceres is in Grimoire, isn't she? It'd be nice if she at least acted as a guard or something. She said she's neither your enemy nor your ally. Ah, is that so? What a hopeless girl. I don't think of her as an ally either, though. As Yuri sighs, Rupert lets out a small chuckle. If half of his face weren't mummified, it might have looked quite fitting. Rupert, about your face, I can fix it. If you work hard for us in the future, I'll restore it for you. Specifically, work to make the Adventure Guild, as a whole, friendly with us. That's good to hear. I'll do my utmost to meet your expectations. With that, the discussion ends, and Rupert leaves. Dina stays behind, but she still seems to fear Yuri, so it will likely take some time for her to get used to things. Since she can interact naturally with Lippia, it doesn't seem like she'll feel lonely even after coming to Grimoire. It's not good to leave Grimoire unattended for too long. I don't want it to be occupied without my knowledge, so let's head back soon. Chapter 63. After parting ways with the Demon King, Rupert purchased a mask from a street stall. Conveniently, there was a white mask that could cover the left half of his face. I knew the risks when I kidnapped a companion of the Demon King. Considering the Demon King's power, capable of killing tens of thousands in an instant, this is a minor consequence. It's not a big deal. It might make him less appealing to women. However, in a way, it's a relief to no longer attract those who only care about appearances. Putting that aside, Rupert took some time to observe the town before returning once again to the Adventurer Guild in Ruggiamano. The Demon King and his group were already gone. Rupert informed the receptionist and rented a room on the second floor where a communication magical tool was kept. The communication magical tool was shaped like a life-sized crystal, unsuitable for carrying around. It also consumed a large amount of magical energy. Even so, being able to casually contact places that would take dozens of days to travel to was incredibly convenient. Now, time to report to headquarters. Activating the magical tool, Rupert specified the recipient, and it connected to the Adventurer Guild headquarters in the royal capital. Reflected in the crystal was Romancer, the deputy guild leader. A man in his mid-40s with bronze-colored hair, he had an imposing appearance. Though past his prime, he still possessed strength above Class 2. Romancer, sir. I'm reporting on my contact with the Demon King. But what's with that mask? It's unusual for you to wear one. It's the result of a little retaliation from the Demon King. Rupert removed the mask momentarily to show Romancer his bare face. Romancer grimaced. As a man's badge of honor, that face looks far too painful. It can't be helped. I've suffered, but I'm grateful it ended at this level. Considering a whole town could have been wiped out, the damage is indeed minimal. Yes. I'm sorry it had to fall on your shoulders like this. By the way, is Dina safe? Yes, she's fine. For 10 days, everything she eats or drinks will taste painfully spicy due to a curse, but it's nothing that will leave lasting damage. The Demon King is relatively lenient with women, isn't that right? That's quite a lighthearted curse. Indeed, for someone like you, Romancer, it might even be considered a blessing. True, I wouldn't mind being afflicted with a curse like that myself. With a light chuckle, the two shared a brief laugh. Then Romance's expression turned serious. Let's get to the main topic. Having met the Demon King in person, what are your thoughts, Rupert? My impression is that of a child with godlike, immense power. Despite possessing overwhelming strength, their inner self doesn't seem much different from an ordinary child. Oh, that's frightening in its own way. Yes, it's a relief that they're not the embodiment of evil, but they're unstable and can easily lose composure over specific triggers. It's also unclear how they might change in the future. Specific triggers, you say? One is witnessing violence or murder that goes against their will. They wish to live in peace, and when someone disrupts that, the Demon King gets angry. Oh, I see. What else? They seem to become most enraged when someone they consider a companion is attacked. The Demon King appears to deeply value their companions. They don't care much if a stranger is harmed, but if a companion is hurt, they immediately show their anger. A Demon King who cares for their companions, that's quite an odd story. Indeed. However, this means sending Dina wasn't a waste. Getting the Demon King to recognize Dina as a companion, and then having them work for Dina's sake, and by extension for humanity, is that it? Will it really go so smoothly? I believe there's a possibility. The Demon King doesn't seem interested in power or money, so offering titles or large sums of gold likely won't motivate them to actively work for humanity. However, for the sake of friends or companions, I expect they would fully wield their power. Well, if it works out, that's great. If not, it's no significant loss. Yes, and if it comes down to it, Dina might be used to eliminate the Demon King. What do you mean? Are you suggesting Dina assassinate them? No. In the recent battle, there was a report that the Demon King was greatly shaken when they witnessed a companion's death. During that battle, someone watching from high above reported that when the Demon King saw their companion Litrpg die, they were unable to act properly. It's a reaction stemming from the Demon King's childlike nature and their deep care for companions. So, if Dina were to die in front of them, the Demon King would be shaken. I'm not sure if they would be that deeply affected. However, if the Demon King possesses human-like emotions, living together for a while should foster some attachment to Dina. If someone like that dies before their eyes, they should be shaken for at least a few seconds. That Demon King doesn't seem to be a martial expert, nor do they constantly maintain protective magic to guard themselves. Their attack power is high, but their defense is within the realm of common sense. If I can create a few seconds of vulnerability, I can take the Demon King's head. Is it necessary to kill Dina? Wouldn't killing another companion suffice? I'm human too. I don't kill people needlessly. Dina has accepted this mission knowing she might one day be killed by me. Her death is part of the job, and she's been compensated with a fortune for it. I see. Dina did say she needed money for her family, didn't she? Yes. Well, it's a shaky plan, but it's a decent backup. We might not need to kill Dina and could simply resort to assassination. In any case, we need to keep observing whether we can coexist with the Demon King, or if we must eliminate them. Yes. What about you, Rupert? Do you think coexistence with the Demon King is possible? With the current Demon King, I believe it is. However, the Demon King is still a child. Their mind changes day by day. I can't say if the same will hold true a year from now. Understood. Let's prepare to move toward elimination if it comes to that. Yes. That said, for the time being, I'd like to aim for coexistence. Yes. There are risks, but there are also plenty of ways to use them. For instance, Dina is from the royal capital. If a crisis strikes the capital and Dina wishes to protect her family, the Demon King might fight to defend the capital. I see. Well, as long as we don't misuse them and drive humanity to extinction, that's fine. Yes, let's be cautious. I'll report this to His Majesty the King and discuss the next steps. Yes. After that, their conversation continued for a while. Once everything was discussed, the communication ended. Whether there's a future where we coexist with the Demon King, I don't know. The Adventurer Guild's intentions alone can't decide everything. I just hope no unnecessary organizations interfere. Chapter 64. Thank you for the report, Romanza. Having you around helps me understand the inner workings of the Adventure Guild. I'm honored to be of service to you, cult leader. If needed, I will spare no effort in assisting you. Yes, I'm counting on you. However, since you hold the position of Deputy Guild Leader, be careful not to act in ways that might arouse suspicion from those around you, all right? Understood. On the surface, I will fulfill my duties as Deputy Guild Leader. Good. That's fine. Well then, let's wrap things up for today. See you later. Yes, I'll take my leave. After finishing the exchange of information with Romanza, Elkwyd, the cult leader of the Demon King cult, leaves the dimly lit room where the communication magical tool is set up. He also discards the intricately designed black robe and settles into an armchair in the living room. Even though I started this myself, maintaining the aura of a cult leader is a bit of a hassle. Well, it's also an amusing game in its own way. Letting out a deep sigh, Elkwyd roughly tousles his gray hair that reaches down to his back. The neatly arranged hair becomes slightly disheveled, giving him a somewhat rugged impression. Relaxing his shoulders, Elkwyd gazes out the window. The sun has already set, but the faint starlight reveals the trees in the garden. His reflection appears on the window glass, a figure that could undoubtedly be described as a peerless beauty. Elquid is already over 200 years old, but as a long-lived elf, his appearance remains youthful. He could pass for someone in their 20s. However, Elquid himself has no interest in romance or reproduction, so he doesn't get carried away by his beautiful looks. Still, the appearance of a stunningly beautiful woman is useful as the cult leader of the Demon King cult. There are quite a few who follow simply because the cult leader is a beauty. Incidentally, the room Elquid is in isn't overtly a chamber of a secret organization. It's just an ordinary house within the Rivault Kingdom. He has prepared more fitting locations as well, but he doesn't stay there all the time. On the surface, he blends in among common citizens as a mere apothecary. That said, the Demon King who appeared after 150 years seems quite different from the ones before. Not a saint who wouldn't harm a fly, but not exactly a villain who revels in conflict either. The previous Demon King was much more fitting as a Demon King. Even before that, there hasn't been a Demon King like this one. As far as properly recorded history goes, the number of Demon Kings that have appeared on this land is 7. They emerge roughly every 100 to 300 years, and their forms vary widely. Some resemble humans, others are dragons or beasts. Though their appearances differ, they all share the trait of being ferocious beings. They threaten humanity, aiming to destroy or dominate the world. They were clear embodiments of evil. However, according to information from the Adventure Guild and from cult members hiding in Rujimano, the current Demon King behaves entirely differently from past Demon Kings. He has already killed tens of thousands of humans on 2 occasions. Yet, he doesn't seem to derive pleasure from killing or destroying the world. It appears he killed out of necessity, not because he wanted to. I've been preparing under the assumption that a ferocious Demon King would emerge, but it looks like I'll need to change plans. If it were a ferocious Demon King, Elquid intended to simply incorporate him as a collaborator in destroying the world. Even someone with a broken personality like Fia, if they were the Demon King, would have been joyfully accepted and made a comrade. In other words, Fia was meant to be an offering to the Demon King. For that purpose, Elquid pulled strings to bring Fia into the cult. The death of Fia's family was a result of the cult's machinations. Knowing she was a child with exceptional magical power, Elquid staged a scenario to bring her into the fold. However, since it was unclear when the Demon King would appear, it wasn't certain whether Fia would fulfill her value as an offering. If the Demon King didn't emerge, Elquid thought he could simply use her as a powerful pawn. Now that the Demon King has appeared, it turns out he dislikes Fia and hasn't accepted her. Observing the Demon King through the necklace Fia wears, Elquid is certain of this. As long as Fia remains as she is, she will likely never be accepted as a comrade. If I'm to win him over, perhaps a different type of person would be better. Should I myself step in? No, that Demon King seems to prefer naive individuals over those with hidden motives. Rupert sending Dina was likely a good choice. The Demon King would probably open his heart to an ordinary girl like her, who has no hidden agenda. In that case, Fia might not be such a bad choice either. At the very least, she has no ulterior motives. The Demon King even helps out the town in various ways and seems to be quite caring. If I asked him to help reform Fia, he might do it, albeit with some exasperation. Elquid thinks it's worth a try, however. In the first place, if there's no need to win him over, then there isn't one. To dominate the world and die it in darkness. All I need to do is guide the Demon King to willingly destroy and dominate the world. The goal of the Demon King cult is to dominate the world alongside the Demon King. Elquid's goal isn't much different from that. If anything, Elquid is doing this half for amusement. He isn't trying to dominate the world out of some grand ideal or purpose. At the core of it is an admiration for the Demon King he once witnessed, an evil dragon that ravaged the world with overwhelming power. Elquid admired it and wished to ravage the world as he pleased in the same way. And now, he thinks about dominating the world alongside the Demon King. Devising plans and taking action for that purpose is enjoyable. It brings him more pleasure than anything else. That's why he's trying to realize a childish fantasy like world domination. Since that's Elquid's true nature, he isn't particular about the process of domination. There's no need for the Demon King and the Demon King cult to share the same aspirations or fight as one. As long as world domination is achieved, that's enough. That Demon King desires a peaceful life, yet he's surprisingly quick to anger. And the trigger for that is usually related to his comrades. In other words, if his comrades are killed, he'll go into a rage and destroy the world on his own. The Adventurer Guild sent Dina, but that can be used to our advantage as well. Not to kill the Demon King, but to deliberately provoke him. If I can control the direction of the Demon King's wrath, he could become a convenient weapon for the cult. If I have cult members kill one of the Demon King's comrades while posing as envoys of a certain country, the Demon King will likely go and destroy that country. In that case, I'd like the Demon King to have as many important things to protect as possible. While guiding Fia to be accepted by the Demon King, the cult should proceed with various preparations. Elquid lets out a dark smile. Demon King, let's dance together in this world and have some fun, shall we? Elquid feels a desire to meet the Demon King right now and embrace him. However, the time for that hasn't come yet. He can't afford to have his true intentions probed carelessly. For now, he must endure a little longer. Well, shall I send a message to the Demon King soon? Using the necklace Fia wears, he can peek into the events around Fia and communicate with her. It only functions one-on-one, so its versatility is limited, but being small and portable makes it a convenient item. Fia, from now on, refrain from killing or destruction and respect the will of the Demon King. Also, convey the following words to the Demon King. Demon King, I apologize for the delayed response. I deeply regret the inconvenience caused by Fia, a high-ranking member of our cult. I have ordered Fia to no longer engage in conflicts against your will. Now then. Chapter 65. Yuri and the others left Rujimano on the same day. Their interaction with Rupert concluded and headed toward Grimoire. Riding skeleton horses, the journey would have taken 2 days, but by using a 10-meter class fiend as a means of transportation, they arrived in about 3 hours. Although it was a misuse of the fiend, it was good that they could return so quickly. The companions seemed to have a distant look in their eyes, but Yuri chose to ignore it. By the way, Dina, as well as Fia and Gilka's subordinates, were also brought back with them. Upon arriving at Grimoire, the fiend that Yuri had left behind had been defeated, but otherwise there was nothing particularly different. The desolate, empty townscape evoked a complex mix of relief and a touch of loneliness in Yuri. Once they returned to the Lord's castle, Yuri gave Ceres a light tap on the head. Hey, I get that you're not exactly one of us, but don't just let Ragvella and the others get kidnapped so easily. You get meals made for you every day. Don't you feel any sense of gratitude? Yuri said with exasperation, to which Ceres responded. If they had intended to harm them, I would have protected them. But since they said they had no intention of hurting or killing them, I didn't intervene. If that's the case, make sure you really protect them when things get dangerous. Abandoning someone you owe something to, that's pretty questionable as a person. Being lectured on human morality by a monster, you're less and less like a demon king. But I have things I won't compromise on too. I'll protect what needs protecting. Ceres isn't a comrade. Even so, Yuri feels that Ceres must have her own sense of justice, and protecting Ragvella and Jivi should be part of that justice. Yuri senses that Ceres is surprisingly decent. The next morning, Demon King Sama, a reply from the cult leader Sama has arrived. Fia said so before breakfast. Yuri called Gilka, who was outside, into the dining hall and listened to the message from the cult leader while having breakfast. By the way, those present in the dining hall were Yuri, Claire, Lipia, Gilka, Ceres, Ragvella, Jivi, and Fia. To summarize the message from the cult leader, apologies for the trouble caused by Fia. Fia will no longer act against the Demon King Sama's will. Please keep Fia by the Demon King Sama's side for a while. Correct her flaws. If she becomes unmanageable, feel free to kill her. If the Demon King Sama does not desire to dominate the world through violence, the cult will respect that will. The cult stands with the Demon King Sama and is ready to lend strength whenever needed. Gathering information and other tasks are also possible. Additionally, cult members hidden in various regions can make favorable remarks about the Demon King Sama, subtly influencing public opinion. I would like to meet and talk in person once, but as I am currently staying far away, that will have to wait for another opportunity. Quite a shady character, huh? They're showing a cooperative attitude toward me, but I have no idea what they're really thinking. They're definitely scheming something behind the scenes. Hearing the message from the cult leader Elkwood, Yuri thought so frankly. However, Fia said with a bright smile. While nowhere near as great as Demon King Sama, cult leader Sama is also a wonderful person. I believe they will surely become a valuable ally for Demon King Sama. Coming from you, that doesn't mean much. What do you think, Claire and the others? Can this person be trusted? Not at all trustworthy. I think the same, they're not someone we should trust. I also think they're shady. Claire, Gilka, and Lipia also judge the cult leader to be a suspicious figure. Yeah, right. Yuri could only think that they were putting on a friendly demeanor to lower their guard. Fia, tell the cult leader this. I have no intention of borrowing the power of the Demon King cult, nor do I plan to get involved with them as much as possible. And if they do anything unnecessary, the Demon King cult will be the first to be destroyed. Understood, I will convey that. However, if you ever change your mind even slightly, please give any order to me first. For the sake of Demon King Sama, I will take on any task, be it assassination or massacre. No, I have no intention of making you do such tasks at all. Get it through your head already that I intend to coexist with humans. If Demon King Sama says so, I will obey. However, the day will come when Demon King Sama understands the ugliness of humans. When that time comes, I will assist in eradicating humanity. Fia, declaring the eradication of humanity, still wore a pleasant smile. Yuri felt that smile was unsettling and far too dangerous. However, since her thoughts were easy to read, she seemed less suspicious than the cult leader. If I make sure she can't use magic, she shouldn't be that dangerous of a presence. I'll keep an eye on her for a while. After that, peaceful days continued for a while. Fia didn't cause any major issues and spent her days quietly. However, since Fia kept trying to get close to Yuri or sleep in the same room, she was treated coldly by Claire and Lipia. Yuri felt a bit uneasy, wondering if this might lead to something serious someday. Dina, the dwarf, still hadn't gotten used to Yuri, but she had grown close to the three girls of the eyeless tribe. They often chatted lively, and she shared a room with Ragvela and Jivi. Yuri didn't quite understand why Dina was chosen as a monitor. She seemed like a timid, kind-hearted girl, not someone capable of carrying out assassinations. She wasn't skilled at gathering information either, and she avoided contact with Yuri as much as possible. Since she didn't seem dangerous, Yuri decided to leave Dina be. In this way, 10 days passed. The cold had intensified, but surprisingly, there were no blizzards. It seemed this region wasn't prone to heavy snowfall. The temperature apparently dropped to around -20 degrees, but since Grimoire was well equipped with magical tools for warmth, the cold outside wasn't much of a problem. However, it wasn't the kind of atmosphere for going out to do cleaning activities, so Gilka's subordinates spent more time indoors. Yusef and Rujamano also seemed to have regained their former calm. Various dissatisfactions simmered, but since people could lead decent lives, the citizens swallowed their complaints. The Adventurer Guild and the Royal House of Rivolt were also in a wait-and-see stance regarding Yuri for the time being. If Yuri didn't cause any trouble, a path to coexistence might be possible. By the way, Aquel, who had been holed up for a long time, finally started showing his face outside little by little. However, it seemed he still didn't acknowledge Yuri as a comrade, always keeping his 3 party members by his side. Yuri had no issue with that and felt he could do as he pleased. Days without incidents might be a bit boring. But that's fine, Yuri thought. No strange troubles needed to arise. She didn't want to be in a situation where she had to kill someone. That was her wish, at least. However, the peace didn't last long. End of Volume 1.